All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wildlife Task Force. June 8th. And we do have Director Nesbitt is on Zoom, and we have a couple folks. There's some things, there's some sickness going around, and we have a few absences today. And then we'll have a few of those folks back tomorrow, whether they're here or Zoom. And then we'll have a couple that are here today that won't be here tomorrow, I think. So do the best we can with everybody's schedule, and appreciate everybody bearing with us on that part of it. So it's going to be a little bit different meeting this morning. We're going to do some introduction or do some opening comments and some agenda and things like that. And then we're actually going to break into some subcommittee work. It was only 2 weeks that we met it. 2 weeks ago we met, and so there was not a lot of time in between to do some subcommittee work. So we're going to break out and do some of that this morning. These comments that I read through these comments and the things we put out the 2 weeks ago, we will actually leave those out for public comment all the way through July. So that was a very short window for those folks to comment on it. We may add some things to that, but we'll leave those on public comment throughout the month of July month of June, and for our July meeting. So I don't know that we need to go around and do introductions again. We're over a year into this. So does anybody have any opening comments or anything to start with? And if not, I would entertain an approval of the agenda. And I know it's very vague, the agenda. It's very open. We have a lot of discussion to talk about from what comes out of the subcommittee work and the work that we did last time. So, okay, it's been moved by Jamie, seconded by Albert, and to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes. Okay, so next on the agenda is to discuss and develop some objectives for the future of this task force. And so I think what that pertains to is we have kind of on the table that we've talked about this grand bargain, which floats a lot of things in that we'll talk a lot about later this afternoon. It'll be worked on this morning, talk about it more tomorrow. That incorporates a great number of things. We also have the other subcommittee that is talking about landowner licenses, and we have another subcommittee
damage
and compensation. And so we really need to, I think we're going to be hashing out a lot of that stuff over the next 2 months. And so we need to develop and talk about what are the next steps. How does this work coming to the end of the, what's the end of the task force, which would be December, and how does that work, and where do we want to be at that point, and what issues have we not, are we not giving enough time to? And so I'd open that up to the committee's, what the committee's pleasure is here.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I think just as we get into these breakout sessions, a couple of issues that I was thinking about in the last couple of days is how we frame these up if we're going to try to start moving towards some level of grand compromise. So within that context, this is where do you start, right, within that? And so after going through there, it seems to me the one area that we need to spend, that I say would probably start this whole discussion of grand compromise, that we need to resolve is this issue of some type of landowner compensation and damage compensation. If that does or it doesn't include tags, or if it's strictly financial thing that we refer back. But for me, everything's gonna start from there and go forward. Yeah, I think we have to resolve that. 52% of the state of Wyoming is private lands. We have a problem from white-tailed deer in the Black Hills to elk in eastern Wyoming and across the state. And so I would like to say, look, that's the starting point. Because what I think happens there affects all of these other things that we get to from a standpoint of whether we go down landowner tags or outfitter set aside tags and all of these other things. So what's the logical progression that we need to focus on today to try to get to the start of the discussion? So we've got little pieces and parts floating out there. We've got the landowner X tag, you know, that Pat had put together, the stuff that the subcommittee had put out there as the scalable cow-calf doe fawn permits. We've already made recommendations back to the department to go ahead and look at that compensation payment for standing forage. But I would like to start with that component of it and say, look, this is the first part of the grand compromise. And so, but what are those other parts is what I'm asking the committee. It's in a sequential order that we want to start. So building the foundation and then the next layer, then the next layer, and the next layer. I kind of know where, in my opinion, where the bottom is and the top, you know, in a kind of a hierarchical fashion. If we can get this resolved, we can start to address this and then this and this. But that's my perception. And I'd just like to see what other people's thoughts are. So I would tell you my ending point of the discussion is to set aside landowner pool. If we can get to some recommendation here, you know, on these landowner permits, the end discussion, the last ornament that I personally would like to have a discussion to hang on the tree would be outfitter set aside permits out of that pool, or just outfitters. There's 3 or 4 other things in between there. But when I tried to figure out this morning, what do we need to attack? What are the ones that are essential? Then what do we start to do with things like outfitter set asides, landowner transferables, 90-10 for, you know, initial draw and limited quota for breakout, and then outfitter set asides. But that's my perspective of the things that we should try to accomplish today and start to put together this framework for this grand compromise. But I'm just throwing that out to the committee as a whole.
Chairman, I actually agree with Larry for the most part. But I'm not sure that the damage compensation discussion needs to be tied to any licensing discussion that we have. I believe that needs to be, damn sure needs to be discussed. It's something we need to get fleshed out. The damage compensation is not working. But I'm not sure that I see it as an issue, a separate issue. I don't see it tied to the rest of the licensing part. I think if we did, I mean, I don't want to say that we did nothing else at all. If we figure out how to get these landowners compensated for raising our wildlife in a fair fashion, we can accomplish something.
That's a standalone issue.
I think it's a standalone. I don't know that it's, and maybe Larry has some ideas of how it's tied to any of our licensing discussions. But I see it as a very important.
Yeah, Larry, would you expand on that? Just
Well, one of the
make that
proposals
connected.
that come out of that damage compensation subcommittee was a proposal to look at landowner transferable cow-calf doe fawn permits. And I did go back and look at the few public comments that we got on there. And I'll just provide a broad characterization of the few we got. It was kind of 3 camps. One that were adamantly opposed, one that thought it was a good idea, and then there was a group in the middle that was a little more ambivalent, maybe not, couldn't work. And that's where it would tie into that licensing component, because those doe fawn, cow calf damage compensation were transferable landowner tags. So they would go to those landowners. And then in lieu of that, part of that proposal that we would which was again, not very well fleshed out, is if they participate in that program, are they still eligible for compensation through either coupons or standing forage or something else along those lines. But that's, Lee, that's why I think that discussion, because this really gets to the issue, the other one that we're talking about is these areas where we have overpopulations of elk. This is specifically targeted to cow-calf, the reproductive portions of our big game herds that are causing. The other side is we just pay these guys, write them a check. So we take those resident, non-resident deer hunter dollars and just write them a check, or we provide them another form of compensation above and beyond that. So that's the reason I would like to include that in that whole discussion. Are we just going to park that and get away with it and just write them checks? We haven't made that decision yet. And I think that because it gets into this, they're transferable. There's an economic opportunity for both the landowner to be compensated and some additional opportunity within the outfitting industry to derive some clientele base associated with that. So it delves into both of those issues. So anyway, that's, Mr. Chairman, that was the rationale for starting there.
Any other comments on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm curious, as I understand it, the commission was going to take up the statutory language in terms of extraordinary damages for grass damages. And I'm just wondering if there's any kind of an update from the commission on where they stand with that.
Not at this time, not that I'm aware of. But I do think you're right on that, Jamie. I think that's something that's in the works. I just don't think it's been flushed out in full. Yeah, and that would be something that would be great for Brian to be able to weigh in on and just maybe give us an update where they're at with that and what kind of time frame they're working within. And that may play well into that, Larry.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I don't think this is an either or.
Right.
I do think it's an either or. You very well may end up with a situation where they come back for extraordinary damages and you have a landowner who says, look, I'm not interested in doing cow elk hunts and having hunters run all over me. Just pay me. That's just another tool in the toolbox. But I would also like to put in that toolbox if that landowner is interested. In lieu of that, and again, it's the sportsmen are going to pay for that. But make no bones about it. It's going to be your license dollars that are paying those landowners. So the message is we're either going to do this or we're going to do this. And you can either compensate them and allow them to drive their own level of revenue and income off of this resource, or you're going to pay them to raise the resource as a compensation program. But I do, so I see there, it's having two toolbox and then allowing those landowners the ability to go over and pick and choose which one that may be most applicable for their situation. But that's my view of the world.
I mean, part of me thinks, I think that the public comment that we're going to get, there's just certain people that are absolutely opposed to transferable licenses. I think we'll see that. No matter whether they're cow, calf, doe, fawn or not. Adam, would you agree with that?
Very much biting my tongue.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I've talked to a lot of people that when you talk to them about when you actually sit down and have this conversation similar to what we're doing about, do you want to just write them a check or do you want to give them the opportunity to sell those however they want? We're not going to write them a check, but they get transferable cow, calf, doe, fawn tags. I actually think that they're more amenable to that. I think when we start to talk about those type 1 tags, things they're not very, I'd say
I would agree with that.
Adamantly opposed to that.
They're just absolutely opposed to monetizing that. And there's a rationale behind that too. And so I had a conversation on the way up here with a couple of other task force members and comparable that they used. So right now, this is what a commissioner's tag is. In effect, is you're selling a tag out there. Some of these places are bringing $18,000 to $21,000. And so if you start issuing landowner tags in these units, number one, that's the market for some of these places. It's going to be that kind of market. We're going to have every potential landowner that's eligible apply for those landowner tags because it's a tremendous economic incentive to do that. And when that happens, under the current structure, that comes out of the non-resident and the resident pool of applicants for those limited quota areas. I think that creates, without going in and just putting a pretty restrictive cap on those landowner tags, it creates a lot of issues that we currently aren't dealing with by allowing transferable tags for those, particularly these higher desirable units. And so it will create its own other set of issues that then has to be grappled with by doing that. Gets back to one of the things that a lot of the discussions we've had is about managing these populations where they're at. This is a tool that does that. If you're not in an area that has a burgeoning elk, white-tailed deer, antelope population, there's not going to be any transferable cow-calf built farm permits. It's only a tool in those areas that would be available where you have those populations that are over objectives. So it's more surgical than just saying, oh, you're going to get these transferable tags. It's only going to happen where you have those populations that we're trying to get under control.
Larry, Sarah has mentioned that Brian has a comment, and I think it may be to address what you brought up, Jamie. So could you put Brian on, Sarah?
Hey, good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
So actually, Senator Hicks just made one of the points I wanted to bring up regarding when the subcommittee talks about landowner licenses, and that's any proposals that increase, that I guess decrease the license pool where there's already an increased demand is something that has to be dealt with. And then as far as the damage regulation and the depredation regulation, both of those are going to be considered by the commission in September. We don't have our final proposals ready for them yet, but that's when they're going to address those two issues is in September.
So Brian, thank you for that. My question on that, if you guys are addressing that in September, I mean, we're at a point where we're coming out of tomorrow, have a month to 2 months that we could take public comment. Would you like some sort of recommendation out of this before that meeting?
I don't think so, because they're going to, the commission has to go through its own public comment process. And I think what you're going to see out of that is some things that may not be real germane to a lot of the topics the task force has talked about, but also one portion, the depredation regulation, I think will, because it's going to address things like having landowners have more discretion over cow, calf, and doe fawn harvest specifically on their land, with having discretion over who obtains licenses. And so that would, I think, address some of the things that this task force has brought up. The proposals will be available, I believe, by the July task force meeting. That's when we should have them out there. And so those things could be evaluated by the task force then to see if there's anything they want to recommend. I guess technically the task force could offer comments in the public comment period and that would be in accordance with the Open Meetings Act and the Administrative Procedures Act for the commission to promulgate a rule. So that would be an option, or the commission could just on their own do some other recommendations outside of what the commission's going to consider in September. The reason they did this, it would have been easier if we just waited till the task force was done, but there's some dire needs that need addressed with landowners and elk and drought, and we didn't feel like we could wait. That's why we're doing this now.
Okay, I appreciate that. What I really want to keep us from doing is duplicating processes, and I think that's. But if there's something that we can help with, I guess in conjunction with that meeting, that'd be great. So we'll just we'll just stay moving forward like we are now, and then see what that looks like in July when that language comes out from the commission. Thank you. So one thing that we are going to put on one of the next meeting agendas is the set aside licenses. I think that's a discussion that we need to have as far as the task force, and I'm talking about the commission and the governor's tags and one-shot tags and women's antelope hunt tags. I think it's important to just have those, at least let the task force, let people see what that looks like, what those dollars go to, how that's allocated, those kind of things. I think I certainly could use some more education on that, and so maybe I'll get with Brian and see what meeting agenda works best, whether it's July or August to put that on there. But I think that's important to look at those. They come under, anytime we bring a legislative, as Representative Flintner knows, when we bring something up to the legislature, we always get to hear about the king's deer and all of that. So I think that's where these come from. I think I think we should at least have that conversation and look at those, and so everybody understands what those do and why they are there. So we'll put that on one of the agendas in the next couple months. Back to, and I think Larry will probably going to continue to have that conversation as we move forward through not only through the subcommittee work today, but as we move through tomorrow. But I think it certainly is a big deal. What I really want to know is what things, is there anything we're missing? Is there anything that we haven't covered that we could do a better job at over the next 3 months that we could at least try to tackle? I realize that we haven't come to any grand compromise, and if that falls apart, then we're going to be back to square one on that potentially. But is there any, is a fishing outfitter, is that something that we need to actually talk about?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
So that's the one I was gonna bring up, and I think Representative Summers will support this. I think it would be good, regardless of the outcome, to just have this task force have that discussion, because you have danced around the edges of the issue. It does deal with opportunity. It does deal with the experience. It's not going away. It continues to get exacerbated each year. I suspect this year, maybe even worse with water levels. So I think this group having the discussion before it's over with is a good idea. There was actually a bill proposed a few years ago, now not even a few, I think 1 or 2 years ago, to form a task force just to look at this issue. And so we're all together, we're formed, we all work together. I think that this is something that we should have on the agenda before we're done in December.
Okay, thank you. So we'll add that, and maybe we can pull that legislative language and just look at that for that. And who would be the best person to have talk to us about that? Besides, Representative Summers can, I know.
Part of the problem is to talk about it. I don't know when this task force is done, but it's hard to have this discussion without river outfitters at the table. And they're not going to be at the table until end of November.
Sure.
Because they're floating even into early November. And so it's really hard to have the discussion fairly. I think it's worth bringing up. It's not going to go away. I mean, if I get reelected, there's probably going to be a bill again. If Fred Baldwin's around, he run it last year. I suspect we'll run it again. So yeah, the issue's not going away. It doesn't hurt to have the task force have an update. And I think from the department on what they've done more monitoring of kind of the level of outfitting fishing on rivers. Maybe that's a good thing for everybody to have an understanding of. I know Jen and I have had some discussions about state lands, what their role is. I think if you get into this, you've got to have you've got to have the Forest Service there, you got to have the BLM there because they own some of these accesses. And so they permit much of what happens. But they don't often enforce it, right? So there's a lack of enforcement on what's there. Certainly, it's one of the bigger issues I hear at home from just plain old fishing. That it's hard to get the line in the water.
Well, it certainly is a large industry. If you just drive out to Alcova and or up to Miracle Mile and you see the amount of trailers and boats and the things that are happening, lodges and things, that's great. It's great. People are coming here to fish. I don't know. I actually don't know the issues with it as much as I know the issues with other things. So I think that would be good to get a review. So we'll add that to a future agenda, and then probably keep it on the agenda until we can get some of these folks in.
Mr. Chairman, I think if we advertise a meeting and arrange the, I think if we advertise the meeting and arrange the date for July or August to start the discussion and bring the agency personnel in, like you're talking about, the Forest Service, the state, and the BLM, and the State Board of Outfitters. If this thing went through, they could possibly be one board. So if you arrange all that, put a target on for the July or August date, advertise it, contact the people in the industry. Their industry is a lot different than the hunting industry. We're booked a year out. Oftentimes their bookings come as drop-in bookings or within a week of the trip, that type of stuff. There is some long-range bookings, but it's more the booking. Fishing trip actually takes place. Those operators will be able to target that. If it's advertised properly, contact right. So I would ask that we put it on the table for like the August meeting. Okay. At least that's a one-day meeting, and that might be the best day to really hit it hard, or that's what we focus on that day. I don't know. I'm here. One of these are, some of them are, so it's hard for them to make it too, but I think fishing outfitters actually a lot of ways have to be easier to be here.
Okay. No, we'll look at that. So I appreciate that.
Those were the two issues that I had thought about, Rusty, was the set aside licenses and then to address Representative Summers' concern on fishing. I think we had one public comment. Dusty Porter had mentioned a couple meetings ago talking about creel limits. So I know there's some other opportunities in that fishing discussion to be maybe be fleshed out. But are there some other issues that anybody else is? Adam, do you have some?
Purpose number one after the first comma, sports person access. Every time I bring it up, I get looked at like I'm the devil, whether it's by landowners, outfitters, or people that don't want to have that conversation because it's tough. That's number two on our list of our first priority. And we've booted that can repeatedly down the road. Like it either needs to be removed from our purpose, that sports person access is something that we're focused on, or we need to actually give it the time that it's warranted. And in my opinion, that looks like maybe inviting someone from Montana who truly knows the ins and outs of block management. Have our own access, yes, folks here presenting on how they think we can do something better, how we can interact with landowners to increase access, not just to private land. In all honesty, I could care less if I ever step foot on Dwayne's beautiful ranch to hunt or fish. I'm more interested in the forest or the BLM on the other side of it as our most sports person. So I think the access conversation is something we truly need to give more than lip service to. At this point in time, I don't know that we've even done that.
I think you're right on, Adam. I mean, the gorilla in the room is the fact that it's a private property rights issue and that we, but let's have the conversation.
Well, we're awful free with
so
letting private
Yep.
property owners fully benefit from a public resource. Like that's not a conversation anyone shied away from. I mean, we just talked about transferable type 6 licenses for a publicly owned asset that would benefit not the public in the least bit, but benefits landowners. So the access conversation, I know that doesn't benefit the private landowner, but neither does a transferable cow tag benefit the public sportsman, right? Like, we've got to have that conversation on both sides.
But on the, on the transferable landowner, I think if you look at the issue of damage, right? If you take damage payments from the game of fish, you have to provide access. So one thing you could look at with the transferable cow tags, you get those, you've got to provide access, right?
And then that's how this conversation starts. I appreciate that, Representative.
Yeah,
I do.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing. It's two different ways of getting the money, right?
Mhm.
But access should, maybe that access comes into that issue. And it's, it's a certain, I mean, I think we've had all these conversations, right? A certain number of tags goes some way and a certain number another way.
And I don't see why not.
I think the access, yes, and we've got, and I said this from here, we've got to figure out how to fund it where it's meaningful,
Or competitive.
to where it can compete with these guys, right?
And I know what you're gonna say, Wayne. You can't tell a private landowner he's gotta let people on. Excellent, I agree with you.
That isn't what I was gonna say.
Oh, good.
Mr. Chairman. What I was gonna say is, in my initial proposal on landowner licenses, access was tied to that. If any of you read it, you would agree with it, but I don't know how many read it. But access was tied
Mhm.
to transferable licenses, right from the get-go.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we continue to have both these conversations, because I don't believe there's a complete understanding by sportsmen about, it's not just damages, it's taking. And when you've got wildlife that are so far beyond projected numbers, that they are taking the resource from life, we're not benefiting from those wildlife. And so we have to have that kind of, like you were saying this morning, we've got to try to come and find some middle ground on this. Because I think the sportsmen still do not understand how much harm is being done to landowners and ranchers by some of these health numbers for these fights. So yes, we need to continue to have access conversations, but we continue to have an understanding and try to find some middle ground.
Jamie, Senator Driscoll has a comment. Ogden, can you hear us?
I can't turn my video on. I don't know why, but no big deal. I've been listening, it kind of got me a little on edge here, and I'm going to try to be as gentle as I can about it, but we keep running it back to there's no benefits from different tags to the resident population. And folks, we're here to benefit as best we can, but what we're really here to do is enhance game management and herds and manage them. And when we start talking about these side tags in excess, these are not about hunting. This is about how we manage game and damage. And I've gone round and round and round about this the whole time with the committee. It's just of extreme importance that we find a way to manage game economically with the department. And I get it if you're doing a tag that goes to a landowner to kill elk, cow, calf. The question is, how do you do it most effectively? And, if you want to talk about non-benefits, we shoot deer in town all the time with no licenses. And we have all kinds of other ends of it. And so we need to look a lot more at, be it a resident hunter, an outfitter, a landowner. It's not about me. It's about the overall picture of game management. How do we make healthy herds expand where they can expand and pull them down where we can? And I think we continue, as I listen to the comments, to not look at the big picture. We look at, what does it do for me? What does it do to me as a landowner? What does it do to me as a resident? We really have to look at the holistic end, and that means some of what we do likely will not be palatable to some end of it. But if it's for the good of the entire herd and game in Wyoming, it's the right thing to do. And I encourage everybody to really think about that, because, you know, that's really what we do in the legislature. We make decisions that are not popular, that are the right decisions. And that's really what this body should do. Is just because a group of people is going to stand up and tilt at a windmill and be mad because something happens, there's nothing wrong with going against that if it actually benefits your core value. And that's, like I said, I think we're straying on this committee into factions that really promote their own thing, but really are being kind of selfish about, is it really a piece of what fits into it? Because if we're talking about an elk herd, let's talk some of the areas we got elk that got thousands over objective. Do we want them to be more thousands over objective because we won't let a management tool be used because somebody's upset because they can't force access onto it? The answer is no. We need to manage the herd as best we can. If we can do it and we can find a way, like Cy talked about, that you do some trade-offs, get them on, great. But if you can't, we still need to figure out how to manage it. Either it's monster damage claims, or the other alternatives, what I've talked about. At some point in time, some of these areas, the game will just go away. Certain landowners will make it where they're just not there. And my whole intent's been, we fight over these limited pools of licenses. We really ought to be focusing on how can we grow the herds in the areas that they don't cause damage, and we create more opportunity, not fight over divvying it up. So there's not a lot of solutions there, but there's a little bit of angst about how bad we're getting divisioned up about not looking at the overall picture, and we're looking at how it affects us, be it me as a landowner or me as a resident hunter. We really need to encourage everybody to look at the big picture and make the hard decisions, because we've flirted around these. We've talked about this morning. At some point in time, you're going to make a decision that's going to catch on fire, and it needs to. It's going to be the only way that you get the management done. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ogden.
Yeah, and on that note, I think there's no doubt that no matter what this committee comes out with, we're not gonna have 100% of everybody agree on it. There's just no way. Not on any single one issue. There's just no way. So I appreciate those remarks, Ogden. It's good to think about. Is there anything else that we maybe are missing? Those are some big ones. So I don't know that we're missing it, but flirting around the edges with it that we need to dive into.
I have a question for Cy. This is an outfitter question. Non-resident outfitters. I've heard many anecdotes from different resident outfitters about the positives and negatives, about some of the flexibilities that non-resident outfitters have that resident outfitters don't have, and again, I know, so this question may sound entirely uninformed because it is. Is there actually an issue with non-resident outfitters, or am I just getting earfuls from a couple of resident outfitters that don't like seeing Colorado license plates in their backyard? I mean, is there actually a problem in parts of the state where you have guys running roughshod and just stacking people through, or is it?
In my limited view, I would say no.
Okay.
There's not a problem. Let me tell you, it goes back to interstate commerce laws.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what these fishing outfitters don't understand too. A lot of them that are really upset about people coming up to Colorado to run outfit business don't understand that can't be stopped.
Mm-hmm.
If they have a permit,
They're good to go, right? Yeah, and that was my understanding too.
That's the way it is in our world too.
Yes, so I'm gonna totally disagree.
It's limited. It's limited. We found that out.
Mhm.
Is that you can't build up a fence to stop somebody from making a living because they cross the state lines.
Sure.
So that's why non-resident hunting outfitters are allowed to exist and they're operating. You'll find, I'm sure I know what Alan's gonna say, but at the same time, you'll find that it gets beat back. That they have to permit, they have permit to do business, then you have to. So in the hunting world, it's small.
Mhm.
There's not many non-resident hunting outfitters that are here. And the reason that is it's really difficult to not live in a backyard that you run your business in.
Sure.
It's extremely difficult to do. I have an outfitter's license from Montana. And it's virtually impossible for me to expand because I don't live there. I don't know who to talk to, and when I do talk to them, I have two heads because I don't live in Montana. And that's what the non-resident hunting outfitters run into too. Most of the time where you see a non-resident hunting outfitter, it's on a specific ranch where he was asked to come there. So that landowner may be an out-of-state landowner that comes here and buys a ranch, and this recently happened. He had land in Texas, and he brought his Texas outfitter with him to operate on his new acquired property in Wyoming. He's familiar with that person. He knows that person has clientele. He knows that person can bring hunters there. So the outfitters that I've seen that live out of state that go to our public lands on national forest, some of them are successful. There's one in this room here, but most of them fail. Because they don't, they can't be here in the backyard. It's too expensive for them to travel here. So they're very, very small. You'll see the same thing in fishing. You'll see, but maybe the fishing world doesn't have the overhead that we have. So.
And I, like I said, I didn't know. It was just something that been brought up to me, and I figured I'd ask someone who knew more about it than I did, so.
In the world of hunting guides, it's about 1,400 licensed guides through the state on an annual basis, and less than 100 of those are out of state hunting guides.
Well, and I know several resident guides who are licensed in Montana and Alaska and Colorado, and
So New Zealand,
yeah.
so fishing guides, there is no.
And I knew with fishing guide, I mean, it's literally the Wild West.
Yeah, so if you have a permit on federal land, then yeah, it's regulated, but you go to any access that's not on federal land, it's some other kind of a even fish access or whatever. And state lands, sorry, Jen, doesn't enforce. So you see a lot of out-of-state licenses.
Well, they lack law enforcement ability, so.
And in Jackson, there's guys that pull in there in the summer from the south that outfit fishing in the south and then pull in there with the drip fixed. And it is a problem on the fishing side. And I hear a lot about it.
But it's a problem because the state of Wyoming is refused to regulate fishing.
We don't regulate.
Yeah.
When the hunting outfitter board was written and passed, we had fishing in part of it. And the fishing outfitters threatened to send the bill, so we carved them off and said, okay, fine, you guys just screw you, we don't care, go for it. And it's been a shit show ever since.
Sure.
It needs to be regulated.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. Yeah, so we'll make sure we get that on the agenda, the fishing part of it.
I have another question, and my
Go ahead.
brain's just running ADD mode a little bit here, but in regards to some set aside questions, is this going to impact the resident guide option? Like, I've got a buddy from West Virginia who puts in, and he wants that special option. If this goes that far, the set aside goes that far, can he still use a resident guide, or does he have to go with a licensed outfit? Go ahead.
We would never push to take that resident guide option.
Because that's what and it's two, I could take 2 people per year if going through the right
So
paperwork.
you can take your own little.
Yeah, or my buddy or college friend or whatever.
That's just being a good thing.
Absolutely.
We would never, ever push.
And that's wilderness only. That's
Yeah, absolutely.
That's wilderness only.
Yeah. Which affects the western half and the central part of the bighorns. That's about it.
But Adam, are you talking about if we end up with
If we end up with a
Outfitter pool,
50%
can a resident-
non-resident set aside,
can a resident sponsor a
Yeah.
non-resident in the resident guide clause to be part of that pool? That's
Yep,
what you're asking.
that's my question.
If you're asking for the pool licenses, I would have a different answer. The pool licenses would be relegated to licensed outfitted clients. Talking 50% tax, your friend can still apply for the other 50% tax.
Was that your question?
That was my question.
It's a fair point.
So I would think if you went through the outfitter's license and got the same, potentially got the same insurance or however you're gonna, however, we talked about this, and it's probably for the subcommittee to discuss a little bit, but when we talked about it, and I had a few calls on this, the landowners, how do we get the landowners to get into that pool too, or how does that work? Is there an application for, let's just say
Well, legally, I already have the ability to take 2 people.
Correct.
So,
Well, and they could, if they get the tag through the other draw, you see what I'm saying? So-
yeah, but why, a tag's a tag, right? Unless we're totally,
That's why
Doing
that's why I'm saying,
or-
I think that's for, they continue to have that.
but just a question.
But the big difference is why, go back to the beginning of the picture we painted as to why you would want somebody to be with the hunting outfit.
Mhm.
He's gonna leave 6.5 times the money trying to stay with Wyoming as your friend is. And so when you carve out that part of the industry, you're doing it for the benefit of our tourist industry. And and you still really, I was raised, of course I hate to go fair, but I was raised that 50-50 is fair. So if we carve off 50% of the licenses for the hunting industry and for the benefit of Wyoming's tourist economy, we still would carve off 50% of the licenses, choose not to use our services. That's fair. That's 50-50. So he still has access to 50% of those things. And Wyoming has access to see the benefit from the economy of the other 50%. So I would say, no.
The other side to that side though is that the guy that Adam is talking about, you just removed half of his opportunity. And to him, he would not tell you that's fair.
Yeah, so to counter, 50-50 is equal. That's not fair. I was raised, what's fair is not always equal, and what is equal is not always fair.
Good point.
So,
Hey, Joe has something that he would also like to have the task force.
I don't know if I want to jump into this. This is kind of a good debate. I like that. So I just want to throw it on there because we're going to have to get to it eventually. One of the primary drivers, I think, behind the discussion that led to this task force was a point system for resident elk, antelope, and deer. Whether we go there or not, we need to have that conversation. I think there's quite a few people that are expecting us to, and it hasn't come up yet. So I'd like to at least put that on there so we can have the conversation.
That one, I'm gonna be sick.
I was gonna say, who are those people? The point system, I've not heard anything from anybody positive about a resident point system.
Got a bunch of these.
Do you
So,
really?
yeah, and I think that you'll hear, I think we can see a model here.
He's coming back.
Yeah, I think that you can see a model here that would be an interesting, would be good for debate. That there's, there's something to be said for splitting it. We know, and Adam's talked about this a lot, about hard to draw area is going to be a hard to draw area no matter what.
Doesn't matter what we do, 100 to 0,
Yeah.
90, 10, 50,
That's
to
right.
be fair.
And that's right. Senator Hicks said this too. I mean, it's going to be hard, but when you start getting above a certain percentage and what is that 10, 15, there's actually some modeling that is probably pretty good for a point system above that. Below that, probably not, but
I'm gonna sound like
anyway.
Pat, because he's
So-
not here. Why would we start another system that we're trying to fix?
And that's going
Because
to
the
be,
current system doesn't work.
well, that's
That's
well,
why you're trying to fix it.
well, because when your neighbor gets a tag 3 years in a row, it's not
That's
fair.
exactly.
Damn right.
It's neither fair nor accurate.
That's right. And
Well,
it's
what
not-
is fair is not always equal. What is equal is not always fair.
In
So,
that case, neither one of them
you
apply.
know,
It's just bad.
It's just seeking that reasonable accommodation.
I'm all about reasonable accommodations.
So I think that you're right. We need to talk about that. There are
It
more
deserves,
people-
it warrants.
It does, yeah.
It was identified.
And I would
as a
tell you that
priority to talk about.
the legislators probably know this more than anybody. Every time a preference point bill or something's come up, it is literally split right down the middle. So,
Yeah.
So half the population, an equal amount of population Once. Yeah, a fair amount, like this side and the other one's like this side, so it doesn't ever get anywhere, so go ahead.
And you're right, and if you go back and look at some of the game and fish surveys, and so, but a lot of it depends on the question you ask. And so when you look at the game and fish surveys they asked, they said, and it gets back to a lot of debate that we had right off the bat with the weighted bonus point and all this stuff. And so the question, if you go back in the surveys, is do you favor a preference point system? And our respondents was no, but that was the wrong question to ask. And what the question should have been is would you be receptive to a hybrid system? That's what we actually have. Preference system is 100% preference. We have 100% random draw. What we've had is a 75-25. We went through this. So you get back to the 50-50. I think getting to Joe's point, maybe this is one of those cases where you just split the baby in 50% random, 50% some type of point system. I won't say preference points because I don't know that that's going to work. But I think if you look at that question, it's what you ask the question is the answer you get back. But even at that, it was actually like 53, 47, 53%. Now that survey work is 10 years old that the department did. But I think that's not the question that Joe was necessarily posing. I understood maybe a hybrid system that would have some random, some point. But I do think that discussion needs, I don't think we've fleshed that out well enough. I get a lot of, like Joe, I get a lot of people that want something. I actually thought that's what we were having the hard. I would much prefer that over the hard to hunt. Because it still doesn't get to the issue of the guy that's lucky that draws, on the 35% draw that draws 5 years in a row. And the guy that draws nothing. So that's neither equitable nor fair. And so I would rather look at this and contrast to just the hard to hunt, because I think there's more equity built into the system.
Would a waiting period satisfy that over a preference point?
The waiting point doesn't, because you get to the same thing.
Well, you at worst, the luckiest guy draws every 3 years, right?
Yeah.
In those hard to draw areas, at worst. Like, they're not drawing 3 years in a row, but they're drawing year one, they've got to be out for 3 years. They draw year four because they're lucky, they're out 3 years.
So
And
I
then you
think
got the guy that draws, you're on the statistical probability, and Joe's folks in his math department can show you this. Under that scenario, you're gonna have a certain percentage that never draw.
Sure.
Because it's random, it's still a random.
Well, and there's 1,000 applicants for 30 tags.
Well, no, but we're not even talking that, Adam. We're talking things that you should have a 70, 80% probability of drawing. A natural bell-shaped distribution of that population. There's gonna be 5% that never draw.
Mhm.
And 5% that draw every darn time.
Every time
that
they
they're
put in.
eligible. And there is no equity under that complete system for those long-term applicants.
And I think one way to think about this is to think about if you're a youth and you're putting in at 12 years old. And let's just say that you want to get a good license for your son or daughter. And so you send in for an area that's say 30%. Well, it's that technically a preference point system. You would draw that before they're not a youth.
Absolutely.
100% chance.
Guaranteed.
I think there's some merit to having that conversation, but underneath that certain percentage, we can do whatever we want on those really, really hard to draw areas. And it's just going to be.
Well, and the reason I bring that up, because that seems to be where a lot of the contention with the public comes from. I've seen in months at this point in time, a year's worth of public comment. I put in for a deer tag for 35 years. I put in for an elk tag for 35 years. The education component that it doesn't matter what we do, you're still going to keep putting in, and probably because again, there's 1,000 applicants for 30 tags. A waiting period doesn't satisfy that. Preference points doesn't satisfy that because there's 30 tags and 1,000 applicants. Like at best for a waiting period, you're pulling 90 people out of 1,000 applicants and assuming no one else is putting in, which is not the case.
Yeah, but
Well-
and I've got some data, and we'll share it at the subcommittee. I don't know how you want to go about this, Mr. Chairman, but it is interesting. So the thing I would agree, no matter what we do, you're not going to fix the 10 tag areas that have the high demand at all with waiting period or with preference points or anything. It's going to be bad. But you do make substantial headway on areas that have those higher draw areas. And those are the ones I get a lot of feedback on. For a while, it was the Shirley Basins. Now that those odds have dropped so low, but Muddy Gap 19, of course, Unit 7 there, the guy, at 25% draw odds, and I've applied for 10 years, I've never drawn it. And I know a guy that's drawn it 5 times. With a waiting period, you get to the point when those, 20 to 30% draw odds areas, you start taking those people out of the pool,
Mhm.
and you get to the point in 3 years, like Unit 19 for elk around here, you get to the point in 3 years, it's a 50% draw when you take them out. It's not guaranteed, but that's far better than the 20% that we have.
I was gonna say, it increases your draw odds by 100%.
It's big. So there are solutions. And I think what Joe Scott has proposed, I don't understand it quite. I haven't read through it, is kind of the same. A waiting period is still a preference system. It gives preference to people and it takes people out of the pool. It's a different approach. It doesn't have the revenue generation that points do, which is something to consider for game and fish, but it's another approach to it. And it does work. But that's the thing is that there's a finite line where it works well, and then you get too low, too high demand, and it's not going to, it budges at like a percentage point.
If that.
Yeah, and I've got a few like Unit 124 or 100, I can give you the date on it. It budgets it very, very little. And then when you get above 30-40%, you can't do that because you eventually will end up having fewer applicants than you have tags available, which may then end up shifting that out of a high demand. So it's got some, they're workable. It's just got some dynamics that have to be kind of figured out.
And all that is based on a lot of assumption too, that human behavior will remain the same under a new system. That, we saw resident deer hunters, 20% of us hunt every general area that's available as they come open. 80% only hunt one area their entire hunting career. So yeah, the people that are always going to put in for Area 7, we're making the assumption that they're only ever going to always put in for Area 7. Not that, now that I see 124's odds creeping up, I'm gonna start putting in for 124 or 58 or, pick whatever you want there. We're making those assumptions that no new applicants are gonna come in, that I don't know that.
So I know Tony wants to speak and just on that, I think Adam too, after looking through all the drawing odds and first choice, second choice, third choice, I have a feeling that the most people that send in actually don't look at any drawing odds, that they just put in. And so we are still talking about.
Well, the education component.
Yeah. I know. Anyway. Okay,
Well,
Tony,
I'm
go
just
ahead.
gonna, comment, and maybe I'm the dinosaur in the room, but all of these things we talk about with the, everybody that we talk about is the person who wants the type 1. They gotta have a type 1. Apparently, they're not gonna be satisfied with anything else other than a type 1. Particularly, in the hard to draw areas. Now, a general tag, you can get anything, but there are a lot of us who, if we don't get a type 1, hell, we'll shoot a cow. We're happy to shoot a cow or a calf. There's a lot of meat hunters out here in the state, but we keep talking always it's the guy that wants the wall hanger, and he hunts around the state or he hunts a particular area because he wants a wall hanger. But there are a lot of people out there who, they hunt for food. They hunt for the enjoyment of it. My daughter in Area 7 didn't get a bull permit for 27 years and then got 2 in a row. But she shot a cow every year, is a great hunter, loves to hunt, looks forward to it, is disappointed when she didn't get the type 1, but she got a type 4. The family went out and hunted and we shot cows when we didn't get a type 1. And so, I think there's a misconception here that, we're not thinking about the person who just loves to hunt and hunts for meat, and the family likes to get out. And I think, having a waiting period probably would help, like in Area 7. And that's the only area my family hunts, and there's 11 of us who hunt. And it would be nice if you could take those so many out every 3 years, and I wouldn't care if I only got a type 1 every 5. I mean, I'm disappointed, but it's no big deal because I always hunt for a cow then. So
Larry?
So Tony, that, when you phrase that up, you're right, but it's really two different issues. Let's see if I can articulate that. The reason that we spend all this time is it's a supply and demand option. And there's more than ample opportunity to go hunt cows and does and fawns. You can buy multiple licenses. There's leftovers after the leftover draw. And so it's really not an issue with most people as far as the meat hunting public in Wyoming, because there's just so much opportunity to do that. So there's no demand that's out competing the resource. Now, yeah, you may have to drive, but we literally have leftover cow, doe fawn permits. That's why we have the leftover draw. And then there's even another draw after the leftover draw that you can pick those up. So it's just not that big of an issue. If you're truly a meat hunter in Wyoming, there's all kinds of opportunities. And so the reason we get drugged back into this is because it is a finite resource with a lot of demand on those. And that's where from a public policy standpoint, that's why there's so much emphasis on that, is because it's competing demand and interest, where strictly for the meat hunter, you have an unlimited opportunity to buy multiple tags in state of Wyoming. And I think that's the reason. It's not that we're not losing sight of it. In my opinion, they're pretty well taken care of right now on our current systems.
but all of the comments that we receive, everything, they're not about, I'm not able to hunt for, to hunt because I didn't draw type 1. So I wasn't able to hunt. And to me, that's probably not true, is it? I mean, is there that many, a book full of comments, this thick? Are those the only people that are after a type 1 or a buck deer or a buck antelope? But they're not going to hunt anything else if they don't get that type 1, or they want to go to a certain area for a type 1, and if they don't get it, they're done hunting. I don't buy that.
I think you're onto something there, that you're probably right. I just don't think they're gonna complain about,
Well, I think what happens is
so-
they put in for those type 1s, they don't get it. And as a resident, much to Larry's testament, good, I'll go get my general. I can still hunt a bull even if I don't draw 124 every year or ever in my life. I can go hunt some of the best hunting in the entire western part of the United States every single year, guaranteed, as a resident of this state. And if you're chasing elk and you're chasing big bulls, there's a big bull in every unit in this entire state. So the whole argument of I've got to have an area 7 to shoot a big bull, or an area 35, or I've got to have a 128 deer tag to shoot a big buck, it's a disillusion that as residents, we need to step up and own. And I'm saying this as a resident sportsman. I say that to my peers. I don't care if you can't draw a 35 tag every single year in a row. Cross the highway and hunt 36 in a general unit and shoot the same elk that you're going to hunt in 35. 6 and 7. But then we go back to some of those neighboring areas don't have the access in order for that to happen and make sense out of that. So.
Okay, so I think we came up with 4 or 5 things that we're going to continue with.
Good time to stop if you have 4 or 5.
We're not running out of
Rusty,
things to
one
do.
question on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
And so then this would be a question for Brian. I know it was anticipated, Brian, that this task force was going to do roughly 18 months and then we were done. And the question I have for the conversation that you've had with the governor, because it's his task force. If we still have some lingering issue that there might be an opportunity to make some progress on, are we just done in December, or is that a hard, that's it? Because there's no way we're going to grapple with all these issues between now and December with our limited number of meetings. So then we have to come back and let's say, okay, let's pare that down to what we think we can tackle. Just do a straw poll and get what are those priority issues that we need to address. So what is the answer to that question?
So, yeah, what it would require is a pretty specific plan with a justification for why it was important and a strong endorsement from the task force. And then a conversation, I think, between me and the chairs and the governor to get him on board, but it would take his approval. He did set an 18-month maximum time limit on it. I don't know how he feels about extending it, but I think that would be the approach, is go to him with a very specific plan, strong task force support and justification.
All right, thank you.
Good question. Okay, so at this point, we're gonna go into a break, and then we're just gonna go into the subcommittee breakout work, and this is gonna be pretty much impossible for the folks on Zoom to watch. I don't know how we're gonna break out into this in this room, or how we're gonna do that, but we're probably gonna just end the Zoom meeting until after lunch, around 12:30. So the folks that are on the committee that are on Zoom, or if you're gonna want to come into one of the committee works, go ahead, Jamie.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of wondering how you're going to connect this, because a number of your people are on both committees, and also they're not here. So would it be feasible for you guys to just break out right here, right now, and the rest of us will just hide and watch, and we'll just listen to your work?
I think that's perfectly fine. Actually, we can do that. What's the, I'm open to suggestions on this. I didn't know, whether we're going to, go ahead, Jeff.
I was gonna say, I would actually, if you're not on the subcommittee, and you're here, I would actually like the participation of everybody
Yeah.
here to be on one of these subcommittees.
I want to be on both, so that's kind of why I was hoping you
Oh,
might just say
perfect.
good, and then maybe just divide your time between the two.
Yeah, we got 3 hours and 3 subcommittees.
And make this the subcommittee then,
Yeah.
as a whole.
I see what you said.
All right, let's just do that. Let's do that. We'll leave
Just
the,
tackle the topic
Yeah.
instead of
we'll leave
splitting
the,
the committee.
we'll leave the,
Unless you feel like.
camera
you need
rolling.
more time for each topic.
Unfortunately, Joe has done a lot of pre-work, which might expedite some of that. So I think that would be healthy if we just do that.
Yeah. Well, let's just do that. I think that's more open too. I think that's better for our all of our viewing audience, and certainly the committee members that are on Zoom then can participate easier. So we'll just do that. And let's just jump into the big one, which is the grand bargain. Joe, and we'll give you maybe, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll jump into that.
That's good. So I need to get it to Sarah, see if we can get it up on the screen. 'Cause
Okay,
I don't have
sounds good.
copies of it.
So we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back. Yeah, so the damage. If I put it on there, we're just talking about what happened.
Well, what kind of things?
It's like the legislature, you want to shoot things, everybody gets upset, which means it's probably good, or you whittle it down to where that does absolutely nothing, and then everybody's pleased, but you don't solve any of the issues.
And we did already approve the agenda, but if we do have a little bit of time, because I know we're gonna have a lot of conversation and discussion here for the next 3 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. If we have a little bit of time, we may take a little public comment before or just after lunch, before we go into our afternoon session. So, okay, Joe, I'm gonna turn this over to you. This is your subcommittee, and you can, it's on you now.
Thanks, I appreciate that. Can you pull that document up, Sarah? Thank you. Probably need to remember to bring printed copies of this stuff, and I don't, so my apologies, but I think Sarah's gonna pull it up. So basically, after our last meeting, Mr. Chairman, task force members, good morning.
Good morning, Joe.
After our last meeting, I tried to take the feedback from the group and the previous subcommittee's work to try to frame, what I think would eventually end up being in different chunks. And I did my best to guess on what might be commission rule regulation versus what might have to go to the legislature for statute, just to give us a place to start. And so in this document. We'll walk through them. There's 5 sections, which are essentially 5 components that are part of, to use Mr. Crank's word, this grand compromise. I don't know if that's the vernacular, the moniker we want to attach to it, but that's what it says right now. And so, so let me just walk through those, and then we can have some conversation. So the first one, as you can see up there, the first section, the first thing is that Game and Fish, and probably through the commission process or rule, needs to essentially identify 2 types of units. And so when I say units, these are the limited entry units that we apply for antelope. That's everything. And then of course for deer and elk, that's everything except for the general units, and really focused on type 1, type 2, and type 9 tags. So those are the high demand, generally either sex or antlered animal only tags with that. And basically what it would require is that the commission would identify high demand units, and then everything else would be considered standard demand units. And so what I've written in here and proposed based on our conversation is they would use a 3-year rolling average of resident drawing odds in those units to determine which ones fall into high demand or standard demand. So basically looking at them and saying over the last 3 years, on average, this unit has had a 10% drawing, resident drawing odd. That's going to be a high demand unit. Everything else is a standard demand unit. So I set the threshold in there. You can see it highlighted at 30%. That's sort of where we've landed. I've had public comment already, quite a bit of it. Some folks think that needs to be 20% or less. Other folks that think that needs to be 35 or 40%. And so I don't know, at 30%, there seems to be a good look. And so Sarah, if you'd scroll down just a little bit for me to that table so we can see it up there. What I did is I just went and took a stab at looking at the resident drawing odds. These aren't perfect because this doesn't take into account, I think, the resident landowner tags that come off the top, but gives you an idea of where you want to set the threshold. So at 30%, that's 40 elk units would be considered high demand, 26 deer units, and 22 antelope units. You can go up to 40, and you can see an elk, we only add 2 units going up to 40. Even if you go up to 50, only add 5. Deer, it's smaller, elk or antelope a little bit larger, but it gives you a sense. If we were to say 25% is the cutoff point, you lose 5 elk units, the deer units stay the same, and you lose 5 antelope units. 30% seems to be a fair spot to kind of set that threshold. And I do have some modeling on how it pans out, and I've modeled both 30% draw units and then the high demand units.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the question?
Yes.
Joe, thanks. I've sat here for a year now, and I can't answer a simple question. So let's just take the 30. So 40 units. How many units, elk units, do we have in the state of Wyoming? I'm just trying to understand how many. I want to get a bigger perspective of how many.
It's over 100.
Yeah, that's probably a third of
Numbered
them.
over 100, but I didn't know if that really meant that.
No, it's,
There's some that aren't numbered at all. They got rid of those numbers.
yeah,
You know,
like
we could
50
get
through
that
54 is all
information
51.
from the department. When you have that, I think it's a good perspective of, okay, we have 100 and 40 of those are hard to draw. It'd be kind of nice to know that.
Yeah.
For me.
For elk, deer, and antelope.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, and I think we might even have that.
And we can get that for you today, Albert.
Yeah, we can get that.
Yeah, and I'm just looking quick, Representative Summers, to get an idea. So looking at limited entry elk units for limited entry rifle or type 9, type 2, type 9 tag, it actually looks like it's 58, but I could be wrong on that. So let's let in fact, I went wrong on that. So let's let the department give you those numbers, because I don't see units pulling up there. But that gives you an idea, and then you would get a sense if we put the total units on there, how many units would be considered standard demand. And so essentially this section 1 is saying fish and game, you got to identify and define or designate what we want to call these high demand areas. And then every other area would be a standard demand area. And you're going to have some on the fringe. So look at elk there at 30%, it's 40 units. When you go to 35, it's 41. You go to 40, it's 42. Over time, those other 2 units may end up becoming high demand. Some units may become, you're going to see some movement back and forth at that fringe. But I think that's probably okay if we're using the 3-year rolling average to do that. And those data are available. So I don't know that it's horribly cumbersome for the department to do that calculation. So that's the first thing, is we've got to designate what are high demand units, what are our standard demand units. And then so Sarah, if you scroll down just a little bit to section 2, so that's up. So section 2, then basically the section part is what we discussed, where in high demand units, we'll do the quota split of resident to non-resident licenses to 90-10. And then I think what we said, everything else standard demand stays the same. So that's 80-20 or 86-14, I think, for ELK as it exists right now. So those units that are, standard demand, Antelope, northeast part of the state, we're really not adjusting any of the splits between residents and non-residents, which I think would be somewhat palatable to those resident landowners who take non-residents or allow non-residents through trespass. So basically what we're doing is saying for type 1, 2, and 9, if they're high demand, those units, the allocation between residents and non-residents is 90-10. Many of those units, I would say, probably don't have significant outfitting activity on them right now. I don't know this, but just listening to Cy over time, like area 60 or 61 Antelope, you split those, you're probably not impacting outfitted numbers significantly. I don't know that for some of the ELK units if they become high demand in the northwest part of the state. So a couple of options that we built in here with this. So one of the options, which has a positive financial impact, I think, to the department, is that any unsubscribed high demand unit licenses that aren't drawn in the initial resident draw would become available in the non-resident draw. So the sequence of the draw is, residents go through first and then non-residents. We allocate that initial 90-10, but if you've got a unit where there's 90% of the tags available to residents, it's high demand, and we only allocate 86% of those, the balance would go into the non-resident, which means that in those units, they could actually draw more than 10%. And I think, Jennifer, you called that rollover in some of the analysis. So you could roll those over, or you just leave it as it is, and anything left over goes into the leftover draw. And then a couple of other options to consider is if we wanted to go where the committee was sort of going in the standard units, we could move those to 85% and 15% across the board allocation between residents and non-residents. Antelope and deer right now is 80-20, elk is 86-14, or we could align everything with elk. I think I have that right.
It's actually 84-16.
84-16, sorry, okay. So we could have just aligned them all with the way elk is distributed right now. And so there's a straight standard split. So you've got 3 options. Leave it as status quo in the standard demand units. Go to the 85-15, which would put a few more tags towards residents, or go to the 84-16, and just align everything with where elk is, which leaves elk the same, but would give a few more tags to residents for deer and antelope. So that's sort of the next piece of it, this 90-10, I guess the changes there with high demand versus standard demand. Any questions, comments there? Or do you want me to keep rolling through it, then we can come back and chew this all apart?
Let's do that. I
Okay.
think that would be best, Jim.
Okay, so section 3 then is waiting periods after holding a high demand unit type 1, 2, or 9 license. And so basically what we're saying here is that the commission, I think through rule or regulation, would basically impose a mandatory waiting period for anybody who is successful in drawing a high demand type 1, 2, or 9 tag. So if I draw one of those high demand tags and I get it, it's my year, and then I'm out for 3 years. So, and the goal here is you remove those people from that applicant pool with the idea that over 3 years, you're removing a chunk of folks. In some units, it's not going to make a big difference, but it does get at that equity issue when you have that wonderful, lucky neighbor. I've got one who drew unit 100 elk 3 times since I've been here 10 years. it basically pulls those people out and you get rid of some of the inequities that happen with the folks that are just plain lucky under the current system. So I've pitched a 3-year waiting period. An option we have would be to go to 5 years. I've done some initial analysis and, it really doesn't help as much as we would want in some of the high demand areas, and it actually creates issues in those that are sitting at that 30%. So I think 5 years is probably too much. One of the options that we could do is that if you're in a waiting period, so this is option 2, we would restrict individuals in a waiting period to only be eligible to purchase a general deer or elk license in that waiting period. For antelope, since they're all limited entry, then we would say you can either that, or you can only apply for a type 1, type 2, or type 9 license in the leftover draw. So if I'm in a waiting period, I either hunt general or I apply and try to pick up a tag in the leftover draw. That's option 2.
Mr. Chairman. Jill, my only thoughts on that is then you're gonna start concentrating all of those people that are in that 3-year waiting period into those general license areas versus distributing them across the general license and all of those other limited quote areas. You're less likely to run into a hunter crowding problem if we distribute them across all of the units versus, and we'd have to run the numbers. Number one, wouldn't apply to antelope because they're all limited quote,
Right.
but on the deer and elk, my only concern with option 2 is that you could start to run into some localized crowding issues in those general license areas.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, to get to that. So I've had that feedback. Some people have already emailed me and asked about that. I don't know that that's the case because in any given year, we're already awarding the same number of licenses. And the assumption is that the people who don't draw it are in the general areas. So if we take those folks out in a waiting period and they go general, you're bringing in the equivalent number who are going to draw those limited units, probably pulling them out of the general area. Now that's across the board. There could be some localized things, but you're still dealing with the same number of
There's gonna be
licenses and the
some
same number
shift.
of people. Yeah.
And there will be.
But I don't know that it's going to redistribute significant demand because those people that aren't drawing are probably already buying general deer and elk tags and they're probably already hunting in there. It's just what we shift with this is who's hunting where, limited entry versus general, I think.
Adam? And I don't know the answer to this question, so that's why I'm asking. Do we have the option now? Can you leave your first choice blank and only apply for a second or third choice? Because if that's the case, you can't. If your first choice is blank, you're.
Yeah, and I want to throw my bomb out in the middle of all this because I brought it up at the last meeting, and I'm still trying to wrestle with it. I talked to Director Nesbitt about it at length. Is what would happen? And Jennifer, just cover your ears because your head's going to blow up. But what would happen if you drew a type 1? I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's 100% draw area for type 1 that you drew it in. And the following year, you could not apply for any type 1 as a first choice. Would that self-filter? So we have, but as a second choice, if there's a type 1 area and there's tags that are not drawn, they roll into that second choice, then you're able to apply for that. And then that allows those folks that have never drawn a type 1 to have first crack at all those type 1s. Is it self-fill and do it, but you can't apply for it for 3 years. You can't apply for another type 1 first choice for 3 years. And and again, maybe it's something that.
Well, I think that addresses my question.
That's the question. I know that's why I told Jennifer, plug your ears.
If there's got to be some way, because unless we do a resident preference leftover, which adds another layer to it.
That's coming, so just hold tight.
Which isn't a horrible idea, but there's got to be some way to, I drew a area 7 or an area 124 elk tag. Ha, gotcha, right? I can't put in for it this year, but I'd like to put in for 34.
As a second choice.
As a second choice next year. So what do I put down for my first choice? I don't want to put general down because I know I'm gonna get that, and then it's stupid to put in for a second choice as a resident.
That's where I was, it's a mechanics thing that.
She didn't plug her ears, Lee.
And the reason I'm looking at this is there was a comment made, the way our system is set up that many folks don't understand
Mhm.
is you don't get first, second, and choice the second your name is pulled out of the hat. There are 3 different drawings.
Mhm.
They never wanted, Game and Fish didn't want to give someone a first choice license or second choice license someone else wanted as a first choice. So that's what we're doing, is we're making them stay out of it
Mhm.
until the second choice, and if there's leftover tags, great, if not.
So, Mr. Chair.
Is that a category thing, Jennifer, that would have to,
Just be a second draw.
yeah,
You couldn't apply for you have to let everyone else have first crack. And I'm wondering if that would be self-filtering on the hard to draw areas. Jennifer's got.
Can I just make a comment? So currently, the way our system is programmed, you have to put a first choice in. But based on the conversations from this meeting last time, I have talked to our IT, and it could be programmed where we could leave the first choice blank and get it back. Not currently programmed that way, but it could be done. So I didn't plug my ears, but I did have it.
what would the mechanics of filtering out those first choice successful applicants from the previous year look like?
It's out.
What's that?
No, I'm just saying type 1 is grayed out. Or you just choose not to apply.
For any unit or for just the high demand unit?
No, I'm just saying any, because what it
For a
does,
first choice only, though.
what it does, Joe, is, and I don't know the mechanics of how this works, and it might be a completely screwed up idea. But for any type 1, you don't get put in as a first choice if you've had one the previous 3 years, or previous year. What it does then is it allows those people that want those as their first choice, first crack at them. And if you have a type 1 area or an area type 1 tag that has some leftover that rolls into the second choice drawing, then it's a free for all. Then everyone that wanted that as their first choice, they got it. And then then everyone gets a crack at those as a second choice. That's just I spent a lot of hours on the trail the other day, and that's what was bouncing around in my head.
So I
It's
was,
been a rough trail.
They all are.
so Lee, I would tell you, in general, so option 3 gets at that, but I was only thinking the high demand units. So when you're in a waiting period for deer, antelope, or elk, you would not get a first choice. You would put a second choice, and you would have the ability on a second choice to pick up a type 1, type 2, or type 9 license.
But if we do it, and then correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I'm asking people to beat this up and tear it apart. But would it self-regulate and not make the Game and Fish go through all these hoops of determining what's high demand?
So my first thought is, Lee, is I don't think it gets to the issue of the waiting period unless you say, so how long do they?
No, that's what I'm saying, 3 years.
So 3 years.
Yeah.
What I wonder under that scenario, so for 3 years, basically you would have to run several draws for the same resident. So let's assume you have a 90% type 1 draw, right? And I can't apply for any type 1, but I could potentially draw it on my second choice, which is gonna happen. Because that means it's barely subscribed for. So you take, let's just use some real numbers, 100 licenses, 90% chance of draw. That means 90 of those licenses, 90 people bought those, there's 10 left over. Those go into the next draw, right? Well, you're gonna have those 90 people that stayed out that year, the next year. So they may pick that up on their second choice. It's automatically gonna roll into that second draw. Those are just gonna.
You're
roll
gonna
in.
wait your second and your leftover draw
Back to my
substantially.
point
Yeah.
is I could potentially draw that same tag every year through the 4 years in a row. Every year.
But if you've done
Because
this,
it becomes
because no one else
random
wants it.
after the second choice is a random draw.
How
So-
would that work for party
So I wait out for 3 years.
You said destroy it.
I drop my second choice every year. It doesn't eliminate that random ability. It just says on those units, you could potentially draw that every year, just like clockwork. And
But
so
if it's rolled over into the second choice drawing, that means that anybody that wanted that as a first choice has had their crack at it. And then it's fair game.
I think what Joe's proposal here is trying to address is significant interest in these, what would be classified as high demand units. You're trying to address them. But I see what you're saying, and I do think that there is some self-regulation of this that would just, but it would have to have some modeling to kind of showcase that.
And I think we can, I'm not torpedoing the high demand thing. I'm just looking at a way that I can see Game and Fish having to deal with this on a continual basis of determining what is hard to draw or high demand areas. Whereas if you did it this way, maybe it does just automatically determine by the amount of applicants what it is, what a high demand area is. Depends on what is.
Sorry, you have a.
So can we roll back up to the beginning of this? Since I thought we were gonna wait till the end, since we're not. Okay, so here it is.
Yeah, real quick right there also, I'm just gonna interrupt to answer Albert's question. Everybody can write this down. Jennifer pulled this for me. So elk areas, distinct areas, 63 distinct areas
In 2021.
in 2021. And there are 90 types. So when we figure out this is type 1, type 2, and type 9, there would actually be 90 of those.
So real quick question for clarification. So when you say 63 distinct units, is that just limited quota units or is that all units within the state?
That's limited quota.
That's just limited.
That's limited quota that holding type 1, 2, or 9.
All right, that's what I wanted to find out.
Yep.
There are more
Type
elk
1, 2.
That's a good
There's
question.
There is
more
more
elk
elk
areas.
areas, but the
Those are,
question he asked was elk areas that had a type 1, 2, or 9.
that's right.
All right, I
Which is
just
what
wanted
we're-
to make sure.
Yeah,
And
and
Jennifer, when you say distinct, you mean this high demand area, distinct
No,
high demand? or
Those are just
distinct-
limited quota. There's 63 limited quota elk areas that offer those
when we
three.
talk about
types
high
of
demand, that would be 90. That could be 90 because there would be 1, 2, and 9. There's types. There'd be 3 of those and they could all be high demand. So
And all in one area.
that number goes to 90. Okay.
So there's 63. So like if you look at area 7, you could have a 7 type 1, a 7 type 2, and a 7 type 9. So that's 3 in the 90, but 1 in the 63, because there's 1 distinct area 7.
So Jennifer, how do you, or is it included in these units that have general license, but also a type 9 license? Is that included in the 63?
No, I just looked at areas that have a type 1, 2, or 9 for elk.
So because because we have general
So it's-
license areas that also have a type 9 license.
So it's calculated in that.
That's part of the 90?
No.
It's not,
It's not. Okay.
okay, so there's more limited.
So there's a few more.
It goes closer to 100.
Okay. So type
Which is also
So-
still the allocation in the general unit, just.
deer would be 54 distinct areas. And then that other number is 67. And antelope, 101 distinct areas. And that other number would be 121.
And on deer, I added the type 3.
And yeah, and deer that we added type 3 in that.
That's the whitetail.
Okay, sorry about that, Si. I think that's good for people to at least have those numbers, even if there's maybe some questions on the fringe on some of those general areas.
Okay, so to me, the obvious, I'm gonna advocate for the resident hunter that is really happy in the Unix hunting it right now that has 96% draws. Okay. If you went with option number one, in my opinion, it has to be a 3-year block of time. So it starts in 23, 24, and 25, come up with your high demand draw. Those units for a 3-year block, it doesn't change. It stays for that 3 years. That's the beginning of the 3-year waiting period. So it helps those individuals that are married to an area like Area 7 that has 24% draws right now, and you take that 24% out, they drew 23. Okay, so then in 24, theoretically, those draws should go to around 50%. In year 3, they should have about 75% draw. And it keeps people that draw that type 1 tag from jumping out of there. They drew that Area 7 the first year, keeps them from jumping over to these areas where these other residents hunters are very, very happy. 96% draw area from having their draws annihilated. So that person that draws that Area 7 1 tag, only option he has to go elk hunting is cow hunting or general license.
Or a second choice.
Our second choice.
Yeah.
And it keeps that guy that's in area that has 96% draws
34.
is not affected by it. It's a 3-year block, and that's where you come up with your high demand average. So it doesn't change. It's locked in for 3 years. It's 23, 24, 25. Then in 26, we start over again with our high demand areas for 26, 27, and 28. This is what it is.
So sorry, not to interrupt, just so I understand, you're suggesting instead of having Game and Fish calculate this on an annual basis, they would just calculate it every 3 years?
Correct. And they would publish those high demand areas, and we would all know the rules of the game for 3 years. And so if you chose to draw one of those areas, you can see kind of what your draws are going to look like. And it would also help stability for the outfitting industry. If there is a change in quota splits, you know what those changes are 3 years at a time, not every other year. Not every year changing. If this were to go through and we had an outfitter license, it would be effective on an annual basis. You can't do that.
So let's go down. So
And the waiting period would be 3 years,
And those demand areas don't fluctuate.
not for 3 years. They're locked out 3 years.
But I mean, tangibly, the numbers, those milk and these game numbers don't fluctuate in those high demand areas so that the demand areas don't evolve.
So I think that what she's asking, the quotas might change.
Quotas might change.
Quotas might change because we have to get, we wouldn't be able to
Yeah, it wouldn't
tackle
tie the
that,
manager's hands,
but the quota could change, but we're locking in what he's asking
We gotta
to lock
protect-
in that
we gotta
that
protect
area
these resident sportsmen who don't want to play the Area 7 game.
class.
You cannot go in there and screw up their draws because they're perfectly happy where they're at. And they don't need Area 7 malcontents jumping in there, trashing their draws because they drew Area 1. They drew that draw the first year. Now they come over there. and beat other people's
So you're
draws.
basically saying their only options general.
yeah, so go down to section
Fine
3.
with a second choice. I
Or
mean,
second choice.
yeah.
Second
Yeah.
choice.
So it's option 3 under section 3 then. So what I'm hearing in section 1, we would say Game and Fish calculate that every 3 years. It's going to stay designated as a high demand for 3 years, even if additional quotas push it from 30% to 32 or vice versa, it's going to stay high demand. But then what you're saying is option 3 here. Basically what we're saying, anybody who's in a 3-year waiting period cannot apply for a type 1, 2, or 9 license except for as either second choice or in a leftover draw.
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So that's I think option 3 under here. So that means that they cannot apply as a first choice in a standard demand unit. Okay.
Just a question on it. So I don't see like cow tags, right? So, no, like on option 2, that's still, general is general, but certainly shouldn't they be allowed to apply for a cow tag?
Yeah, those are excluded here. So basically, if you want to put your first choice a type 4 tag and say have at it.
Type 4, 6, or 7.
Yeah. have at it, because that's what we want to kill, right? I mean, we want those tags to get allocated, and killed.
If somebody's put in for a private land area that's a type 4 cow tag, he has a place to hunt. He's already got a place to hunt, so he's not looking for a place to hunt, trust me on that. He has a home. So we want to have those tags.
Jennifer, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in general, we don't see massive changes in drawing out probability in the type 1 units and things like that. Maybe there's a few that will see some fluctuation, but I mean, calculating that on a 3-year basis is probably okay for stability. Maybe chew on that, think about it. I just can't imagine we see massive changes in drawing odds for residents.
The only time I would say we would change drawing on, which is my hope this year, is when we see reductions in licenses. There you go.
Yeah.
We cut significant animal licenses this year, so we may.
The odds change, but the number back.
But I don't know that it would be significant in those first, especially.
Okay,
I think the other thing that changes is like this year when they add a type 2 license to a couple areas and see how that, I mean, that's probably something that we figured. But
yeah, that's a good point though, because we'll have to have the commission and the department consider that if we add a new one, does it stay standard demand until you have 3 years of data to determine whether or not it's high demand?
I think you just look back.
Yeah. But if we add a brand new type 2 to an area this year, there will be no historical data there. So it's probably automatically qualified as standard until we have 3 years of data to recalculate whether it should be a high demand.
And in area 7 was perfect with that. Type 2 was a new one and a lot of people didn't understand it or put in. And so it was a high draw this last, now I don't know what it is this year, but last year it was,
That'll change
yeah, it'll change in a heartbeat.
really quick.
It already did, I'm sure.
About that.
I can give you 2 specific examples, one for elk and one with antelope.
You want to include the type 0 tags that we have too?
Type 0.
The muzzle loader handgun licenses we have 3 areas. In that?
I had them included in the antelope in my analysis, the muzzleloader ones. And I thought those were still type 1, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Okay, well, so let's keep moving and then we can go back and talk about this in a comprehensive nature. So section 4, scroll on a little bit. This is the outfitted non-resident license pool drawing. That's a mouthful. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'm becoming so conscientious of the rhetoric and buzzwords that are coming through public comment. I'm not sure what to call it objectively. I believe this has to happen in statute. I'm not positive on that, but I think in statute, and then eventually commission would have to do rule and regulation accordingly. Basically what we talked about, so creating an outfitted non-resident license pool where essentially non-residents who are contracted with a registered outfitter could apply in this pool for non-resident tags, with the idea that would not only preserve the economic impact of an outfitting industry, but also give higher odds because there would be less people that might be in that pool essentially. And so I set it at 40%, and you'll see it's highlighted there. That's what originally what Science Group was proposing. You'll see the one option I offer here is moving that up to 50% just because of some of the other aspects of this grand compromise. And so essentially it would be just an outfitter set aside. It's a pool. I did put in here, I didn't have the numbers, but we would increase these license fees accordingly to cover the anticipated lost revenue that would happen when we implement predominantly section 2, the quota split change, but also possibly section 5. So, you know, I was going to add more, but I think we covered this pretty extensively. It sets aside. The thing that I haven't addressed here is, I think Adam's question is a good one. You know, is there a resident guide option that can get people in the pool? And then the one that I think still exists is whether or not non-registered landowner outfitters should be able to apply people into this pool. I didn't put it in there. I think at the end of the day, probably want them to register to do that, but I know that there's, especially in your area, Rusty, I think Director Nesbitt has shared this, there's some concerns about the impact on lost trespass fee revenue and things like that. So essentially this is so we would no longer have a non-resident regular and a non-resident special. we would have a non-resident, typical or regular, whatever you call it, and then we would have a non-resident outfitted pool that we would split. So total non-resident tags, depending on what the quota split is, would be split down the middle or 40-60, depending on where we land. Half of them would just be for residents to apply and they could come and do it yourself, DIY. The other portion would only be available to apply for is if you were contracted with a registered Wyoming outfitter.
Just on that, if we went down that path in statute, you could just put like a cap, by rule and regulation department, but no more than 40%, 50%, that is, that they could do that.
Give them flex.
Not to exceed.
Not to exceed. So that gives them more flexibility.
Can I speak to the landowner thing? I've been thinking about this a lot. So you've already carved off the hard to draw areas, which doesn't apply to Eastern Wyoming. Okay, so if the quota splits stay at 80-20 for those areas, those landowners up there are whole. Once they have trespass fees, they're whole. They're not affected at all. And the draw continues to be conducted the way you're proposing, to where there's a resident draw first, the remaining tags for deer and antelope, and they'll drop into the non-resident draw. They stay whole. So if they choose to become registered and to participate in the outfitter draw, that would be a choice that they would make, but it would affect virtually none of them. It just wouldn't be effective because nothing changes in those areas. So there's no need to think about it any deeper than that because it doesn't change at all for these landowners. The only way you're gonna get the industry to look at quota splits that are reductions is to have a 50% outfitted pool. And that's not just for today, that's for going down the road in the future too. And we don't know where we're gonna be at in 10 years. The statute has changed by state law. It's a hell of a lot harder to fix or change that 10 years with future legislators, et cetera, so that the industry knows they'll be able to look at that and say, okay, this is my area, this is what's happened to my area. It's a 50% pool. I know how that affects me. Quota changes, you know how that affects me when things are proposed differently. So we don't know what it's going to look like in 10 years. This keeps that industry, and it keeps those clients whole. And if you have a lot greater opportunity for buy-in, talk about what's changes. Let's face it, we can stay just like we are right now. Okay, we can dig our heels and say we're not changing. We're not changing anything on the quote splits. If this out there draw doesn't exist, it's fine. So if we really want to have the discussion about changing quota splits, this is a deal breaker for us not existing. 50%. That's just the facts. And I think, I'm just going to say, because we're in this meeting, but we can kill this thing today. We can kill it in the legislature. We know we have the bonus to do that. But we didn't come here to do that. We came here to put this thing to bed for a very long period of time. And that's what I sincerely believe. Joe knows I sincerely believe that too. I want this thing put to bed. But that at 50% is the only way it happens.
So, and I would tell you to counter that, back to this whole landowner pool, you've got to allow those landowners that have those trespass hunters participate in that pool. Otherwise, you reduce their opportunity to participate significantly by taking away the entire 100% of the pool that they have to draw at right now, either high demand or low demand. These people that are running trespass operations, this proposal would take 50% of those non-renters hunters away from those guys to be able to participate. Now, what I'm saying is you don't have to allow them to hunt it. In other words, you don't force them into that pool, but you allow them the opportunity to participate in that pool. So if they've got hunters that are willing to pay $1,500 for a non-resident elk license, they can have their hunters pull into that. They're going to come out of that pool choice. But can't do that to all these trespass landowners in the state of Wyoming and say, we're gonna take 50% of your eligible customers away from you. Because right now they have access to 100% of that non-resident pool. 100%.
I'm trying to think of where you're talking about. Because I can't come up with.
I've got
I'm trying to remember,
landowners
just-
down in my area that do trespass hunting for mule deer in limited quota areas.
Okay.
You just took that 50% of their clients away from them by saying they can't participate unless they have an outfit. So I'm just saying. And so here's the thing to consider, Si.
And I don't.
It's not gonna be a big percentage. And so I wouldn't get hung up on it. I don't think this is something you guys would want to throw under and say, we would consider allowing them the option to participate in this set aside pool, but I think it's just something that it's got to be part of the proposal.
And I agree with what you're saying. That's why I asked for an example, because I could not fathom where that's actually taking place, because I just don't know the situation. But what, I'm gonna ask you a question about mechanics. So if it's gotta be tight, so we don't end up with the New Mexico situation. We've got to have accountability as to who has that tag and why they have it. If we don't do that, we're gonna end up with exactly what we have in the Treasurer Scouting Service posing as an outfitting company in obtaining tags.
I think you can tighten that up.
Got to tighten that up to where we define if it's an outfitter sponsored license, this is what that exactly means. We're gonna create, these Utah guys are smart. They'll come in here, they'll get a freaking outfitter's license on, they'll get authorized for every section of BLM and state Wyoming, and they will sell licensing.
It's pretty easy, just the landowners that want to participate in there, you have to have no different than you guys, an outfitter number, they just get a landowner number attached to an application. But I'm just telling you, I've got this year, I've got a guy from Alaska that put in for that trespass deer hunt on those private lands. 2 guys from Kansas that put in for that trespass hunt on that private land. A guy from Susanville, California that put in for that. That are all friends and stuff. And they'll go pay the $2,500 trespass, non-guided to hunt that range. That exists.
I see that.
And like I said, I don't think it's gonna carve a big percentage out of that 50%, but for me in my area, it's a deal killer. To say you took 50% of their clients away from, because these guys all put in for the special draw now.
So
Every single one of them.
I just have a question. So I don't care one way or the other, but I'm just trying to understand, if they go into the outfitter draw, those outfitters are still gonna have to hunt on land. And so they're still gonna have to go to
These are not outfitted hunts out there.
But they are on private land.
yeah, but in the end, if it's just the landowner getting the access fee, the only way that outfitter is gonna get on that land is if that person pays an access fee. I guess what I'm.
No,
see what I'm saying? I mean,
No, there's 2 different types. I think what Larry's trying, there's 2 different types of non-residents that use some type of service, whether they pay Cy and Lee to fully accommodate them or 3/4 accommodate them or do whatever with a professional guide. And then there's a large subset of people that pay Dwayne, here's your $500 for me to go shoot. And I think that's what, because that circumstance exists in spades in the Bighorns. There are a bunch of landowners that allow trespass and do not send anybody.
Yeah, I know several, I know at least one of your House members from up in the Black Hills that does that. He's been to this task force meeting on several occasions and talked about how important having those guys come. And so you just can't say, well, we're gonna cut that pool in half for those guys and reduce that potential for those guys. And it isn't, and I don't think it's a big component of people, but it exists out there. And that is a tremendously important income for those landowners.
But you would propose that they register and there are no, they're not.
If they're gonna participate in this, let's call it outfitter set aside draw, they would have to say, look, I'm gonna register with the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. They give them a number. When those guys apply in this pool, they have to put a number on their application. it could be as simple as that.
And they're not providing outfitted services. They're just, it costs $750 to cross my property to go shoot or to shoot something on my property.
Yeah.
I'm not babysitting you. Please shut the gates.
Yeah, I agree. And
That exists a lot in the northern
Conversation.
and
And
central
they,
part
well,
of the
they
state.
may, and they very well may take the guy out.
And maybe they do,
You
yeah.
know, help them. I know, in Area 7 there, I can tell you, there's several ranchers up on Fox Hill that take guys out on their trespass. You can take them out.
It's decide what
That's what I
this
was
gets
gonna
at
say.
for
That,
them.
that part is illegal. If they are taking them out, if they end up taking them out, and they're hunting on public land, anywhere on that ranch,
Public
they
land,
are breaking the law.
But if they're on their private land,
Right, if they stay on private land.
Oh, no, because a trespass fee allows access through
Yeah.
also. So
Yeah.
they can pay the $750, go clean through your 30,000 acres to hunt 500 at the limit, and not break a single law.
They can as long as the private landowner's not guiding them.
Absolutely.
Correct.
and I don't know as they're guiding, but they're saying, well, here's where you need to go. I mean, they do it all the time.
It's the way that people struggle with this is real similar. Think about it from a rancher standpoint. It is illegal to graze your cattle on public land you don't have a permit for. It's illegal to outfit on public land you don't have a permit for. So you're all permitted, the federal government, the state, we all receive part of our revenues back for that privilege, for having that permit. So it's no different than a rancher illegally grazing. It's exactly why it's the way it is.
Not necessarily.
Question, oh, go ahead.
Kind of, sort of. I mean, I get what you're saying, but there's nothing illegal about Dwayne charging me $750 to walk on his place and for him to go here and here. My lease is that fence line there in the BLM. Once I cross over to that BLM, honestly, as a non-landowner, it doesn't matter where his lease ends.
We're talking about outfitting.
Yeah,
Outfit.
yeah, for outfitting, sure.
And that's what we're talking about.
But
So
with
the
that same,
question, Si, and this gets back to Adam's question, what about these non-residents that go with a resident guide? And my guess, because they only have to do that in a wilderness area. Would those be able to apply in this? And my guess is we could get the numbers from Game and Fish Department, and I'm gonna say it's probably at the
It's
very best
small.
hundreds
Yeah, it's small.
a year. You'd say no for those
I would
guys.
say no.
Is that an absolute deal killer without
It's a
knowing what the
deal killer.
numbers is?
I'm sure it's a deal killer now, because they have access to 50% of the tags still. They can still draw us.
They had access to 100%.
They had access to 100%.
Yeah, but I would say, I mean, I'm with Si on this one. The whole principle behind doing this is to preserve the economic impact of the non-resident hunter. So I agree that maybe for Adam's friend that would want to come, that was a non-resident, that makes it a little bit more challenging for them. But from our perspective, what we're trying to do is if we're giving more preference or more opportunity to residents, we're trying to minimize the negative impact to Wyoming's economy by pulling fewer or non-residents in. So we want non-residents to go outfitted with this. So from a principal standpoint, nowhere have I heard the task force says it's incredibly important that Adam can work with his non-resident friend to be able to bring him here to take him out hunting. I don't know that that's a major issue. Some people do it. And if we want to do it for family members, let's talk about, come home to hunt
And
type
that just
programs.
makes it convoluted.
Yeah.
I mean, I was doing that to add a wrinkle. I'd like to add another wrinkle. I mean, I've heard Si say, I'm booked out for the next 2 years under the current system, right? Or the next year on a worst case scenario. How many outfitters do you guys, and this is a real question, not rhetorical. How many outfitters are talking to you going, I can't survive right now under the current system?
Okay, that's a good question. This year was the evidence of that. And what we're dealing with is this point creep. So we went into the draw this year, special license, general license,
Mhm.
general areas, anticipating a 3-point draw.
Mhm.
And it went to, those draws dropped to 45%. So we have a whole bunch of people booked, clients out at 3 points this year that have empty camps or mostly empty camps. What this would do, this is flat out what it would do for general elk outfitter. 50% of the tags competing only in the outfitter pool. It's gonna make him whole again, and his draw is gonna drop down literally to a 0-point draw. And it's going to take
is overflow. What's gonna happen next year, because we got spanked so bad this year, outfitters are overbooking, gonna significantly overbook this year to try to beat those draw odds, because we're gonna get these guys with 1 and 2 points that we know probably aren't going to draw, but they have a shot at the bandit. We're gonna flood the regular draw for the general license by 2 to 3 times, because everybody that makes a phone call now, they're going to put them into the draw, hoping to anticipate to try and draw some of those people to soften the blow from having such a bad draw this year. The downside to that is it's a huge customer service issue. Absolutely the worst thing in the world that you can do for your reputation, but you have no point. You have no choice but to do it, because you've got to have X number of hunters to pay your bills. And then, so you have this overdraw situation. Now you have 2 choices. Your use says you can only take 30 hunters. That's your use for service. So you have 2 options. You can break the rule if you draw 40 of these guys, or you send 10 of them to somebody else that says, hey, can you take these guys? I overdrew. You're never going to see them again, and they're going to be pissed because they booked a hunt with you. They don't want to hunt with Fred. So all this does is it takes all that away.
Provides a level of insurance for the
And what is
industry,
not insurance? It provides a level of stability.
which is insurance in an unstable market.
Another thing
Hold
that
on,
it does.
go ahead.
Crop insurance. So
Yeah.
another thing that this does, and that's where I was gonna do public comment as an outfitter, but since we're on it, I'm gonna start right now. The do-it-yourself non-resident that's blowing up about this isn't looking at the math on this. And Sia talks about the general areas of overbooking them, but limited quote outfitters are doing the same thing. If they've need 10 hunters and it's a 50% draw, they're putting 20.
Sure.
Back in the day, when I first got in the outfitting business, there were no points.
Mhm.
It was a complete random draw every year. If I needed 40 hunters, I put 80 in. What this does for the do-it-yourself non-resident is it eliminates me putting in those extra guys in that pool. It increases the odds of them being able to draw, because if I know that I'm gonna get 40 hunters, I put 40 hunters in. The outfitting industry is, if you look back historically, we've taken X number of non-resident hunters for.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
It doesn't.
Super huge fluctuation.
But how we get them changes. And like I said, this year it's a game changer with the point creep, is we're gonna start flooding that draw again. And so you're gonna see the non-outfitted, non-resident odds start to tick down, because I'm gonna, as I said, if a guy calls me with no points, I'm putting him in the draw. I'm needing to bank that. And what it also does, and Cy brought this up last, I don't know if anyone really thought about it and understood what he was saying, is, when I have 20 hunters, I don't shove 20 in on the first hunt. I spread them out. And so for these guys that are residents and non-residents, are out there in those areas trying to hunt on their own, they're not competing with all 20 of my hunters on the first hunt. It spreads it out. But I keep getting back to this. It's a stabilization issue. We're going to continue to take the same amount of hunters. It's just how we get them is what's going to change.
I want to give you a really good example to follow up with what he's saying. I had a nice email exchange with a resident hunter from Rock Springs and asked some good questions. And part of it plays back to what we're doing with regional elk licenses. Okay, so you take a large elk region that will now say, let's have 400 tags, non-resident general tags. And right now, the way it is, out of those 400, let's say there's going to be, in future, there'll be 400 general licenses in there. You may have a year where there's 320 of those are DIY, and then the next year maybe 380, the next year maybe 160. It's all over the map. You take that 400 licenses, you carve it out, there's 200 in the outfitter drop and 200 in the DIY drop. Now we know there's going to be 200 in the outfitter camps, and of that, say we have a 3-week season, the resident sportsman is only going to see 1/3 of those outfitter hunters when he's there. Because we know for a fact, in the fish numbers, the resident sportsman is there the first week. So in essence, we have taken 2/3 of those, of that outfitter pool, we've taken them out of the people portion of that first week that hunt. We've hidden them in week number 2 and week number 3. So the benefit to the resident sportsman and to
everybody that's in that area. It's less crowding on that first hunt. It works and it eliminates his concern of having overcrowding when we go to a general license in a region. It will work really well, and he's gonna see the benefit, resident sportsman's gonna see the benefit. That's why I have no shame about saying 50% of an outfitted draw, because there's benefits back to the resident sportsman for it, not in addition to the tourism economy. And so,
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Conference.
So what's to prevent, okay, so you get the outfitter draw, so if an out-of-stater gets a license, he goes up, goes hunting, goes, I'm not seeing anything, I want to hire an outfitter. So what's to stop abuse of the system by outfitters? By having people apply, we don't know if you're having people apply. And then you pick them up on the downstream side anyway. So you've got to have some check and balance in the system to assure that doesn't happen. At the same time, if even an in-state guy, right? Maybe I want to pick you up late because I can't get anything and I want to pick up an outfitter that knows where something's at. We can't be so prescriptive that in the same light that you don't allow some of that. So how do you stop the abuse?
So going back to how we operate on the Forest Service land, it's real similar to how you operate on. You have AUMs that you can't exceed. So when you go to the Upper Green with your cattle, the Forest Service says, okay, you get 600 pairs up here for 3 months. We have the same system. So the Forest Service says, okay, you have your permit has it written in the permit how many use days you have. You can't exceed that number. It's just like you can't even have an extra 100 pairs when you're grazing. So the industry is already confined and cannot grow on public land on Forest Service borders. It's already been 5 years. And the framework, Jennifer has a framework on how to apply for these tags, because we have this thing called the business portal. What you have to tie this to is when an outfitter books a hunter, he's going to have to be tied to applying for that hunter through his outfitter portal. So everybody knows exactly what he drew in that area, because it's tied to your business portal, your outfitter license number, et cetera, et cetera. The licenses, which we currently do this now, the licenses are drawn, they come back to my post office office. They're in my possession. I have those licenses, not the non-residents that have the hunts book. I sign them to document that this person is going to show up on the outfitter report. I sign it, and then he is required to use my services because I've signed the licenses for that hunt. There's some tweaking we have to do to it, but the framework is already in place, and it's not going to take a whole lot to ensure that it's not jimmied.
So you could also make it illegal both for the hunter and the outfitter to hire to either outfit with somebody that's not in that pool, or a hunter trying to get an outfitter. So you can do it by making it illegal to both. But you're gonna have to do something, or the public's gonna say this doesn't work.
I agree. We have things, we are gonna have to open up the outfitter statutes. If we get this late, we're gonna have to open up the outfitter statutes. TRW is gonna have to, it's part of the read to that, so we can tighten up the statutes. Right now, the way it's written, which we already know, we're dealing with that scouting services thing. Fix and tighten it up. So literally, the way I envision it is if you have a license in your pocket that says outfitter sponsored license, game warden checks like that in the field, you better be able to do this to this guy. You better be right there. Otherwise, we need to take his license with him. If he's jimmying that system, just get the licenses through there. If not, a guy that's an arms reach to that guy, we got.
Adam, you got a question, then Dwayne?
How does this impact areas that don't have the number of out, like, I'm thinking of high tag allocation areas that, you know, there's 1,000 or 734 type 1 tags for area 34. There's not the guided necessity to cover that set aside.
So they'd have to roll over into the other portion.
So they would just roll over?
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't put that in there. Yeah, so if they're not subscribed in the outfitter pool, they roll over and become available in the general non-resident pool.
Okay.
Yeah, we'd have to do that because there will be some areas.
But there's a bunch of them where there's enough tags that
And to make this revenue neutral, the cost of outfit client, this outfit draw for a license has to be significantly raised. And I mean, I'm not talking just a little bit, I'm talking like a $2,000 elk license, a $1,400 deer license.
And Joe, maybe my question is better framed with what happens when that 50% is fully subscribed for, but there's not the industries to support it in that area. Like what happens when, and to use nice round numbers, out of 1,000 tags, 160 of those are set aside for outfitters, 160 of them are fully subscribed for, but there's only 8 outfitters in an area that only service 35, 40 clients. What do you do with the other 130 that applied in that special that have to have an outfitter now?
They can't apply for it unless they have an outfitter.
So they've got to
actually.
have that lined up before they
Yeah,
apply for it.
Yeah, it's self-reg, and that's the way other
Okay.
states do
And
that. Yeah.
that answers that question. I
And then,
appreciate it.
and then they'll be unsubscribed.
It's that business portal app.
Yeah, well, and
So those people wouldn't be able to apply into that business portal unless you were, the outfitter's gonna have to put that.
sure.
Dwayne, you have a question?
I got maybe a question for Larry. You say it's not gonna be substantial, the landowners that would apply in that outfitter only drawings.
Well,
When you say not substantial, what do you think?
So number one, you're not gonna deal with your public land units at all because they don't own public land. So you're primarily looking at those private land units, which are eastern Wyoming or at least in my case down there, some of the stuff's in the checkerboard. So if you're a public land outfit, there's no landowner that's already selling trespass hunts there. So you're primarily focused, again, at those big private land areas, blocks, landowners that have that. So my guess is, and it's, anything I would say, Dwayne, is completely speculative, so I'm not even gonna say, but I just don't think it's gonna be a big component of the total 50% pool that's gonna go into that area. Where you're gonna see it, if it does, it'll be on those almost predominantly private land units.
And that's a conversation I had the other day with a private landowner near Chugwater. He said, this is absolutely going to destroy him and the clientele that he has that pays the trespass fees.
And as long as they could still have the choice to participate in either pool if we add landowners to that 50%. It doesn't change the ratio of his opportunity one way.
To follow up on that, and I'm just throwing this out there, so William, sorry, don't. Yeah. So what if we took a small percentage of that 50% and made it for land
Well, I
that
think
was willing to pay that $2,000 fee?
certainly you could do that, Dwayne. I don't know that it's necessary. Because if it's underprescribed, it's just gonna roll back into the outfitter pool. So it'd be another draw before the draw. I think it adds complexity into the system that may not be necessary at this point in time. And that may be something you could leave that door open if it was needed down the road. I just don't think it's gonna have a huge impact on that outfitted pool to allow those guys. I think it gets back to a size scenario where those guys are gonna be taken care of anyway. But I had a question, Mr. Chairman, specific. Here's the reality of the situation is we say, well, it's gonna be good for the DIY guys and the other 50% draw. I don't think that's, and I'm not gonna say it's, I think there's gonna be circumstances where that's not true. Because I'm sitting here thinking back to the example that we've talked about, let's say Area 60, the thoroughfare. I can think of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5, maybe 6 outfitters that are licensed in Area 60. So you're gonna have a scenario because of this point issue. You can just say, well, I only need, you take the number of those outfitted hunts. And this is an example. You've got enough outfitters, even under this pool, you're not gonna have enough hunters to fill all those spots. Under that scenario, my guess is if I was running an outfit business, I'd put those other clients in the 50% DIY pool. There's nothing to stop you from doing that. And that's gonna happen, guys. You know that as well as I do. You're sitting there and for whatever reason, you have a down year and you've got 100 use days on the forest. And you've only got 5 clients booked, which means you have 50 use days left. If you don't have those maximum point holders, you're gonna put those guys in for the random draw or that other 40% DIY draw. So I'm not buying this. That once we get our set aside, that I'll never have any outfitter putting in my hunters to compete with the DIY guys that have already have a contractual agreement that already put a deposit down if they draw. Am I wrong?
Well, here's how, okay, let's carve out Teton Wilderness and use that as an example area. So that's area 70, 71, 60. So that's slightly.
Part of 67.
67, probably from my conversations, if there's 67, 69, 68, it might be their own elk region. So the Teton, because of the way the elk.
Yeah.
So the Teton Wilderness, those 3 units I just mentioned probably have their own elk region, elk quota. I would bet $1 to $1 that the quota that's set for that region would be looked at from the historical use of those camps, and that quota would be its wilderness area. So it's easy to say who's going to go up there. Our outfit report shows who's been taking how much use, and that quota would probably be set real similar to what would satisfy the use of that area. And yes, some of those, you still have the option of putting it for a regular license for sure. It would spill into that DIY guy, because I don't know how you would not allow that, especially when you're talking about in these altitude areas, where I can tell you right now that 10% is already going to hurt these outfitters. And in these areas, and they're going to have to apply to be whole. They're going to have to apply that regular license, especially in some rural areas. And you get a hunter that's booked, he's paid his dues. He's paid his dues. He got 12 years worth of preference points, and it can draw the regular license with 8. And you're going to put it into the regular draw. You're going to take it. And that's exactly how it's going to work for sure.
Yeah, and I just went through a scenario like that. So
The general
you look at the
license-
draw, man.
I don't think it's going to be that way with the general license. Though. I think the general license will.
Well, say even the limited quota areas, I think there's the potential for that happening. The scenario you just talked about. I had a friend that had a bunch of points, and he says, I'm not putting in for the special. I'm putting in the regular. Why would I go spend an extra $500 or $1,000 on guaranteed to draw and go hunt with this outfit? So the idea that there's not going to be any outfitted clients competing in that 50% DIY pool, I don't think that's accurate.
And I've never said that. I've just said there is going to be less. There are going to be less. I'm going to be putting in less people in that draw. And every one client that I don't put into any draw, it increases the odds of someone else that's not going with an outfitter for the draw. There's going to be, once the points came along and we had that, we were booking out 3 years, 4 years. Because I knew this group of guys, 20, I take around 20 rifle hunters. This group of 20, I knew were going to draw. When that gets thrown out, I'm not quite hitting panic mode, but I know there are some outfitters that are hitting panic mode. Anyone that calls me, he's going in the draw. And so you'll see an increase on clients booked with outfitters going into that draw, and it ticks the odds down. I'm not guaranteeing that you're not going to have some guys going into the lower price draw. It's just going to be a hell of a lot less.
And Mr. Chairman, maybe to move it along, I think we got one more section to go through. I mean, I think that we're probably there, just maybe as a straw poll. So what I've heard conceptually is we would move to a 50% outfitted pool, 50% non-resident regular. We would create a system either, or a mechanism in which landowners can register with Game and Fish or however they register to be included in this draw and would have to comply with those things so that we minimize the impact of those trespass hunts. We already have laws to regulate where they can outfit if they outfit on their own land. So we create a system for landowners to register if they wanted to participate in this draw, increase it to 50%, and then ensure that any unsubscribed licenses in the outfitted non-resident pool would roll over into the general or the regular non-resident pool. And Josh brought up a good point. Those would probably have to shift to the non-resident regular rate with that. Conceptually, are we there? Are we supportive of that as part of this compromise? Or do we need to keep going with this? I guess I'm
On
trying.
that part, I'm good with that.
Yeah. So, just,
No, kind of, I mean, I still, you know, and I can support this, but I still worry about the DUI drop, right? You guys get 50%, you shouldn't be throwing tons of hunters into that DUI.
Shouldn't be throwing any,
Yeah. it just
not
should-
tons, not one, any.
You know,
If
so I
if
don't
there's
know how- I don't know
a
how to
insurance
do that.
policy figured into our hunting system that guarantees business, there shouldn't. Now, the ancillary stuff,
There's-
like you brought up, like, hey, I've hunted for 2 weeks and can't find a deer. You know, pelt. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, that's something that you have zero control of, but there's only 6 tags available with this 50% set aside. And I've got 4 hunters that need to draw. I'm putting in with, that can't happen.
I think one of the other things, the caveat to that, and the place where you're gonna run into this, what you guys are saying, the place that you're gonna run into this is a place like northeastern Wyoming, antelope, and some deer areas that are 90% private land. And those, they're gonna bump up against having, they're gonna bump up against having too many, not being able to get enough licenses for the amount of antelope that you can shoot through an outfitter. That's gonna be an issue.
I don't think it will.
And I don't know if it will be, because it,
I
crunch the
think
numbers.
what's gonna happen there, Rusty, is those are gonna be under prescribed in the outfitter pool, and they'll roll right into for that example of antelope.
Yeah,
Whitetail deer in northeastern Wyoming on those guys that are tries.
yeah,
I just think that's a non-issue.
I think so. I just haven't seen the numbers, and
Yeah.
this year with having some drastic cuts this year in license allocations. So,
Well, and those
It's gonna
landowners
be
can
interesting.
sign up
and if the
to
landowners
do
can
this
sign up,
anyway.
there's also a type 2 antelope license that actually takes care of some of those things for the person that has a private land that they're going to go on DIY, or that technically there's going to be 50% of a 10% or 15% or that's going to go into a type 2 license also. That there's going to be, I really think this will work, even in the places where I'm not sure it's going to work for one way or the other. I actually think it's going to work.
Yeah, and I'm like Albert. I'm still really, really uncomfortable with this idea that there's gonna be 50% in a guaranteed pool for, particularly, let's forget the private land and it's public land hunting. So all of northwestern Wyoming. But there's a guaranteed pool for 50%. And I think it gets back to Joe's thing. We recognize the economic contribution to that. But it can't be more than 50%. I think that's where I'm at. It could be 55, it could be 60, 65%.
You just can't sell it. You can't sell it. I mean, it's difficult enough to sell anyway, but I mean, we hear that, so.
So I almost think that you have to say, look, if you either choose to go outfitted or you're DIY, and you guys in the outfitting industry can't book hunters out of that other 50% pool. I think that's fair.
Yes.
No, it's equitable.
Ask you a question. Okay, so what if it's geared to where the application process of the outfitter pool only allows us to put in for the special, the outfitter draw license? see what I'm saying?
That would be the way to do it in the portal.
In the portal.
Yeah.
And if that person puts in for his own license over here,
That gets to Adam's
he
question.
books a hunt with us after, which happens in the aftermarket, you get those people that draw those tags.
Yeah, but you could be telling.
Yeah, you'd be
There's
telling.
a lot of outfitters
Just wait.
that don't do that. Don't sign up.
Yeah, but it-
Yeah, there's,
Mr. Chairman, I don't know how, so I get that, and we can create language and statute, we can do those things. I think that's incredibly hard to enforce, and I think you're trying to put a block on commerce. You're still gonna have people who draw in the regular that are gonna pay a trespass fee in Rusty's area to go on and kill an antelope. I think you're gonna have somebody that gets excited, they're gonna draw in a regular and think I'm going to the Tetons, and then they start doing the logistics of it, thinking, oh my gosh, I need to do something with an outfitter, and assuming, I get philosophically what the concern is. I just don't know how Game and Fish would ever enforce that, or whether or not we want to stop that commerce from happening.
yeah, and maybe it's not gonna be an issue. So maybe the issue is just, and this could be done very easily through commission rule. They have to, and they already have a board, how many client, or, with the outfitter license or board, you have to provide that data. And say, look, these are the, what's that?
It's a notarized report. It's a.
Yeah,
legal document.
So rather than perceive there's, and I know it's gonna happen, but is it such a significant level that it changes it?
Well, and maybe in statute, I don't know, but we could put language in there that says that if outfitters are identified as knowingly doing that, they can be subject to the removal of their outfitting license. I mean, you could put some teeth in to sort of discourage that. Hopefully the outfitting industry would regulate themselves, and you don't have those people submitting that report that show they're taking 80% of their clients are drawn in the non-resident regular pool. It'd probably draw an investigation or a complaint by the board, I would think. So I think there's some things we can probably do to try to make it clear we don't want that happening. And if it happens, you may get a call.
I think that
Audit.
the board and commission, the Game and Fish Commission could adopt rules, and the outfitters board could adopt rules to something to that effect also as part of the annual report. What we want to do is set up I don't want to create more laws and regulations, but I want to set up a framework that discourages that from happening. And if it becomes an issue, then there's a mechanism for those entities. In other words, don't regulate until there's a problem, but give the authority to regulate if it becomes a problem. I don't know, but I agree with Albert. If we don't have some kind of mechanism in place that says, look, we discourage this activity, we know that there's a certain level that's going to happen, that's all within guys. But all of a sudden, if we see 20 or 30% of this DIY also ended up in outfitting hunts, it'll kill the whole thing. So
Even 5%.
Pete has a question. Hold on one side. Pete, can you hear us?
Earth to Pete, come in.
Is he muted? Sir?
You didn't hear all that?
Yeah.
This Zoom sucks, is all I can tell you. First of all, we have to establish a couple things. One, what is going to be the non-resident resident split? That makes a huge difference on that percentages. I think this proposal works very well for general elk outfitters. I don't think it works near as well for limited quota hunters, outfitters, whether you're a deer or antelope, especially in eastern Wyoming, especially if you allow landowners to participate. If you have a quota of 200 licenses in antelope area, you take 10% of those, then take 40% of that, there's not going to be much flags left. There's several outfitters in a lot of these areas could take them all by themselves. I just think that we have to understand that and look into that. And of course, anything that's done with landowners needs to go through the outfitter board to determine what is and what isn't type of thing. But I just think we need to set the ground rules first before you decide on 40 or 50% or how that works. And if you cannot allow an outfitter in eastern Wyoming to have hunters go through the regular side when they don't need 8, 9, 10 points to get a license, they might only need one. or 2. When I outfitted, I had a number of hunters that had 6, 7 points for certain species, deer or antelope. They wouldn't hunt with me. They didn't want to waste their points on an area that they didn't even need, if they didn't need points or only needed 1 or 2. So I think we need to consider all those different things, because it's definitely 2 different types of pools of licenses and 2 different types of outfitting businesses.
Yeah,
Thanks, Pete.
yeah, thanks, Pete. That's kind of the point that I was trying to get to. I think that because of the type 2 licenses, allocate, it might work, you know what I mean? But I'm not 100% sure about that. And to Pete's point, that was my first. I think that I'm generally in favor of an idea like this, as long as that was my question. The caveat was, are we talking then 90-10?
So it depends on the unit. In
Okay.
the areas that Pete was just describing, my guess is that those are probably standard demand units, which would stay status quo with the split. So it's the same number of non-resident licenses. We're just now saying half of them are with a licensed outfitter, half of them aren't. So and maybe I'm just missing it, outside of some of the areas, I just can't think of many high demand areas with large number of licenses that outfitters have banked their business on. I can't think of that many in the state. So I think the areas where we shift to 90-10 probably aren't heavily outfitted areas to begin with. And so the numbers aren't that big of an issue. It's going to be the general elk, and then it's going to be these higher tag number antelope units and possibly some of the higher tag number elk units, which in many cases are going to stay standard demand. So the quota split stays the same there.
Then I'm all right.
Probably the one example that goes against what you just said, mostly what you said is correct, Jim. One unit is area 7. That goes down to, so technically right now, there's supposed to be 240 non-resident licenses in there. We take 71 to 74 a year to non-resident landowners, okay? And so we would bump up to that 160 number, which is where it would end up if you went with a 90-10 of 1,500, then you take those 71 landowner licenses out there, now you're talking about 90. I've spent several days dissecting outfitter reports for all the areas in the state for the last 3 years. In area 7, the demand, about 2/3 of the 160 tags end up going with the outfitter. So they take more than what the 50% would be, because they have lots of points. They have 11, 12 points, so they draw out of the pools. So they draw out the record pool, they draw out the non-resident pool. The way that you fix area 7, I floated this with Josh and I floated this with Larry both. The way you fix these units is you take that non-resident landowner quota and you take that resident landowner quota, and you don't have anything to do with the 1,500 tags. So that puts area 7 back up to 240 licenses, which gives you 120 in the outfitter draw. So 71, 74 non-resident landowners, they do not affect the quota at all. They're above and beyond. And the 230, 240 landowners that are residents, they're above and beyond. So that quota is back to a whole quota that's 1,500. And that makes that, even at a 90-10 split, it also does 2 things. It puts over 200 licenses back in the resident draw, which is significant, in addition to the additional 80 tags that it would put back in the resident draw. So you actually, in essence, put about 350 licenses back in the resident draw in area 7 by getting rid of that coming out of the quota. And when you look at area 7, that wouldn't work. That's 350 tags. There's no biological significance to killing bulls. You got a herd that's twice over objective. There's no reason whatsoever. And it satisfies the type X question, because in fact, that is a type X license, because they have a place to hunt. They own private property. They have a place to hunt. And you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can go 90-10. That puts us up to 240 tags. And you put over 300 licenses back in the hands of the resident sportsman for that 1 unit. You don't hurt the herd at all. And so that's something that needs to be looked at, and it would work with the amount of demand that the industry would have, because they'd have half of that 240 tags. And that's about basically what they're guiding now, is about 120 per year for the last 3 years. That's all the outfitters that are, that's all the.
All right, hold on one second, Joe. Brian has a question. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. So, the question, I got two questions. One's probably for Cy or Lee, and the other one is just to the group. So first of all, if this was to be implemented at either 40 or 50%, do you believe that that would increase the number of outfitters or the overall number of outfitted clients in the state? That's the first one. The second one is, if that's not the case, then really, we've talked like the DIY hunter is the ox that gets gored here. But if there's really no more licenses going to outfitters, the impact is on the DIY hunter not having the best chance in the first time around, not having as many licenses to compete for on the first draw. And where I'm going with all this is so if you are the, Campbell, Weston, Crook County outfitter, I'm sorry, not outfitter, private landowner who has hunters every year that come from other states, they're not outfitted, they're basically DIY guys, but you're generating some revenue for your business there because you're allowing these, they pay a trespass fee and they come year after year. How does it affect those landowners? And I don't have the answer. I'm asking the question.
I outfit them, or I take, I have work. So let's say you're in Antelope Unit, let's say call 26, that's Tony's backyard, that's good. It's like 90% of those licenses in Area 26 end up with non-residents. Okay, so how's that gonna change by this proposal? It ain't gonna change at all. There's still gonna be 90% of the licenses end up with non-residents. It's just that the outfitters may or may not draw the 200 that they take up there. We got about 200 to 250 of those non-residents in Area 26. The rest fall on private property already anyway, that aren't outfitted, that aren't leased. So there's zero change to that. It's the same way with the deer. If you go to Region C or Region B for deer, the outfitters that are working those countries now, you can read their outfitting course, because I just spent 3 days doing it. We're going to put in for the outfitter license, we're going to take our 12 or 14 or 15, which I draw every year anyway. I draw them every year right now. And then the rest will drop into the regular draw. And DIY guy is whole. It's not going to change at all until your quota's going down. That's the only thing that's going to make it less whole. And the landowners will be the same way. You're not going to see landowners in northeastern Wyoming gravitate to register there. They don't need to get a license. They don't need to do it. The only example that I could see of happening is what Larry gave. I'm glad he gave it, because that is really going to be a really tiny fraction. Really tiny fraction. But it doesn't affect northeastern Wyoming at all.
To Brian's question, I can only speak for, the northwestern part of it. I don't see that increasing the number of outfitted clients going. One, we're restricted by how much Forest Service use we have. And two, there's, I'm not saying there's not a few outfitters that might be bad apples that are just gonna slam as many hunters as they can through. But for most businesses, you have a model that works on the number of clients that you can take to, based upon what you have for days and what your area can honestly take year after year. And so I just don't see it. I mean, I got a couple of Western outfitters sitting over there shaking, nodding their head. They take X number of clients, and they're going to continue to take X number of clients, and they might adjust the number of clients up or down based on increase or decrease of game numbers. But again, we're also limited by Forest Service use. I'm limited, and these guys sitting over here in the audience are not just limited on days that we can have client days. We're also limited on horse days. I'm limited to no more than 30 horses in my permitted camp area, and so that alone dictates how many clients I can take in there and work with the number of stops. So there's some limiting factors. I just don't see it. I don't see that happening. But again, I'm just talking about, the Northwestern, the mountain outfitters that are operating on Forest Service.
So, Mr. Chairman, I got a question for Brian, and it gets back to size proposal. And I think if you looked at that, took that landowner pool and put that above and beyond or outside, I think that works for unit 7. And my concern is so let's take either area 58 elk right up there out of Cody, or take 124 elk as an example right now, where we know 70% of all those licenses are going to landowners in 124. What happens when so this gets back to the management of these, and these are small, we're talking 60 licenses, what's 58 or 50, an area 58. But yet, like unit 124, 70% of those are currently going to landowners. You can't just leave that quota there and then add another 70% to replace those in that unit. I don't know how that works in a unit where we get into those. When I looked at that proposal, it makes sense to me when you have 1,500 limited quota or 2,000 elk licenses. But when you have this landowner pool that's already gobbling up 70% of the elk licenses in 124, you can't just say we're going to separate those out biologically. It may not change the number of elk, but it'll certainly change the age structure within that male population in a hurry by doubling, not quite doubling, but almost doubling the quota in those units. Am I correct on that, Brian?
Well, the way I understand the proposal is that at the end of the day, we're still only talking about, we're still allowing the department to set the number of licenses that the department believes is necessary to achieve the right harvest. Who pulls the trigger, which license holder pulls the trigger is not relevant. If the number of licenses stays the same and they're all subscribed to, then biologically, I don't think it's an issue. But it goes back again. I think you might be nibbling around the edges of one of my thoughts here, and that is that, and I'm not talking 58 and 124, but private land areas like those where there's a substantial number of private landowners that have non-outfitted clients. Is this proposal going to make it harder for their people that come and hunt on their land every year, harder for them to draw a license? And that's what I'm struggling with. I would think that if there's no real increase in the number of outfitted clients per year as a percentage of the total number of licenses, then it wouldn't. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if new people come into the business because they see there's a bunch of, a better chance to draw as an outfitter. I realize the existing operations are trying to operate to the maximum of their capacity now, and that they're not probably going to expand, but are there going to be new outfitters?
Mr. Chairman, Director Nesvik and Joe Schaefer, I honestly think that's where for those landowners to really be incentivized then to register to be part of this outfitted pool and encourage those folks to apply through that pool, recognizing it may be more expensive tags, but I think it provides a path for those folks to at least hedge the impacts to their revenue by registering and becoming part of that pool. And other than that, I see that's probably where you would see the biggest increase in the quote unquote outfitting activity there. But that activity, as we've heard, is probably already going on. So I think there's a mechanism for them to ensure that they still keep those people coming and keep that revenue if they register and participate in that portion of the pool.
Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, this question is to Brian. That I go back to the idea that if you create legislation that it's up to 50% and you give the department some discretion, every area in the state is not the same. Right. And so it may be that some areas have specific rules around them. We just know that you're never going to get above a certain percent draw, and you allow the department to kind of work within these areas to figure out what makes sense. Is that just too much? I mean, ultimately, wouldn't that be what you would do if you were granted that authority? Brian?
We would, but we would also try to be as absolutely consistent as we could, because every time we're not consistent, we're adding complexity to the entire system and it's confusing. I mean, at the end of the day, I have to have every one of my office managers around the state and my people that answer the phones, they've got to be able to explain this. And so we would err towards the side of trying to be as consistent as possible, even if we had flexibility here. I always advocate for statutes being broad enough to give the commission quite a bit of flexibility. And so I do like that, but I don't want to create any false expectations either. I think it would be a rare case where the non-resident, where the outfitted pool would change significantly.
Add to the complexity of this. So what we were talking about, Larry, when we were talking about the Type X license, is not Area 120. What we were talking about was Iron Mountain, Area 7, and the whole type of stuff. So when we were talking about the Type X license, it was not these areas anyway. And so what I'm saying is they have the flexibility to say, okay, Area 7, there's 15,000 up down there. It's twice as many as we want anyway. There's another 300 tags. These people have a home. It is the Type X license. And so the commission would have the authority to do that and say.
So it's unit specific.
That's exactly.
Okay, I'm very comfortable with unit specific.
Commission,
If it was just to say,
You look at the pool of tags that puts, you're talking about opportunity, Wyoming's premier health area. You look at that 240 additional landowner tags, and you look at a total of the outfitter or the non-residents having 71 more non-resident tags, that puts them back up to 240 instead of 160 where they're at now. And we kill elk, and we put these people that have the landowner tags have a certain place to hunt. That's who we wanted. So I think it should be area specific.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, we got.
commission can do that right now anyways through quota settings. So I mean, I think that message has been great. To move on, just the last section to the grand compromise is section 5. And it's just, and I still don't quite understand the mechanisms, but it sounds like there's general agreement. So, especially when we get to the waiting period, you're going to have folks who will be eager to participate in the leftover license draw, because we're saying you either can put a second choice or you pick something up in the leftover draw. So giving residents a preference, or I think what we've discussed in the past is a head start on picking up leftover unsubscribed licenses, is something that would be essential to this grand compromise. I still don't quite understand it, but I hear Jennifer understands it and other folks have understand it. There's a way in which we could actually give them a head start, give residents essentially a preference to be able to pick up tags in the leftover draw. So the language on section, it's really pretty brief, just saying we want the department to implement that, where we give some preference to them. I don't know if we want to go into greater detail how that works or what it is. If so, I'm going to need help because I don't understand how it would actually work, but it seems like that fits.
Couple of questions, actually. In this, I don't like grand compromise. In this presentation of multiple options, if we throw out a couple, let's just say we only are talking about 1, 3, and 5. Because Saya said under this current system, and I saw Lee nod his head, I might have missed his verbal agreement, but under the current system, with the exception of some uncertainty in booking clients, you have enough clients, and the outfitting industry in general has enough of a client pool to operate successfully.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. There are wrinkles. I mean, you can apply that to any industry. Most of the time, my industry is great to work with. The last 3 months has kind of been a bit of a struggle because the market stinks, right? If we remove section 2, section 4, talk about 1, 3, and 5, so that essentially is resident specific. Does that leave a sour taste in your mouth as an outfitter? Does that leave, I mean, you said deal breaker if there's a quota change, I'll be honest, I'm still not palatable on the 90-10 if we're looking at leftover license pool resident preference, or waiting periods after hard to draw units, or establishing hard to draw units. I mean, I almost feel like as a resident sportsman, if we focus on those three, we kind of start to take away some of the need to appease. And that's a horrible, I don't want to feel like you guys are being appeased because you're coming to the table with a proposal, but as unpalatable as outfitter set-asides are in the state, if we look at 1, 3, and 5 as our chief and not have to look at outfitter set-asides as part of that package, does that still leave you guys whole under the current system? I mean, if we're still 84, or call it 85-15, just to be nice and round, knowing there's no guarantee there, does that make anything on your end feel like you're?
I see what you're saying here. You're saying you leave the quota splits the way they are.
Mm-hmm.
But you talk about the opportunity that currently exists for the resident sports to have better drawings,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of anything to do with that. Yeah, that's what we want to operate in the currently right now. Talk about quota splits, and that's where we skip. You want to talk about quota splits specifically, and you're trying to increase, this is where Joe is coming from, he's trying to increase opportunity, he's trying to increase that resident license pool, correct? So there's more opportunity for residents to draw. The only place to get those licenses from is the non-resident.
Sure.
license.
And I think it bears noting and repeating.
The other thing that you're not really factoring into this, you are, I know you understand it, but some people understand it. Part of what we do is help fund the feed bill to the
Absolutely.
landowners. It's a huge part of it. Without our income to these landowners, I mean, I have one ranch in particular, I write a $98,000 check per year for that part of the feed bill.
And that's under the
Without
current.
me having access to those clients, without that branch having access to those clients through my business, there's a huge part of that branch's feed bill for the public's elk that goes away. And it becomes even less palatable for those people.
And that exists, that option and opportunity exists under the current 85-15, 84-16, whatever,
There's
correct?
no more resident licenses.
No. Well, residents aren't dipping into that pool anyway existing, right?
What I'm saying is if the residents want more of those non-resident licenses, the only way to get them is to come into the non-resident pool, which cuts that feed bill, the ability to pay that rancher's feed bill, which makes them even more pissed off every year about the number.
Or instituting 1, 3, and 5, because 3 is the established waiting period for residents in some of those areas. It doesn't touch the non-resident pool at all.
What was one?
It increases. 1 is establishing high demand areas. Like, I mean, and I don't know what that percentage looks like. I'm a fan of a quarter. I mean, if you've got 4 times the applicants for the licenses available, that's pretty dang hard to draw.
And that would only be applicable in this case to the waiting.
Correct. Yeah. 5 being the leftover preference for residents. I mean, as a resident sportsman, I feel that satisfies our inability to change what's the application I'm looking for, the party application inflexibility of, if I'm putting in for a party for my first choice, I've got to do it for my second and third. If I've got preference in that leftover, that satisfies that conundrum. Because again, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people, and the second you start saying 50% of anything goes to one industry, I don't care who it is, whether it's outfitters, whether it's landowners, whether it's nonprofit or conservation organizations, you're going to raise hackles. Like we're having this conversation because it raises hackles.
So I wish Pat was here because he would be going into public session and making a motion right now.
Well, and that's kind of what I'm leaning towards.
What you're saying, Adam, is we're status quo with our quotas, our quotas, which is 84-16, 80-20 tier F, okay? I'm cool with that. If we're gonna stay there, that's awesome. And then you make the motion says this only affects the residents. residents can handle about what a hard to draw area is, the waiting period, all that kind of stuff. And quota splits are out of it. We take the outfitter off the table. I'm gonna drink beer right now.
See, and I'm gonna.
I'll
push
buy
back.
it.
There you go. I'm gonna get a beer right now.
And we've done nothing then to push opportunity to residents in those areas. We basically said, you have the same thing, but we're gonna take more of you out of the pool every 3 years to do
Well,
that.
that's the current argument I'm hearing from people. I just want to hunt elk every 3 to 5 years in my specific area.
They do say that.
I hear that argument more than anything,
Same
because
here.
guess what? The one license that gets allocated out of the non-resident existing pool and 124 to the resident pool doesn't change your draw odds a bit.
So, and I'll show you some numbers here to help the conversation, because I agree in 124, I think that we're not gonna fix.
Well, and
124
most
no
hard
matter
to dry areas, we're not going to fix
Yeah.
it.
So, no, so what I tried to do here was look at just, I'll walk you through. So I took 3 units for elk, 3 units for deer, and 2 for antelope, just to give you an idea of how things would change, the different units, the number of resident applicants, the total licenses. Those are total licenses, resident and non-resident, the resident licenses, and what the 2021 draw. So take 124, so line 5 there, you can kind of see we had a 3% chance of drawing with those licenses. If you shift to a 90-10, you have a 3% chance of drawing in that unit. Does nothing. It goes from 3% to 3.8 or something like that. You incorporate a 3-year waiting period, and when it's fully implemented, so when we have 3 years of people in the waiting period, then you go to that next over there, it increases your odds to 4%. So you go through all those gyrations to increase your draw odds at 124 by 1%. Think, well, maybe that's really a lot of work for nothing. Now go up to the very first line though, and look at unit 19. I think that's Muddy Gap. That's here by somewhere right around here. And you do the same thing. So we had about a 20% drawing odd in 2021 for residents. You do a 90-10, you sit at about 20%, but you implement the waiting period, and all of a sudden you end up at 51%. For some reason that doesn't. Just make sure that I got that right. Yeah, because you're only increasing your number of resident tags by going to 90-10, relatively small amounts, because there's 131 tags. Currently there's 114. We add another 4 to it. So you're not shifting there. When you implement the waiting period, that's where you start to see the big jumps. And so that's maybe supporting Adam's argument here. And then you go down to deer, antelope's another good one. So unit 75, a good way to look at this. I thought this was really interesting. Last year it was about a 23% resident draw odds. You have about row 9 there. You go shift 90-10, and that area is high demand. It'd be at the top fringe of high demand. So at 23, you get up to 27%. You implement a 3-year waiting period, and assuming you don't have a bunch of people go in there, your draw odds are 138%. Basically, everybody that it puts in is going to draw that within 3 years, unless you have substantial demand shift that goes over it. When you go to 5 years, you actually end up with more licenses than you have people applying. So in that area, you get a little bump with the 90-10, but again, the big impact happens in the waiting period there. And then unit 60 is another one of those at the bottom there, 9% draw. Last time you do 90-10, you get 1 percentage point increase, 10%. With a 3-year waiting period, you get up to 14%. Now, some people would say moving from 9% to 14% is a pretty good jump, but it's not huge with that.
Most standard deviations are 2%, so you're really only looking at a 2% increase potentially.
Yeah. So the big challenge is for those hard to dry areas, we're just not gonna have a solution that does much to increase those odds. But when you get up to 23, 25, 30% areas, especially with the waiting period, that's when you start to really shift and see the odds change there.
And this may add another layer to your mathematics, does pulling 90-10 out, but including just the waiting periods, have you run those numbers to see what that does to draw odds?
That's there.
Yeah.
And then you take landowner tags, and you take them,
And cap them?
or just, they don't affect the resident draw.
Yep.
Like in area 7, you just dumped 240 more resident licenses in area 7 by taking that resident landowner license away from that 15. It does way more. It's the type X license in those areas. What it is, just way more than anything
So, and Mr. Chair, so, and I can run that, maybe when we break for lunch, I'll do that. I'll run through. Here's the reality though, and something that we need to take into consideration. I get that the odds don't necessarily change, but when you take like unit 19 or any of those, there's 4 more residents are gonna pick up an elk tag. That's gonna make a difference to 4 more residents. By doing nothing, we're saying you 4 aren't, we would prefer that these tags go to a non-resident. So while the numbers aren't huge, Deer 78 down by me, French Creek down there, I mean, you're talking about almost, 23 more residents get that tag that are currently going to non-residents. And if we do nothing with those quota splits, what we're saying is we'd rather have those other 23 tags go to a non-resident, probably a non-resident DIY guy, than to a resident. And that's a hard pill for the folks that are emailing me to swallow.
Well, and part of that conversation is the economics of it. That's why we've discussed the economy of the outfitting industry and why it's important to prop them up or to guarantee business or whatever, set aside business for them. That's the economic aspect of it. So when we look at economics, whether it's a 90-10 or an 85-15, we've got to transfer the expense of that to someone, correct?
Right. That's where I would rather say if we reduce those, even if we didn't, I'd rather have those 23 going into an outfitter because they are going to leave more money in Wyoming. They're still non-residents hunting here. I mean, whether they're doing it themselves or not. So if we're going to have them here and we're going to give those tags, let's make some money off it.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna, on that note, I'm just gonna throw in a plug for, like we even get comments here about non-resident welfare and all of those kind of things. But really what this is it's the communities. It's the small communities like Hewlett, like DuBois, like Pinedale, like Matitsi, that are employing people that are spending dollars in those communities. And that is a big deal. That is a big deal to Wyoming, to rural Wyoming. And I think that's something that certainly these comments don't, they're only looking at mean Cy over here that just wants that. And that's unfortunate because it really is about the communities and the people that you guys employ, what they do to the communities, and do we value that industry in Wyoming? They value that industry in Montana. They value that in Idaho. They value that in New Mexico. We've seen that. This probably goes to what Adam is asking, why carve that out? Why do that? I think that's what we're talking about. I can tell you that the industry that I am at, if you guys could carve out 250 million tons of coal every year for the next 100 years, would you do it? Absolutely. Right. And so I think that's a different way to put it. Is, are we valuing an industry that's going to be here for a long, long time? We still value, we can, that's why this whole grand compromise was kind of kicked around, was because there is more things to it. Can we carve out 1, 3, and 5? It's correct. It's a really good idea. I think that makes sense. But I also think that there's some real merit to doing what Joe is saying, and doing what the outfitting industry is doing, is that we're actually doing all of them. And I think that's why there's some merit to the set aside. I think that there's some merit to keeping the, to what's up here. So I would just throw that out there, that there's really more to it than just Lee and Cy sitting here with their face. There's communities that are valuable.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to reiterate the same debate that we had with sheep, moose, goat, and grizzly bear. But, your chance of hunting in the red desert antelope right now, and you increase it and you give 4 or 5 people a year an opportunity. They're kind of once in a lifetime deals with the 90-10. And it's not the individual unit. So tally them all up, folks. It's thousands of permits. And out of that 1,000, there's a number of these that are, even under these scenarios, are once in a lifetime, or maybe twice in a lifetime opportunities. You start out with 9 and you go to 14. I just don't want to diminish those opportunities for the residents that live here year round and say, well, it's just not worth it because it's only a 6% increase in your drawing rights. it's not a 6% increase. It's 4 people every year get it once in a lifetime. We've had this discussion. So I still like the 90-10, even though Adam doesn't like it.
Well, I don't like it because it's tied to something else.
Yeah, and it very well, then that may be your point of objection, but sometimes that's the way things get done. But
Yeah.
anyway, I just don't want to say we just go to the waiting period, get it. If we're going to do something, we need to do something for both sides of the equation. And that's where I'm back to 1 through 5.
We can do that. And Larry's example is a perfect example. You go through the I-80 corridor, you look at those antelope areas, and I went through everybody's outfit reports for the last 3 years. You could go to a 90-10 split on those areas. The entire I-80 corridor, 50% of those land in with outfitters, and in every one of those units, there's more hunters hunting with an outfitter than there is currently for the last 3-year average. So you can have your cake and eat it too if you surgically do this thing the right way. And that's a fact. I just went through 3 years out for reports. And Bagel was one of the few. And he's in areas where there would be now 12 antelope licenses available for non-resident client. And there was 2 people last year that used an outfitter. This would increase the market share by 10. So now there'd be 12 non-residents using an outfitter in there. And you cut the tags in half. You can have your cake and eat it too if we don't get hung up on well, I don't want that. I don't want more resident antelope licenses if I have to have 10 non-residents that are using an outfit. That's dumb. And that's why we need to fix this thing now. We can fix this, but we have to do it. Just have to listen to, not get hung up on this thing, right? Let out for 50% draw. That's just dumb to think that way.
I think we need to get away from this, and I'm not beating on you, Rusty, at all. This carve out. The outfitting industry already takes pretty much the number of licenses that we're talking about having as an outfitter draw only. We're already taking. It's just how they get scattered out over the years. I mean, I've got Bill Perry sitting over there that's at 30% draw. So what's that do to those employees that we're planning on that season? And if you don't keep those guys coming back year after year, pretty soon they drift off and they don't come back. That's X number of dollars that is not getting spent in those communities that he's outfitting from. So we're not asking for a taking of these licenses that are going somewhere else. They're already going with us. We're just asking for, with this, we feel we're going to see some stability in the industry. And back to the marketing thing, again, I'll start loading the draw up, but I'm going to start hitting some shows. That means there's more money going out of state than is staying in state. It's an economic factor. And once we realize how important this is, the industry is to this tourism industry in Wyoming, I think people don't realize what we do in this state. So, again, it's not a carve out. It's not taking this out. We're already taking it out.
Well, where's the task force want to go now? We have about a half an hour before lunch.
So I want to pull a Pat Craig.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. And we'll tell him you did that.
I'm gonna move that we adopt as a framework right now, Dr. Schaefer's proposal. And that we go back through that and pick which one of those options that we want. So then we can, and then, Mr. Chairman, that we would adopt that to take it out for public comment. We're not adopting it as a recommendation, but what I'm saying, let's go back through those. Let's say it's option 1, that becomes the proposal, put it out for public comment. So that would be the motion.
I'll second that.
Okay. So you're making a motion to go back through this though.
And say which one of those
Okay.
options. I think that
Okay.
if we leave options, it's 15 or 20 different combinations.
Right.
We need to provide some focus on what this task force thinks those options ought to be.
Yeah, the motion's there and the second's there. Who's for,
Discussion.
yeah, discussion. I mean, we're gonna go back through the discussion I would have is that basically this motion is that we go back through there, pick the options to put out for public comment.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm good.
I think to add to the discussion and just recognizing that we have, while we have Brian and Pete, is Ogden still on, Sarah? I also.
He is.
Okay. Pat and Lisa and Alyssa are not here. And again,
I am on, sorry.
okay, thanks. I know at the last meeting we had asked, and I think Representative Summers, you had indicated it would be beneficial for you is wherever we land on this, to see what kind of modeling can be done so we can see exactly what this looks like instead of just continuing to try to guess what some of these implications might be. I think that can maybe be included into that so we would see that. And I think particularly for someone like Representative Summers, he wants to know how does this impact in his backyard to his constituents. And I think, Jen, it would apply to you. How does this affect the people that I deal with in my circle? I can tell you where I live, I've had several people reach out that, they have great concerns about the non-residents that come to those areas, 93 Antelope, for example, but they see their odds being cut in half. And so I think that's a concern. I think that's what all of us are trying to do is represent the folks that we deal with. But then again, I've heard from people on this side of the state in Chugwater that have the same concern. And I think the more information we have, the better decision we can make. And so I think maybe include that within this.
Well, and I don't disagree with that, Mr. Chairman. We have to have a concrete proposal, not a shopping list. And so that's where I think to do that, this task force needs to make a recommendation on option 1, option 2, option 3. And then that's what we're taking comment on. Otherwise, like I said, if you look at every one of these has got different options, probably 30 or 40 combinations out there. We'll never, but take those based on the recommendation, look at them and say, okay, now what is exactly the student proposal?
What is that?
And in the meantime, prior to next month's meeting, we can maybe get a little input back on it.
So that being said, there's a motion there, and looking at our agenda and right after lunch says, present and discuss a comprehensive recommendation package, which basically is a continuation. If this motion passes, basically what we'll do is we'll come back after lunch. We may talk a little bit about one of the other subcommittees for 15 minutes before lunch and then go through these, if you're okay with it, choose some, try to come up with a package that we can get some consensus on to put out for public comment.
I don't know that we'll ever get.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Brian.
So just a matter, I don't know if this is a big deal, but I think that maybe, and I'm going to support this. I've got a few things in it that I'm concerned with, mainly number 5, but I'm going to support Senator Hicks's motion. I just wonder if the way we advertised this thing, we said that this was going to be a breakout session time, and do we need to wait and vote on it right after lunch and then, do a straw poll now, make sure everybody's on board, and then actually vote on it during a full public session before we move out for the afternoon? Or is everybody comfortable doing it now when we're kind of in breakout sessions?
I think and I'm just gonna maybe take co-chairman's prerogative here. There is a motion, but it was more of a straw poll kind of motion is my guess. And so would you be okay with that, Senator Hicks? Just making sure everybody's okay going.
I think we
through
need to
that.
be in our normal public session to
okay.
take a formal
Sounds good.
action.
Okay.
So
Sounds good.
that's the point where maybe, Mr. Chairman, we would go back to and say, okay, the proposal is option 1 for number 1, option 3 for number 2, option 4, whatever that is, and do that in a regular public meeting versus a subcommittee type work.
So when we come back in at, say 12:30 to 1, we'll go back through these. Is anybody opposed to that? Okay.
So we don't need to.
Yeah.
Unless everybody wants to just quit and go home.
Right. Okay, so coming back in after lunch, we will take a little bit of public comment here in just a few minutes. And then the other two subcommittees that we had were the damage subcommittee. And I think and I don't know if we probably can't do this in the short amount of time we have before lunch, but Senator Hicks actually started talking about this morning. So I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about the damage, but yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, didn't we hear from Brian that they're gonna have some concrete proposals on damage in July?
In July, right, to
They
present,
are.
I think you said in September.
Because we have that, it's still in front of us.
I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, and I'm perfectly fine with that. I think that what that does is, I think we all understand what Senator Hicks was saying this morning about, those areas that are over quota. We have to have options to deal with those. I think the department is actively trying to address that now, and they're going to bring some proposals. There's going to be something that comes before our July meeting that we can look at. If they don't address the concerns of this task force, then we add those things to what we continue to talk about. So I think that's a good idea.
And do you think that also includes and incorporates the type X license discussion? I would think that.
Yeah, I think so. I think the interesting thing about the Type X license that we had talked about actually is addressed through the grand compromise. It probably is addressed somewhat through that, but it's also addressed through the damage in the other ways. I mean, if you're going to allocate transferable tags, that actually is taking care of that. If you're going to write a check to somebody because they don't want to have hunters, then that actually deals with that issue. So it's a non-issue. I think if the department in the future wants to have more tags similar to a private land only tag like they have for antelope, I think they already have the discretion to do that. And if that's done because of damage or not because of damage, I actually think that's dealt with. And if there's a landowner or an outfitter set aside, I think it actually addresses some of that also. So I think it kind of takes it off the table, some of those other things that we're talking about. So.
Rusty, why don't we come back from lunch before we go through Joe's proposal again? Maybe allow for some public comment.
That sounds like a good idea.
That would be healthy.
The other subcommittee then would be the subcommittee on landowner licenses. And I don't know if we can pull up the Pat did another red line. He went through the chapter 44 and he's done a lot of work on this stuff. The one thing that I know I asked everybody to look at last meeting, which is only 2 weeks ago, and so if you haven't, I didn't look at it a whole bunch, but I did look at it some more, was this antelope, deer, and elk landowner license allocation. And just glance at it, look at it. What do you think? Where's a hard line that we can give to the department to say, you know what, never should this many licenses be given. Now, Cy brought up a good question that maybe in these, we could probably bring it as a caveat in these over allocated over objective areas, maybe we take these, we don't put a limit on those, and that they just get kicked into it, that they don't even get taken off of the quota, because you're right, they have a place to hunt. It's not gonna matter. It's, it has no management, issues with it. Maybe that's something that really wasn't discussed by the subcommittee, but maybe should be.
Is there a limiting factor to those then?
Well, and
Where
that's
private land only has to be what is considered, or deeded land only, or deeded and leased? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either. Yeah, I think that's a good question.
Because if you
I really
keep
think so.
30 landowner licenses and throw 30 more tags back into a population, you've got 15 of those 30 landowners hunting Forest Service ground, you've increased the hunting pressure by 15 more people than you had originally. And we're back to the same convoluted.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're really talking about is an area like Area 7, and it seems to get a lot of focus, but it's because it's got a lot of issues. I don't know what you think about
I
that.
just make it go general. We'll solve some of those.
Well, and
Region G for non-residents, I think is a great example of it. So there's 400 non-resident deer licenses, about 36 of them go to non-resident landowners. Who winter a lot of deer. They don't, not a single one of those tags gets hung over right or property. They all end up forced. But in the grand scheme of things, out of that entire region, Region G, 36 tags. It's like, why are we taking those out of the 400 non-resident landowners? Or non-resident quota? Why does that matter? That's ridiculous. Why can't we just let those 36 non-resident landowners be rewarded for having a ranch that provides a whole bunch of fair range? Region G, make that non-resident quota whole at 400. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me that we would do that. In Region G. That's just one example. I like that across the entire state.
No, that's, I mean, just from face value, that's a 10% increase in hunting pressure, 10% increase in non-resident licensed individuals.
Region G where there's 4,000 residents.
Yeah. Yeah, and likewise with resident landowner licenses, I don't know what,
Because
it's a general, so you increase your non-resident pressure by 10%, add 10% more non-residents to the field. That's the only mathematical downside I can see to that.
There's no biological.
No.
So if you're a non-resident landowner, you can get a license. If you're a resident landowner, you can't get a license.
You just go buy right by it.
It's kind of funny that you have to buy one if you're a resident landowner. You don't have to buy one if you're non-resident.
well, you still have to buy
You
it.
still have to buy it.
You said it's just get it.
You just get it. It comes out that 400 quota, which is a minuscule quota as it is. It doesn't add up. Especially if you look at those, Albert's more familiar with the land mass over the Niagara front. Some pretty significant winter range. And that habitat hasn't been framed as much as it could be. So
I guess, looking back at this, and the one thing that I think the glaring number to me was, and it's still a small amount of tags, but when 70% of the non-resident type 1 124 tags, elk tags are going to landowners, non-resident landowners. Now that's only 7 tags. That means it only leaves 3 tags
In an area that's 86% public land.
Yep, that is an area that's right now 70, that says 70%,
Yeah, whatever.
70% public land. What is acceptable? So I don't know. I don't know that answer, but I think that's the discussion we need to have. I think that, we had talked about having this fluctuating number on how much public land is there and how much private public land, surface land there is compared to how many licenses are given. Going through this, there's just not going to be very many outside of non-resident elk. There's not going to be much change if we set it a cap at 20 or 25%, that we're just not okay with setting a certain number, saying when it gets to this, there's going to have to be a landowner draw. Not going to actually have very many that fall into that right now. But as Wyoming progresses.
If I could interrupt
Yeah,
just
yeah, go ahead.
Part of that was not just the public land component, but was to try to discourage this whole issue of subdivision for landowner permits.
Well, and a couple of things in this paper also that I could potentially see there being an increase in landowner applicants when we start making long-term employees eligible. I mean, there's lands that don't currently apply for landowner licenses because the landowner themselves could give a rip.
Yeah.
But their ranch manager, 25 years, would love nothing more than to go and hasn't been able to. Now, I'm not saying that's fair and or equitable, that he or she has not had that opportunity. But that will potentially increase and maybe it's not huge, but it feels like the theme of this task force thus far is to spend a lot of times on things that aren't very huge in terms of impact. Very tongue in cheek. I'm glad to see some of you laughing and take me fully seriously with that. But there's a possibility for that. When you start making employees eligible that lands haven't applied for landowner licenses in the past, now the employee goes, hey boss, I can now hunt if you put in for this for me. That's another license that's coming up. So there are some considerations with some of this that does make that cap more necessary.
And I think as you see the number of deer decreasing over the, the mule deer,
And the move
it's going to
potentially to
continue.
limited
And
quotas.
so I think that's important. That's why it's really important for us to give the department some direction on a cap. I really do. If it was me and I went through this, I would say 20%. I would be happy with 20%. Now, I realize that it only takes a few more. If we don't make those, area 7, those people if there's a few more, that's going to go into a draw because they're right at 19%. But it's going to affect not very many, but what it's going to do is as there's more and there's more, and I'm not looking at this year, actually, I'm thinking 10 years to 20 years down the road when another 150,000 people move to Wyoming and start carving into some of these areas that that's never going to change, and I don't know if that's the right number or not.
Do we tie what we define as a hard to draw area to a landowner limit as well? I mean, in the spirit of arbitrary and capricious numbers and designations, if a hard to draw area is 30%, maybe you shouldn't have any more than 30% landowner licenses distributed for any area. I mean,
Mr. Chairman.
I don't know.
To that point, a while ago, I think I shared this with the director. I don't know who else I shared it with, but we could create a simple way to do that using 2 criteria, basically the demand and the land ratio, and just set a simple criteria that you set these different levels. So let's say, for example, that you're looking at 25 to 50% private to public land or public to private land, I think is what I had there. And then demand, you could actually apply a real simple rubric, and at the top end, 50% could be 50% of the tags go to landowners. But in those areas with a lot of public land and high demand, it may only be 7.5% of those tags that go there. There's a pretty simple way to do that. It would require some calculation by the department on a regular basis. And then you would establish by unit a cap of landowner licenses that basically looks at land ownership and demand for those.
Just a formula.
Yeah, for those permits. And so it wouldn't be a one size fits all, but it does have its sideboards. At the top end, no more than 50% will ever go to landowners, and at the bottom end, never no less than 7.5 or 10 or
Yeah, and I
whatever.
think that's where I was getting at, Joe, was what is that top end? What are we okay with? I'm not okay with 50% ever, honestly. And I've looked through this and I don't know that I'm okay with 50% of the licenses going to landowner licenses.
But we're okay with 50% of non-resident licenses going to a certain industry. I mean, I'm gonna play, that's a devil's advocate statement.
Yeah, no,
To start an argument.
I would say yes, I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with that.
So
I'm entitled to
that
my
is-
own
So.
Yeah.
But anyway, but I think that, go ahead, Dwayne.
Well, I'm okay with the percentage, coming up with a percentage, but I guess I'm not okay with tying it to public land. Because in some of those areas where there's 85% public land, 15% private, the private land may be crucial habitat. And so tying it to the percentages, I don't know.
Well,
I think we should deal with the problem of some areas where the landowners get the largest percentage, but I don't know if tying it to the percentage of public land is the right way to go.
I actually think that you could actually integrate that into part of Joe's formula. The other thing that happens is keep in mind when you cap these landowners, then you're going to have to make a distribution between resident and non-resident. And so if you just say we cap the landowners, in other words, there's eligible land, right? there's only 10 tags, but there's 20 eligible landowners. Do they all just go, and I'm not saying, do they all just go into a random draw then?
The
Or
first year.
first year, and then the second year, you get a point. But do you treat non-resident landowners the same as you do resident landowners? Or do you say there's a non-resident cap and resident cap? So that's one of the issues that you'll run into, because there is a couple examples on here. Because it's already divided, and they come out of that non-resident pool. Let's use elk, they're coming out of that 16%. They're eating up a much higher percentage of those available public permits than the resident landowners. And part of that's just the size of the pools. But it's just something that if we make that recommendation, just think about that. You just throw, and my thoughts were, is getting back to the biology, it's the land, and to Dwayne's thing, it's the end. It's the land that supports the animals, it's not the ownership there. So you may want to consider just putting them all in the same pool. And then why would you discriminate against the guy that winters 10,000 head of elk that's eligible for 2 landowners and the guy that has 200 head of elk for 100 days? And he doesn't have the same chance even though he's on. So I think my recommendation would be, if you do that,
Keep them the same.
they all go into a quote landowner pool and then cap that.
So
And it gets, and that ties in almost to size proposal. Then you have to have a quota specifically for that. Maybe you take that percentage out of the resident, non-resident. But it's not just as simple as putting it. The more I thought about it, it's like all these things, there's some complications there, Rusty. Anyway,
the goal for all of this, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to help dissuade abuse of landowner licenses, right? And specifically on small acreages more than large sections of habitat. I mean, that's the overall general. I know there are small acreages that are extremely crucial to wildlife habitat.
Yeah, and to dissuade subdivision.
Subdivision. So I spent a lot of time with a couple of game wardens who review a lot of landowner requests. And one of the things that was brought up is the difference. We always talk about how much it costs for either a cow to graze on public land and state land as a lease versus an elk or a deer to graze on private land. We know the difference between the two, that elk, deer, and antelope could give a rip about fences for the most part, unless they're sheep fences, and then we know that does a good job of keeping antelope where we want to keep antelope. Elk and deer traverse the landscape unimpeded for the most part. You can have 4 sections of land in a 24-hour animal use day, where 200 elk spend 10 hours on one section of land, an hour each on 2 sections of land, and 12 hours on a 4th section of land. Well, under current landowner qualifications, I can take a picture of those 200 head on this acreage. They move to another acreage for an hour. Oop, there's my 200 head on, and they're only there for an hour. 1 hour a day out of a 24-hour period. The 3rd one, same thing. The 4th one, same thing. All 4 of those qualify for 2 landowner licenses under the current section. The animal use day has not been defined and or actually upheld, much like it is with an AUM. I mean, when you put cows on a state section or a BLM section or a forest section, those calculations are based on animal use months. Am I correct? We're just asking for pictures of 29,000 piles of poop for 200 elk on a 160 acre section. I mean, that was verbatim what the game warden told me. 160 acre section, 200 elk, your 160 acres should look like a feedlot to qualify. And he said the vast majority do not. So, but that's because there's no definition of what animal use day is for wildlife. Currently, it's show some evidence that you have animals on your place. And we're going to assume they're spending the whole 24 hours there when they're not.
You're right from a strict numeric standard. But these game wardens I deal with are pretty intimately familiar with these properties. And if it's just one of those transitory things where they're in and out of there, they don't count those as animal use days. Yeah, and I know the proposal was the landowners would have to provide some verifications. I think that's your concern. But we also had in that proposal that the department could reject those.
Well, and I guess the concern was there's no guideline to actually reject that at this point in time. Like,
Well,
there's no
we left that
specific.
up to rulemaking by the department in that proposal. So they would basically go through and have this exact same discussion as you would, and they could reject the landowner's verification. So say, we disagree with that verification.
But I guess the request is they don't feel they're able to do that right now. That's why I was asked to bring this up specifically by a couple of folks. Like they're in a position where they don't feel they can do that because there isn't that guideline
Well,
established.
there's the ones that establishes now, so I don't know why they can't
Yeah.
reject it.
Well,
Well, I think it's hard.
yeah,
I think it's hard. I think it's a tough situation for those folks that are there. I mean, they're the ones that get to deal with these landowners day in, day out. So if they reject that and there's evidence there's not evidence specifically, unless you're watching that animal for 24 hours, there's evidence that they're there. There's not evidence that they're not. They're only presenting the evidence that they're there.
mhm.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I do. I also get what Larry's saying.
Yeah, I do
It is
also.
hard. So,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
on that note, Adam, that's something that sort of always baffled me. Like, for instance, there was a mountain property near us that was owned by a family and it was subdivided 5 ways. Well, when the family owned it and it was held contiguously, they had 2 landowner licenses. It was divided and each of those 5 now have 2 licenses.
And
That
they're not
makes no
supporting
sense to
yeah,
me.
they're not supporting.
No, and in essence, I think it should be looked at much like a water right. If I have a water right, I subdivide my property. That still only has, the one water right on it. And then those people have to share that one right. And I think that those landowner licenses should be the same. And I think if you did that, that would discourage subdivision as well. I mean, does that make sense?
Makes great sense.
Yeah, and we had,
No, it doesn't.
we had, well, it doesn't because, well, and I'll take a stab at it before you do. But let's say that the large property has way more than 2,000 animal day use. When they carved that up, technically, all 5 of those are still having, it's the same. I mean, it's the rule we set. I understand what you're saying, but the rule is 2,000 use days. That they still probably all qualify if there's that many animals for those licenses. Do I like that rule? No, I think that's why we're talking about it, but they still qualify. Is that what
Yeah, so
you're gonna say?
that's great when you're carving up, 160s and 320s and stuff. But if I sell my 120,000 acre ranch and I get 2 elk licenses on 120,000 acre, I got 10,000 elk out there, and then I sell that and cut it in half. So now there's 260,000 acre ranches. Now this guy's got 5,000 head of elk. This guy's got 5, but they only get 1 landowner. There's no equity in that.
So back to the
So-
numbers on that, if there's where it puts the game and fish, the department folks in a tough spot is when, let's just use those same numbers. Let's say you have only 5,000 day use total, of this big ranch. Now it's chopped up into 5. There's somebody that can actually quantify that there's, with pictures, they're saying we all have 2,000. Well, we know that can't be correct. There's somebody that's not they're not spending as much time on one of the places or the other.
They're an hour a day because they're transitioning.
Right. And so it puts the folks, the department folks, in a really tough spot to say no. We have to give them the authority to say no and give them the justification to say no to somebody. They still have to do it. You know what I mean? That's a tough spot. It is, and I get it.
So we're saying that if we had at least had to provide some proof, it would allow those wardens a chance to say.
Yeah, that's right. So.
And
okay,
part of
so-
that may be solved with the review period
Yeah.
incorporated in there, because right now that doesn't exist. I mean,
Right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna eat lunch. We're gonna come back right after lunch, and I know we have at least one comment here from Jess. We're gonna take that comment. Then we're gonna go back into Joe's, proposals and try to pick some specifics out, bring something forward. And then after that, we'll get back into this conversation. And I don't know when we're gonna get into the antler legal update, but we'll try to do that sometime around that time that's scheduled, Brian. So at this point, we'll take a break and have lunch.
What time do you want to come back?
12. We're gonna take a couple public comments first, but
Okay, let's do public comment.
Okay.
I've got a question
Okay.
for you.
so we're gonna take some public comment to start with. I don't know whether we have anybody online that wants to make a public comment, but we have a couple in the room. Jess, we're gonna start with Jess. Yeah, I don't know. That's a
There's
good
a mic.
question.
We have
Do we
a
have
mic.
do we have a mic?
Yes, there's a mic up on the podium.
Perfect.
They're working?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I kind of wanted to, let's just say, Jess, with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation, and I wanted to talk now rather than later to give a little bit of perspective, because I think we've heard a lot from almost everybody, membership-wise, whenever we're getting emails, folks are kind of at a loss, and there's a reason that we have not weighed in heavily on a lot of this. And I think it's because they're starting to feel a little bit left behind for the sort of louder, squeakier wheel that's more of the trophy style hunter. There are resident hunters out there, and there is a lot of them. They're actually really okay and happy with how things are going. Some of these numbers are coming from the Mule Deer Initiative reports, but let me try to pull this up. Only 10% of mule deer hunters attended the meeting in the state, 10%. And that's where these comments are coming from. 74% have reported being completely satisfied with their hunt. The strong majority is pretty dang happy. So I'm saying this because as we are getting so pulled into the minutia and the details of these tags, the average hunter who isn't mad enough to stand up and yell at you guys is actually pretty okay with how things are. And as we're getting and seeing these things fought over and fought over and fought over, I think we're losing the ability to actually get something done by staying a little more high level. So I want to show you a little bit about my strategy, because I am a resident hunter. I wouldn't call myself a trophy hunter, but of course I do put in for those maybe once in a lifetime places. But the way that I do it is I put in for a hard to draw tag, say, you know, a mule deer area like 102 or something like that, with the understanding that maybe once in my next 30 years I'll draw it. But I'm also never mad when I don't draw it, because I either have an amazing general hunt that this state offers, or I draw a second choice. But the thing is this is my 12th year hunting. And until 3 years ago, I did not understand how to use this system effectively on first draw, second draw, third draw, and so on. Or that I could possibly hold a reduced price cow tag and a full price cow tag and, you know, all these other tags. It took me, I'm not kidding, 9 years. And working at Wyoming Wildlife Federation and having access to people that did this and deep dive into this for a living to understand that. So as we're making things really, really complicated, I'm going to tell you that if we just had education right now on how this tag system currently works, I think the squeaky wheel would be a little quieter. I think there's always going to be 10% of people that are going to be unhappy. You're always going to be hearing from it. But that resident hunter has been left behind in this discussion because they're just not feeling like they're being talked to. And I think, you know, this work is going to be null and void if we put out another system that folks can't understand. And it takes 9 years for someone who works in the conservation and hunting industry to figure it out. Like, that's an issue. So the education thing is so huge, and it is not being talked about as we're making things more and more complicated. We're talking about, you know, all of this. And I want to read a quote from a member that emailed us. And I think it's really poignant because he's, you know, he's not saying don't do this, but he is saying, you know, asking that the task force slow down and ensure that there's adequate information sharing and feedback on topics. You know, there's so many things happening. People have busy lives, and when you only give 2 or 3 weeks for folks to get their heads around some of this stuff, no one can do that. I could barely do it in 9 years. So we have to slow down if we're going to do it correctly, and you're not going to have the blow up that I feel is coming from the resident hunter just being frustrated with the speed of things, with everything that's going through. I would also suggest that we're making these decisions without solid data. You know, we know 74% of hunters, 70% of mule deer hunters. We have no idea on elk and pronghorn. That's not public knowledge. You know, we have the mule deer numbers because of the mule deer initiative. We don't have the same stuff for elk and pronghorn. So just kind of asking that there is like a little bit of a gut check, that if we can't even get our hunters to understand the system now, let alone, and forgive me, our legislators, how are we ever going to get this through in a way that is meaningful, not a 10-headed beast, and actually fixes things without fighting about it? So I would say slow down. You guys are going into heavy, heavy, heavy topics. It feels like your foot is on, you know, gas pedals. And if we have to make this a longer task force, we should be doing that rather than not doing due diligence, leaving resident hunters behind because they just can't keep up. I mean, it is hard to watch an all-day Zoom session and understand everything that's happening for a lot of these folks if you don't give them time to do it. And almost every email we've gotten has just been in this feeling of the resident hunter has been left behind in this discussion because they are not paid. This is not their job. This is what they love to do. This is why they live in Wyoming. But they also have day jobs, they have families, they have other things going on. So this is sort of a plea to slow down a little bit, to gut check it, to think about how putting something this complicated through a legislature of 93 folks, if you can't even get the hunters in the room to understand what's going on. I just don't see a success in that, but I do see success if we slow down a little bit and we give folks some time to catch up. Because what we're hearing is just there's too much going on, there's too much happening in summer. Let's just extend this if we need to, rather than shove things through that haven't been fully vetted, that we don't have the data for. I think asking Game and Fish to do some of these surveys is valid. I think doubling down as an NGO, Wyoming Wildlife Federation has spent money, time, and energy on putting out education on how our current system works. So there's a lot of partnership that's available here, but this is moving so fast, none of us can keep up. And I understand those questions.
Go ahead.
That was a great speech, Jason. I really appreciate the comments. But what do we do if a 90-10 bill comes up in this next session?
We just keep arguing about it.
So Jess, so Jess, I think you maybe heard a little bit this morning, and I apologize if it seems like we're going too fast. And it seems complex, but as we've seen, everything is complex. Everything is tied to another thing. And to Senator Hicks's comments this morning about not only do we not know who the next governor is going to be, our objective was to get to December, and actually for us to actually get something accomplished before December to allow public comment. And we're actually looking at really needing to be done with no meetings scheduled in October, that in November, you know, that doesn't leave us very much time. And I get that we're not slowing down enough, but I'm not sure how we're going to do that. You know, I mean, I really don't.
I have an answer for that.
Okay, fire away.
My answer is that you don't have to do anything too. Because I think most resident hunters would rather have things the way they are than things be shoved through that aren't well vetted and haven't been well thought out or well endorsed by the public.
Well, and I'm not gonna, I don't want to have a big argument, but maybe a little slight pushback that I don't think that there's ever been a committee that I've seen at the legislative level or anything that has put this much time in 1 year and this many meetings, and to say that we're not vetting it, I think that's, I mean, we are trying as hard as we can to vet it. we have Game and Fish doing presentations almost every meeting, giving us that information. They sent us probably thousands of documents, hundreds for sure of documents before the task force even started on information that had been given through commission meetings and all of that stuff prior. And so, you know, we're doing as best we can. And I get it. Maybe we don't, maybe we have to leave something. I think for the most part,
you guys didn't vet it. The work here has been huge. You guys have learned so much. What I'm kind of trying to get at is that it's hard for the public to keep up with it because you guys are having incredibly nuanced conversations. The work you have done is incredible. Wyoming Game and Fish Department and everything. I am not criticizing that. What I am saying is that until you get the rest of that 74% of hunters, you know, it's hard to get that out there. It's hard to do it in a short amount of time. And I'm worried, you know, and we can battle this and, you know, I can do all the work that I can do as a lobbyist, but like, I'm worried. Batteries down. I'm worried that if we don't vet this like that, it's gonna end up into another explosion. It's like 74% wakes up. And then that happens. And the worry here is that rather than just, I'm not saying do nothing, but I am giving permission to do nothing in the sense of like, sometimes if you have sat down and really nuanced, got into a system and realized how complicated it is, and if you pull here, things happen here, if you pull here, things happen here. You guys have had these discussions. That is not doing nothing, but it is coming to this conclusion that maybe doing nothing is an okay answer rather than pushing through something that may not be totally vetted through that 74%. We are having a hard time to get here because you get the same comments from the same people consistently, but you're not getting the rest of the resident hunters because folks are just kind of sitting cross-eyed in a little deer in headlights right now. And I know that because had I not been here, I would be feeling that way, but not because you guys aren't representing them well. It's just hard to get that information out. So I'm just cautioning on the time frame and saying that doing nothing is okay. And it's not that you didn't do anything. It's that you did a whole ton of a lot and realized that what we have is also okay. 74% of mule deer hunters are satisfied. We are making decisions to appease 26%.
well, I'm just gonna say that I don't disagree with you. And I think a lot of the people in here probably would agree with that. I will tell you that I doubt we're gonna change 74% of everything.
I also agree. And I have to thank you guys for the work you've done. Because I'm not criticizing that. It has been an incredible, like titanic amount of work.
Senator Hicks, go for it.
So Jesse, a question, is part of the problem is the perception of what this group is doing? Because I can look back, we've already decided not to do some stuff on quite a few issues. But we don't really do anything other than study them and then make a recommendation, take public input all the way through this process. And so our role then is just to make a recommendation so then that's another full public process. It goes to the commission. We make a recommendation, commission may consider it. They may decide to do nothing with it, or they'll go out for public comment with it. Same thing with legislation. So we made a recommendation last year, went to a bill draft, the TRW committee took several committee meetings and worked that around the state. Then it went to the legislature, went to more committee meetings and both. So there was, are they not understanding the process of what we do here? It seems to be the perception that we're making final decisions, and we are not. We're just making recommendations to continue this to the next level of public process, whether that be through commission or legislature. So is there a perception there that we're making decisions?
Vice President of the Senate, yes. I think the perception is that because it is a well put together task force, you have heavy hitters, you have the majority floor leader, a chairwoman for TRW, yourself as a vice president of the Senate. You guys carry a lot of weight in the legislature, and that doesn't lost on folks. And so, yes, we know it's a recommendation. And you have Joe. But you know, it's not lost. I think that there is a lot of power on this task force, as there should be. That is not a knock on it. But, you know, so I think folks, yes, it's a recommendation. It's a recommendation with a lot of weight. And, you know, when something comes out of the task force, hopefully it does have weight. And that's what you want. So I think folks read it like that. Probably there is misconceptions on exactly, like, maybe they are feeling that some of this, like what you say is law. But I do think the folks that are tracking this, you know, with yourself, Senator, and Senator Driscoll, and Representative Summers, and Representative Flitner, you know, it's not lost on them that this is a powerful group of people.
You know, and all this time I thought it was Cy that had all the power.
That comes later.
You know, thank you, Jess and Mr. Chairman. You know, I think she's right in a lot of ways, because you know, one thing I try to do as a legislator is I put out an enormous amount of press releases. And I have got back a very limited amount of feedback, and I get it out there. And I know that my constituency is loaded with people that this is going to affect. And a lot of them have no idea this is going on. Some of that's their fault, but they have no idea it's going on. And so I do think we have to be careful about, you know, about what we, you know, because we come up with some idea, doesn't mean it's the best idea.
Jesse,
To reach that 74% is a challenge. I mean, that we've tried it in this as a group, we've tried it individually. I mean, Adam, how many people do you get? You probably get more feedback than any of us.
Depends on what we're talking about.
Yeah, right.
Depends on the feedback then too.
Yeah, it's tough.
I guess I would just err on saying that no, if you're hearing the same voices over and over and over again, and not a diverse set of voices, you're only hearing from one very small minority.
Jesse, Director Nesbitt has a comment to you. Go ahead, Brian.
Good morning, Jess. I really appreciate your comments and your feedback. I think we need to hear those kind of things you're hearing from your members. I've got a question, but I need to preface it with, you know, something you'll very much relate to, and that is that there is almost, I can't think of one thing that this task force has tackled that is not at one time or another over the last decade showed up as a bill in the Wyoming legislature. And as you're well aware, these complicated issues, when they get introduced as a bill, there's far less time and far less vetting. Those legislators have got a mound of bills to get through and 20 or 40 days to do it. And so, you know, if you compare this relative to that, there's a significantly enhanced amount of study, public comment, public interaction, information available, opportunity for people to be involved in the process. I would throw that out with this question, and that is, so, and maybe you need to go back to your members and get some feedback. So what can we do different and not end up in December, even if we hold back on everything we're doing and don't make one more recommendation till December? What can we do that will not leave us in a position where your membership feels like we went too fast? Thank you.
Director, I certainly should go back to membership before I answer that, but I can promise to come back with some thoughts. I would also say that, you know, this is the place for these discussions. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be having them. And I do think that there is a significant power that if you know, chose to keep it the way it was because that's what's functional or whatever, and we can't come to an agreement or however this shakes out, that conversation should carry power at the legislative level when these bills pop up and you can go, no, we spent, you know, 24 months having these arguments and we came to the conclusion right now the status quo is what is working. And, that is a recommendation that holds power. So no, we're never going to get rid of all of these bills. I'm sure we're always going to see them and they're always going to come up. But if you choose to have a recommendation that is, no, we have duped this out on a minutia level of like detail and gone through this, and whatever is coming out, that should carry weight enough to at least give, a significant bit of power to either put those bills to bed or at least have a real conversation about the need of them. And that should last for a while. 2 years is a lot of work that you guys have done. It's major, it's incredible. I can't see that wouldn't have a powerful hit at the legislative level, whatever the recommendation is. But if it is, leave it as status quo, because we went through all of this and realized that like without pulling one string, the whole spider web moves. That's real information to give to the legislature. I can promise to show up every year and give that discussion, and I'm certain other NGOs can as well. So just sort of throw that out there. And I'm not advocating for a stance on this. I'm just kind of telling you that there's permission here, especially from the resident hunters, that if that is an opportunity, you are allowed to take it.
Just one last thing, Jess, thank you for this. Over the last 9 years, we were learning about the license draw system. Is there ever a aha moment where this is where I really got it? Or is there a way to educate better? And I think that we're all open, and I think the department is open on not only how to educate better on the license draw system, but how to reach those folks and get them to actually do the research and on the type 1, 2, or do we have to have a system that is absolutely, you can't make a mistake? If you're, which we've talked about in here, you've heard us say this, that how do we, is that better to have a pop-up button that comes up every time that I'm about ready to click on something that there's no way I can draw? Or I don't have access to private land, so I can't click that. Or if I do, I have to put the person's name in that I'm hunting on. I mean, is that the way to do it?
Had that probably existed, it might have taken me a little less than 9 years. My aha moment was Jaden Bales with Wyoming Wildlife Federation. He started working with us and I started dating him. And all of a sudden I went from drawing 1 tag a year to 10. I draw 10 tags a year. I oftentimes have 3 out tags, usually but these aren't like the premium tags. It's like, I want to go hunting. I want to experience Wyoming. I don't care if it has antlers or not. I want to fill the freezer. I want to share it with friends and family. We put it towards sometimes feeding all of the legislators, sportsmen's legislative reception. That was roadkill. The other ones were hunted. But yeah, so what did it for me is Jaden sat down and he actually created an infographic on first, second, and third draw that was visual. And it wasn't a video, it was literally visual with like little blurbs next to it. Apparently that's the way I learned best. Everybody's different learners, but I do think a system like what you just described, that kind of idiot proof, would be helpful. The thing is that it's a complicated system. You guys have spent nearly 18 months now learning it. And I would argue that there's still stuff left to learn about it. And so if you can mitigate some of that and help educate the learners, I think satisfaction will probably go up. You'll start finding that like the person that puts in for the red desert 3 times in a row and it's mad they don't draw it, will start learning that they don't have that. That's like self-education in the sense if the pop-up comes up, says you can't draw it, maybe they go back and go, well, why?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Thanks, Jess. Joe, you're up next. And I'm guessing that this is going to go from wanting to dumb it down to Joe's going to some stuff.
I'm going to take it the opposite direction. I am going to do what Jess said, don't speak about resident hunters. Nothing I'm about to say applies to any non-resident situation at all. This is purely resident deer, elk, and antelope tags. And last time, Rusty asked me, well, get a system that works for everyone. I thought, well, that's not possible. But then I thought, actually, I think I do have one that works for most people. And it's bordered on the premise that the people I talk to, and I've talked to a lot of people about draw systems for a long time. The ones that are really frustrated are ones from Area 7L with a 20% draw that haven't drawn in 12 years. And they're not guys who are like, I can't draw a 101 tag. They know they can't draw a 101 tag. It's 5% or 2%. Those are hard. So we're not going to solve that situation. And so the main problem that I see in draw systems across the US is that we like to paint with too broad a brush. And so we're using a system to solve one problem and we create a second problem. So I've come to the conclusion that there is a way to mostly solve that from a resident perspective, and that's by splitting the system. So I'm going to call it a standard draw and a hard draw or high demand area draw. And I'm going to make that cut at 10%. And there's about 10%. That's a rough estimate. It wouldn't actually, you can't use a hard draw number because you've got an area like 89 deer that has fire. So quota cuts by 75% and then comes back, and you get an area that has dips and valleys, as opposed to a 101, 102, 128, which are just always going to be hard draws, right? So if we right size the system and start thinking about who's not drawing instead of who is drawing, then I think we can cure the guy, this vast majority of the population, which is frustrated with the inequity of a random system. Because when you're frustrated with the inequity of a random system, it's in higher percent draw areas. In the lower percent draw areas, everybody thinks they're lucky. Everybody I've talked to thinks they're going to win the lottery unless they didn't draw a 20% tag for 12 years, which does happen. So I created a model to model preference points. Back when some of you seen me around this issue for a long time, and I was like, preference points away. Well, that's because my contacts are Area 7, Area 19L with 25% draws, and they work beautifully. So if Sarah, if you could stick up my deer, I think it says copy of deer and copy of deer. Sarah, stick the model up on the screen. I will make this available for anybody who wants to contact me. I'll give you this model. And I'll make it so it's unbreakable, and you can play with it. What this thing does is shows you what happens when you put in for. So in this case, you'll see up in the upper left, this is area 34 type 1, an area near Casper that is sitting around 15% for a draw. So this model's run over 7 years, and I think you can't see it quite. One more line above that, number 41. So we're gonna move that video a little bit. Sarah, I think this number right here is going to turn out to be 7. So what this does is calculate the number of years it takes for everyone to draw at least one tag, which is equivalent to the maximum point creep. The thing everybody hates about preference point systems are point creep, because we always use them for 2% or 5% draw area where point creep is going to go into the 30s, 40s, 50s, or think, sheep. So in this one, we have a 50% preference point draw, which I can go through the math of why 50% is the place to land, but it is. It takes some years. Everybody gets at least one tag. So the guy who puts in for 12 years and doesn't draw just doesn't happen. Sarah, can you change the 7 right here to, let's say 15? So that's the number of years the models run out of. So in area 34, in a preference point system, it takes some years for everybody to draw a tag. The expected outcome is that for that number of applicants, which is directly pulled from the draw data, it would take 41 years in a random for everybody to draw a tag, which means 5% of the applicants are not expected to draw in 15 years. Like, that's where people get mad. And in general, this is really rough and it's different in different areas. And that's why I'm going to make this available so you can play with it. But you end up with a situation where generally about the area where you have everybody's drawn at least one tag in a preference point system, around 30% of the people, 25 to 30 have not drawn a tag in another system, and another 25 to 30% of people have drawn 2 or more. So where you get, think coin flip, where you get that kind of inequity, it gets really frustrating for people. But if we choose, what's a 10% area? Can you change the area to 89? I think that was around 9.8 this year. Nope. Nope, I was wrong.
128.
Go ahead, put 128 up there. That's a rough one. 2.11. Look, it's only 391 years for everyone to draw a tag. So
And it's only 55 under preference point system, so it's still a once in a lifetime tag.
Right, so you would not use it in a preference point system. It's a terrible area. So change the years to 50, change the years to 40. And you'll see that like people just aren't going to draw this tag, but some, look here, three lucky rats drew 5 tags in 40, or 3, yeah, they drew 5 tags in 40 years. It's going to happen. So my suggestion is that you use a 50-50 preference point system, somewhere around 10% higher. And the way you would make that designation, the game fish have to figure out how to make the designation, but essentially you take an area that you expect to never get above that because either applicant quotas are too high, deer availability is too low, it's just too high, whatever the reasons are, you don't have a fire event or some other event that temporarily drops numbers below. That's why you can't use a hard number cutoff. You let it go. And I agree with the comment earlier that you should set that for 3 years and not review it every year because that maybe 5 years, whatever, but there's got to be some reasonable amount of time if you don't touch it to provide some predictability for people. Because one of the things that preference point systems do is provide predictability. So if I want to say I want to hunt area 7 out, or a 20-25% draw area, that's 21 to 25% is 6 years to get everyone attacked. So I know I need 6 points at current, and if demand increases, I know I need 7. But I can sort of look out at that and say, okay, I need to save time and I need to save money, because you need 3 things to kill a good animal: time, money, and skill, right? Or luck. That works too. But maybe you see it 7 years out, and you're like, I'm going to hire an outfitter in 7 years, and I'm going to save up for it, and then I'm going to have whatever experience I'm after. But what this does is if you can you switch to the other Google Sheet I shared with you, sir? If you cut it at 10%, 10% is 12 years for everyone to draw at least 1 tag. And so, yeah, you're going to have some areas that dip for whatever reason below that, but it pretty much caps point creep at like 16, because if it gets up too high, then it gets moved into a premium area and it's in what I would suggest is a bonus point pool. And these 2 pools would have to be separate. Like never the 2 shall meet. Oil and water, me and Brussels sprouts, ain't gonna happen. So you could have bonus points and preference points at the same time, but you cannot use bonus points it's not like you're applying for 102 for 10 years. And you're like, well, I got 10 bonus points, so I'm gonna go in the preference point pool and grab the 10. No, you can't do that. You have to keep them separate. But if you move, you can hold both. And I see no reason for points to expire. Like, if you don't put it for 2 years, we can work out an expiration. You'd have to get rid of, you'd want to have a way that purge the system when people move away, pass away, stop hunting, whatever. But I think that could be solved. I'll note one other idiosyncrasy about this is party tags. You have to get rid of averaging on party tags. Because if I need 6 points to draw, I buy 12 people on my street a point every year, and I apply with one of them every year. So I always have an average of 6 points, and I can buy tags. That's a bad deal have to go with the lowest common denominator. I'm sorry, it sucks, but that's how it goes. And that is only for residents. Remember, that would not affect, a rule should not be used in non-resident context, because I think that's a useful tool for outfitters. I just want to caution that. Why this over waiting periods? Waiting periods are a very narrow tailored option. They work in very limited circumstances and for very narrow bands of draw-offs. So the beauty of this one is, let's say you put in for 50% draw area, or an 80. You're in what, 34 hours, 85%. You're going to draw almost every year, and if you miss a year, you know you're getting it the next year. Whereas if you change the draw odds to 50%, that'd be on F1 if you could, Sarah. It's amazing. Sorry, F1, the draw odds. It's amazing how many times you can flip a coin and get tails. And so if that's your area, I think people have fairly high fidelity in their areas. They get an area, they like it. But if you're in a 50% draw area, you know you're going to draw every year. It's very predictable. And so it works for that bandwidth, and it works all the way down into that 10% range. Where it doesn't work is beyond. So a waiting period is trying to get at the same thing. I mean, really, waiting periods generally here that 3 to 5 year term. So those are people that are looking to draw 30 to 20% draw tags. This system fixes that. So, and this one's probably revenue positive. Waiting periods are maybe revenue negative, because you can take a bunch of people out who are simply not putting it in. These people have to get 5 reference point or bonus point, do the same thing. So it's revenue positive. And for suggesting things like this, probably have to avoid Jennifer for a while, but it's not that complicated. So go ahead.
No, and the other thing is that I think is when you factor in, so you don't have to buy a point, either one. As a resident, I'd still go buy general license. So it's a voluntary participation. If I decide I want to go into 10% bonus point draw, I can do that. And I can make my point. Or as a resident, if I wanted to go into the preference point draw, I can pay for my point fee. Or I can just say, I'm back to the 74% of people that don't want anything to change. I can just go hunt general license every year. So
not only that, if for those 74%ers, as far as making things idiot proof, one of the beauty things about this is that you can use this system and know nothing about it. Because maybe you're putting in for a 33% area. In 3 years, you draw the tag. You didn't realize you drew it in the preference point. Cool. You just did. So I think it's less complicated to use because it creates some equity across the spectrum and makes it so that no matter what you do, you're getting treated a little more fairly. There are still very, very lucky people in this model. I can tell you that I've run it, and even under a 50-50 preference point system, there are some people that draw an amazing amount of tags. And that's how it is. And that's running straight random on the random side. I think that keeps people engaged and makes it slightly less complicated. I'd be happy to take any questions. And again, I'll share this sheet out, and anybody, I get emails, and I'll make it so you can change the ring numbers and you can kind of see how this works. I have it for deer elk and antelope. But I think this does everything that people were trying to get to with waiting periods without some of the negative effects of that. And it's kind of washed across the board.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Joe. You know, the average hunter out there doesn't like, I don't think, they don't like preference points.
They hate them.
They don't like bonus points, frankly. And so now we create a system with both that's really hard to explain. It's the reason I voted against the last one. It's almost impossible to explain to people that, yeah, no, this is really going to benefit.
Well,
they don't buy it.
I guess you can not believe the math all you want, but the reason people don't like bonus points or preference points And I'm sorry, the way we're using bonus points, ain't nobody gonna like that system because there's just not enough tags to go around, right? And it's just a thing. But those people tend to be more understanding of that fact. But it's this number right here. And the end of the number one, without fail, what I hear about preference points is point creep. So we're capping point creep because we're capping the draw. Like you can't have really hard draw, you know, this it's 7% areas. So this is what we have to be able to get people to understand is these outputs. In a 50% draw system with 2,000 applicants, it's 12 years to get everybody one tag. So this is not about, it's about cutting off the bell curve or unlucky. That's what it's about. I think it's something that we can communicate if we do it right and provide the right tools. You know, people who gripe about it, I've heard, well, it's not good for youth hunters. Well, I can tell you this is the best thing ever for a youth hunter because the number, so if I take 100 youth hunters and I put them in for tags, I cannot change how many youth tags or how many youth hunter tags there are, but I can change how many youth get. So in preference point system, I can go all the way down to a 21% draw area, and that kid's going to draw while he's a youth in that area. If that's a random system, I got kids that are going to draw 5 tags and kids that are going to draw 30% of kids that aren't going to even come close. So especially in those entry, when I work with a lot of new hunters, people that, hey, I want to, okay, I'm going to take you out, but I'm not going to tell you to put in for a hard draw area. I'm going to pick out something, I'm going to get you on a doe the first year, and I'm going to tell you to start putting in for a 25 to 30% tag where you're going to be able to have a good hunt at a representative class animal, and eventually we're going to get there. But in this system, it's hard. In another system, be like, all right, we're going to kill does, and in 3 years you're going to go after. You're going to learn to hunt, and then you're going to be able to appreciate that hunt, and you can work up from there. But I really think it sends more, it distributes the tags more evenly in the easier to draw areas where randomization is so vicious. Because randomization is not that vicious in a 2% draw area. It's equally vicious on everything.
Any other questions for Joe? Joe, I'd appreciate if you could send that to maybe to Joe and he can distribute it, or you already did, or I don't know, at least play with it.
We'll get it.
Any other, did you have a question?
Cipher.
Appreciate all the work you did. I mean, how many other people in the state plugged in all the areas and all the drawing odds into spreadsheets and made it so that we could, I appreciate that work.
Yeah, I'm a class A nerd. I fully own that.
We envy.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Is there anybody else that wanted to make comment? Now, okay. All right. So Larry, you had started this conversation prior to, okay, we're back to Joe's point. Back to your presentation and going through and picking and choosing some options.
Did you pull your motion off the table?
Motion was to do this.
It was I think it was a straw poll. Yeah.
The motion and the conversation.
That's
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sarah, can you pull that document, first one up? Oh, perfect. Read my mind. Appreciate that. So if I'm following the straw poll, that wasn't a motion that we didn't vote on. Trying to go through, looking at this general proposal, we need to go through and actually look at some of the sections and then decide on specific options. So I'll kind of do that. I'll probably refer to some of the elements in Mr. Scott's presentation about preference point system because it may be helpful for conversation because there are some similarities. So In general, the first section, as we described, was just establishing this concept of a high demand versus a standard demand area as a way to differentiate those that are truly, the ones that are sort of more of the once in a lifetime versus standard demand areas. And the first consideration that we have to apply here is where do you set that cutoff? What denotes a high demand area? As I shared earlier, we have received quite a bit of feedback that's been on both sides of the coin here. With Joe's model, he's suggesting at a 10% is sort of below 10% of the areas that are always going to be very difficult. I've heard all the way up to 40%, and here we have 30%, but I guess what's the will of the committee? If we put this out, we should probably pick a number and say, in general, if we're going to ask the department to designate and identify high demand areas, what percentage threshold do we want to set for high demand?
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to conflate what Joe did with this proposal is, because that was a point system. This is a waiting period, and they will have completely different ramifications based on that percentage. So I think we just leave it at 30%, which was the original proposal, and move on.
And Mr. Chairman, to Senator Hicks' comments, the one addition in here is that I think we support what Cy recommended, is that we ask the department to designate these areas, but leave them designated and only recalculate them once every 3 years versus every year.
Correct. And I would agree with that. So if we implemented this, they would look at the last 3 previous years and then set that at 30% high. That goes into the high demand unit for the next 3 years, and it's not reevaluated for 3 years.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I'm just taking a step because, Joe affected my thought process on this and kind of a process question. So really what we're doing is developing a strategy just to allow for comment. And it's not inconceivable that we could take Joe's and take a hard look at it. It could also go out for other comments. And then we could kind of examine maybe 2 different systems that are quite a bit different. But is that a fair analysis of what we might potentially do?
Yeah, I think that's very fair. In fact, we've already said that in the next meeting, we're going to talk about a point system for Elkdeer and Antelope, and I think he's laid out a pretty good strategy on that. So anyway.
Yeah, I think what's important when we take this out to the public is that they understand this is maybe one of 2 models that they may see. We're just taking, and it's kind of hard because the public's going to go, what's the other one, right? What's that? So they don't have a comparison, but at least they need to understand that we are also examining some kind of point system or prep or a bonus point, some kind of point system. And just so they can weigh that in their minds.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers, in this case, I think there actually are places where we can interchange what Mr. Scott was proposing and what we're hearing. I mean, so designating areas that are going to apply to each, where we set that threshold may have to be different based on the model. In this area, you take the waiting period out, you plug in the point system there. So I mean, I think there's applicability, but the quota ratios, the outfitter draw pool, even the leftover stuff, those can apply in either scenario. So really it's the waiting period versus a preference point that are the differences. So I don't think it'll be hard for us at the next meeting to get to sort of proposal number 2, if you will, to your point. Yeah. Okay, so 30%, we'll scroll down to section 2. So three options here. We've got the proposal, which was 90-10 split, only in the high demand units. Everything else stays as is in the standard demand units. And a couple of things we need to talk about is what happens to any unsubscribed resident tags in the draw. I think what I heard from the feedback was just let those roll into the leftover. Don't try to roll them into the resident amount, but we do need to decide on that. And then do we leave it status quo, or do we want to look at standard demand units shifting to an 85-15 or an 86-14 to align with, or 84-16? I know we got to change that to align with elk.
you know, I think for me, if that I leave this, probably gonna, we'll see what everybody else says, but for me, it really hinges on that, which is another one of the, another one of the options. It really hinges on whether we're doing a set aside for outfitter licenses. If we're doing a set aside, then I want it to go to 90/10 is for sure in the high demand units. But if we're not, then we can leave the status quo. And so for me, one goes with the other because it's a give and take. And so I'm
And that goes back to my initial cherry picking of 135. I mean, I'm kind of in agreement with you there, Rusty. I don't know that they're all necessary.
I do find, I talked about it earlier, so I won't just bang that drum again, but I do find sustainability for the future of the outfitting industry and the small communities to be beneficial. And so I would be, just to put it out there, I would be in favor of this section right here, which is, the 90/10 for the high allocation for the high demand units and status quo for the others. And of course, then you're going to hear me say also that I'm in favor of that set aside. But if two goes away, four goes away for me.
Well,
so, and that's.
So 90/10 for the high demand units, those 30% or less draw odds. And maybe this will convolute things a little bit. I'd be curious to know the amount of outfitted hunts in those areas.
Very few,
because
probably.
yeah, and so it's not actually affecting the areas that we're trying to affect. If we're doing that, we're affecting the areas that remain 84-16, I guess.
And
then we're doing something that was said doesn't need to be part of it, because side said if we leave 84-16 alone, or 84-15 or 85, whatever the current status quo is, the set asides or however you want to define those wasn't necessary. If 90/10 for the hard to dry areas doesn't affect that industry directly, why are we talking about set asides for the remaining status quo areas then?
Mr. Chairman, are the hard demand areas spread across the state, or geographically speaking, are they concentrated in one or two or three areas? I'm just curious what kind of impact it might be on specific communities in the state if we were to implement this change.
It depends on the species.
Yeah.
So for antelope and deer has no impact in eastern Wyoming on big private land components. As you start to see that 90/10 split comes into place, it's on the limited quota, which are typically a lot of public land units, because you can't have a general license on some of those because they just there'll be too many people for the numbering. So I think if I'm answering your question right, it really depends on the species. Obviously, deer in the Du Bois area, elk in the Cody area, elk in the bighorns. But where you have general license hunting, this has no impact whatsoever. So it's, we bring it back down to Rusty saying at the community level, I don't necessarily buy all that, because I think some places it's just not going to have that much change. In these high demand only changing from 90/10, it's going to have much economic impact there, because you still may have general deer and a limited quota elk, and yet limited quota elk's only 150 permits anyway. And so by changing it from 86 or 16% to 10% out of 150 is 2 licenses. It may have shifted. That's not going to cause an economic collapse for the mini market or the restaurant or the bar or for the non-resident residents. So,
And Mr. Chairman, just to add on to that, if you recall from the data that Cy presented, in many cases, if somebody in the eastern side, a resident, say a resident in Cheyenne draws that tag, residents are actually spending more than the do-it-yourself non-residents. They're probably still buying the gas, stopping at the diner, getting a hotel, or doing it. And the data suggests that the resident do-it-yourself person is actually having a bigger economic impact than the non-resident. So there's a chance that that actually increases activity in those communities as well. So I wouldn't say just because it goes out of a non-resident's hand that the economic impact to small communities goes away. I think it just maybe it's the difference between having a Cheyenne guy there versus a Nebraska guy there.
Do we have that map of what it looked like across the state for elk, for example, with the 30% high demand areas, what it looks like?
I don't, I'm sure we could probably identify those.
Sure help see that visually.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Flintner, is there something specific you're thinking of? You're just trying to see, is this localized to certain communities maybe?
Yes, Dr. Shane, we're just trying to visualize, where those areas are. For me personally.
So we need one for deer, elk, and antelope, all three.
Yeah, if the department's willing to work with you, they've got.
Yeah, it's probably
figure that out.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm kind of either you couple the two together. Out there draw on the 92, or you just go to what Adam said. An hour and a half. to go.
1, 3, and 5.
To go 1, 3, and 5.
Mr. Chairman, the one piece that I would suggest here again, and using say deer area 78, economically, or from an odds perspective, moving to the 90-10 in those areas maybe doesn't make the odds all that much better. But as I said, that puts 23 more deer tags in a resident's hand versus a non-resident. And I'd be surprised if the non-residents that lose those tags are going outfitted right now. So I still think that this has an impact on our resident hunters. And like I say, just in unit 78 deer, those 23 residents are going to feel that and see that. So I don't know that, I appreciate Adam's perspective. I think this is important for resident hunters, especially in those areas. And we can't discount the fact that that does put a significant number of tags in some units in the residents' hands that currently aren't drawn. They're going to non-residents and not necessarily with the economic impact we want. And so if push comes to shove and people just don't feel like supporting the outfitter pool concept is there, and you say, well, then we want to preserve whatever type of economic impact we can. So let's, move away from the quota splits. That's probably worth a debate. I just think they're more powerful together than they are by just taking them both off the table.
So it's not an option, or I suppose we ought to just stick to the options at this point in time.
Well, the other option is to just, I see it in it. Instead of 90-10 for just the high demand units, 90-10 for all the units. And I think that's what Adam was getting to, that's more opportunity for resident hunters in those other areas that it's going to be more tags.
See, I would go with option 2. Move that down standard in a state 85-15. And then any leftovers roll into the non-resident draw. But that's going to be with the 50-50 outfitter set aside. I think you still have to do something in those standard draw units also. And it gets back to, now we're only talking about the draw. We've already raised the elk cap. One's the leftovers, like with the antelope going into non-residents, anyway, the way the draw works and stuff. My recommendation would be to include option 2 with that.
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, for clarification, so what you're saying is 90-10 in high demand units going to 85-15 in standard units, and then any unsubscribed resident licenses would roll into the non-resident draw. Correct.
Is that without a resident preference in that unsubscribed?
Well, the way the current draw, the resident preference is only for leftovers. Right? That's after all the draws go place. That's when we're talking about the resident preference, correct, Dr. Sheehan?
So, correct, but I think
only for the leftovers.
So I think what Adam's getting to, if the unsubscribed here don't roll into the non-resident, those unsubscribed would roll into the leftover draw instead. And if residents had a first choice at them, they may have greater opportunity.
And then if there were leftovers, they could go into the unsubscribed.
That's right.
Wide open market as we currently see it.
Correct. Yeah.
That's
The difference is, I think by rolling any unsubscribed ones here, actually, more of those tags would go into non-resident hands and it would have a positive economic impact on license revenue for the department.
I want to ask Jennifer for a question on the current draw. Currently, we draw those resident tags, and any underprescribed resident tags currently roll into the non-resident draw,
That is correct for tonight.
just for Darien.
If help is, there's non-resident and stuff, there's for help.
So basically, that's already what we're doing, is for Darien, those underprescribed
Yeah, but
resident tag roll into the non-resident pool.
Yeah,
So
but I
that
think-
would be the status quo.
yeah, that's status quo. But I think what I think Adam is saying, and what we'll have the conversation, but you're saying you'd rather have those resident licenses roll into a leftover before they go.
Yeah.
Before they go to.
If we're gonna increase allocation of hunting opportunity for the resident sportsman, I feel that's one of the simplest ways to do that, whether it's a 24 or a 48 or a 72-hour period where residents can go snag stuff. And then after that, the whole you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make the drink type situation. I think that goes back to Jesse's comment also about our speed on things. We can provide as much opportunity for public input and comment. You legislators know this. You guys live this, thankfully. It's you guys, not me. But you don't get the participation that you expect from people. You just get the feedback after the decision's been made. And some of that is, yeah. So, you know, at least with a leftover preference before we go to the full unsubscribed non-resident pool, there's that perception that we're doing something. There's an actual window of time that we're doing something, aside from literally spoon feeding leftover tags to folks that didn't draw in the initial draw.
So that would add, back to Jennifer again, so under that scenario, now you have 2 resident draws before it would roll into the non-resident draw.
Could you repeat?
So you would have to add another draw in there specifically for those undersubscribed resident tags. And the question I have, and we ran into this already, is, you know, we can add as many steps as we want here, but there's a time constraint. And so if we added another resident draw, this first go around unsubscribed residents, they get a look at the list and say, oh, I'm going to go ahead and apply for this and another draw. How much time does it take to add that step in there? Well, then they roll into the non-resident draw. After the non-resident draw, anything that's left over goes into the leftover draw. So there's a time constraint in there to add that extra draw in there. Sometimes.
I guess I don't fully understand Adam's suggestion, because are you saying don't roll undersubscribed residents in the initial draw to non-residents,
what
but
he said.
conduct the non-resident draw and then have another resident opportunity, or to have release draw results for residents and then open another application period before I do the non-residents? In
Yes.
my opinion, isn't very practical, because I have trouble right now getting what deadline is May 31st out by June 16th and still having leftover draw getting licenses to the out in the hands of those archery hunters in the middle of August.
So you would have to back that deadline up into April or March to be able to facilitate that. In other words, the deadline for applications is not May 31st.
Maybe just May
For a
15th.
week, May 15th. I mean, what would you need for 2 days of a resident leftover only draw to make that feasible?
But it's not just the
not
it's not just a leftover resident draw, because then I still have to conduct all of the non-resident. And it really doesn't
Well, you could do that.
delineate all of the pre-draw work we have to do, all of the quality assurance and after the fact draw we have to do. And refunding back to those customers to then see if I'm gonna get complaints that, well, you can give me my money back before I apply to get it, you took some more of my money. And it would also adjust the seasons as to when the commission would have to approve the season, because we don't want applications before the commission approves seasons, which is the 3rd week of April right now.
So the logistics of a resident only leftover draw make number 5 obsolete.
No,
Well,
well,
no, number 5 is different. That's a leftover
That's after all the draws.
Non-resident gets done.
So.
Well, and
After I
so that, I
release
guess,
all of
my
the-
understanding on those unsubscribed licenses is that, and I mean, you've already done your resident, or you've already done your non-resident draw, you've done your, because non-residents know what they have right now. I still don't. None of us do, right? They already know what they got.
Non-residents don't know for antelope.
Or not for antelope and deer. They know for elk.
Correct.
So when, on the 15th, when everything comes out, you'll know what has been unsubscribed, correct? Across the state for deer, elk, and antelope.
Yeah.
Correct. We'll know what licenses for elk, deer, and antelope did not come with the initial draw. Correct.
And those under the current time frame are immediately rolled into
The leftover.
a leftover draw that's accessible by everyone, right? There's no 85-15 applied to that. There's no 90-10. There's no, it just, these are available, put your name in the hat, correct?
Correct. And it's a 100% random draw.
Okay. I guess my question is before that one, what would the logistics of having a 2-day resident preference to all those unsubscribed / leftovers?
That's exactly what that.
So I
does.
think what you can do is, what the easiest way, from my understanding from the previous conversations, is to timestamp that. Timestamp, give residents a 24, 48 hour timestamp head start on that, so that they would, that any resident that applied in that first 48 hour, 24, 48 hours, whatever, would have a priority before a non-resident that put in after that. I think that's probably the easiest way to do that, at least from listening to Jennifer. What I think the confusion was before was that if there's tags that were undersubscribed in the resident draw, that there's not enough time to take those tags, not roll them into the non-resident draw like we do now, and do another draw for those tags before you roll them into the non-resident. The only way to do it would technically be to take those undersubscribed resident tags, dump them right into what would be the leftover draw. You see what I'm saying? Not roll them into the non-resident draw and then still give a preference for 24, 48 hours. There'd just be more of them in there.
I think that is a big financial implication.
I think it does too, but I don't know. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Brian. I figured you were going to weigh in.
Yeah, and we did a bunch of the math on this when we were working with Senator Hicks before. And that, I can't give you a number, but it's significant if that, and especially if we did both. If we didn't roll over the unsubscribed resident and then also did a resident preference in the leftover draw, I mean, that's significant. That's a significant reduction in non-resident.
And I made that presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. So that's actually in our, if you go back and look at it was either in this one or it was the video that was sent to us on that, it's in there. It is fairly significant. So I think number 5 actually captures, without getting into the nuances of the undersubscribed residents not rolling into the non-resident, actual leftover, what's done after the first and second, which is what I think Adam was talking about, is having that time frame, having a window that's however the easiest is for the department.
Whether it's over the counter or whether it's
Yeah.
electronic, I mean, whatever, that used to be what it was, first come, first served. You run down to your sporting goods store and snack,
Yeah.
whatever was left,
And you could,
but you can't do that.
you could do it for residents now, give them a
Yeah.
48 hour.
Yeah.
Purchase them,
Mhm.
and then anything left.
No, you're shaking your head no.
No, but you could timestamp them and give them a preference, correct?
We would prefer to do the leftover draw. That eliminates a lot of the nuances of why we implemented a leftover draw. But yes, as I previously discussed, we can date timestamp those as to when they're submitted in that first 24-hour period, or I still strongly recommend the first day of the application period, not 24 hours for customer service and explaining that you get Monday, not till 7:59 a.m. on Tuesday. But yes, we can make it happen either way.
So Jennifer, can you explain, so you date stamp them as coming in a day early, but you're still running one draw. How does that give residents preference? Help me, that's the piece that I'm scrambling.
So I would have to add steps to the draw. I would be running one draw. It would just be in the first step of the draw after we assign random numbers, we would be looking at people with either a date time stamp, this date by less than 8 a.m. first, which would put them in the first group.
Run them through.
Run them through it. They have to be a resident, so they have to have a B type as a resident. Can't be in a party with a non-resident. And then whatever's left, then everybody else would go through
Got it.
the rest of that draw.
I like that. Yeah.
So it would add a step or two to the draw,
But
but
still.
it would
just
still
one
be
draw.
one leftover draw.
I say we're back to number 2.
Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Okay.
So I've heard now two things, just to clarify here. So the proposal from our last meeting was 90-10 in high demand areas and everything else stays as currently split. What Senator Hicks has proposed, and I support, is 90-10 in high demand areas, all the standard demand areas go to 85-15.
I want to add that if we did something like this, and we just went through this whole thing, but I didn't get a chance to speak, and we run the elk draw the same way we run the deer and antelope draw. So the residents draw first, okay? They take the quotas. What doesn't happen to what the residents don't take, whether it's cow calf, type 1, type 2, type 4, whatever, those all roll into the non-resident draw, just like they do for deer and antelope. Okay, that solves the revenue picture, because at that point in time, when the resident doesn't draw those tags, the initial draw, he has officially declared that as an unwanted license. He has said, I don't want that license, otherwise I would put it down for a choice. So they roll into the draw just like the deer and antelope do, and then we conduct the non-resident draw based upon the initial split that they're supposed to get and anything that the resident did not draw for. And then when we get to the day when we have the leftover draw, in essence, you pretty much made the non-resident a non-factor in that leftover license. So he's gone.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question? Maybe this is for Jennifer. Sorry, Jennifer. In doing that, doesn't that, under the shift from the current model, wouldn't that necessarily award more limited entry tags to non-residents, which could reduce the number of general tags available to non-residents?
Okay, if we go get rid of the cap, like we're supposed to get rid of the cap, it's not an issue, because those non-resident elk regions will have a quota set on, just like the deer.
But so assuming the regions have caps, though, if those caps,
Regions will have a-
let's say if total there's a quota and it's similar, an extra 1,000 like we saw last time. If we give more elk tags in from limited entry areas, that's going to reduce the amount available for general in those
It would be
areas.
a non-issue, that goes away, just like deer is right now. So you have deer regions.
But
that
you get
have
rid of the cap.
Yeah.
That's a non-issue.
Yeah, you have to get rid of 7250 and set a non-resident general elk quota, either regionalized or just a total non-resident general elk quota.
So that's a non-issue.
Got it.
But
So
what
we
it
just
does
have
do
separate quotas,
is
limited
it
entry
gives us a
quotas, and
chance
then
not to go through
regional
these
quotas.
mechanics, these cow tags, and have the leftover. It basically makes the resident leftover preference a non-issue, because the non-residents that want a cow tag, put it down as their choice. And or type 1 is the second choice, whatever the case would be, those are drawn to that resident leftover situation. They didn't buy it. And pretty much you take the non-resident almost completely out of the leftover draw.
Got it.
If that makes sense.
I think it makes sense to uniform it across all 3 species, to do all 3 the exact way as far as the sequence of the draw. To me, that makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to prognosticate on what the final outcome of that is going to look like.
Let's take
But it has the potential to do, it could do what you're saying it does, because most of those guys are going to have tags, so any leftover tags, and especially with the 24-hour timestamp, they're all going to go, unless they're truly just completely unwanted, like antelope in northeast Wyoming has historically been. The residents are going to get most of those leftover tags.
I don't know if the term unwanted is appropriate, but I know under the current application parameters, like putting in with a party. I know that's how my elk hunt works. My brother-in-law and father-in-law and my son and I like to put in for the same elk area. They don't want to come over here for their second choice. Like they live in the northwest part of the state. That's where they will hunt general if they do that. And my son and I will hunt general in our backyard because that makes more sense. Or if 34 becomes one of those areas, again, where there were quote unquote leftover licenses or unsubscribed licenses, I still can't put in for that as a second choice under the current parameters. And that's where that resident preference on unsubscribed or leftovers, I think makes a lot of impact, because under the current system, I can't put in for a second choice because the rest of my party doesn't want to do what I want to do for my second or third choice. But I also recognize that that is a very small amount of people, but that's also what we heard at public meetings in Gillette regarding unsubscribed antelope licenses in the northeast part of the state. I'm sure that works for localized or regionalized hunting areas with different residents across the state across different species. So just something to consider.
Yeah. So are we back to?
We're on to section 3, I think.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a straw poll. I mean, I just want to make sure, because we had 90-10 in the high demand units and 85-15 in those standard units. Is anybody opposed to that?
Well,
Putting that out to public comment
caveat
with,
any leftovers roll in.
yeah, the leftovers roll in. I think that's, yeah.
And this is coupled with the out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, we're gonna get to it number 4, but yes, I think so, yeah.
And as we look at this, I think it's a good idea to go out with the full Monty, let's say. But I think we also ought to go out with just the option of the 3-year deal. The reason is people are gonna, if they only look at one thing, they're just gonna, if they crap on something, they're just gonna crap on one thing. You really don't know what they feel about the waiting period, for example. You know, it might be just all the comments occur on 90-10 or outfitter draw. So I just think when we do it, we ought to kind of bifurcate that, so people provide, or just say specifically, please provide, separate comment on only a system that has a waiting period, so we get comment. Does that make sense?
It does. I know that Todd normally, or I don't know if Sarah, if you guys are capturing how we're gonna take public comment on here, it might be a little more complex than normal. And so
Especially when we
The
got
other
to
way-
carrier.
we'll try to help with it.
The other way to potentially do that, Albert, is just put it out as section 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
That's,
Please comment on any or all sections that you feel are.
What if this came to me, it wasn't my brainstorm, but somebody texted me, I think this is a good idea. What if an option under each of this is status quo?
Yeah.
Don't change anything. Because we don't want to ignore Jess's comments
No,
on
that's a good one.
74% of the people. They don't want any changes, so I think we need to let them have a chance, like, it kind of goes into this, we're trying to shove everything down their throats.
So I think the federal government calls that the no action alternative.
Yeah. I think they do too.
Larry, the only thing, Larry, I'd say about yours is we've pretty, for the most part, I think we've tied the 90-10 and the outfitter draw together. So I think you'd have to put them as something to comment on.
With the exception of the numbers in those hard to draw units, like I'm really curious what amount of, and not to deflate or disprove anything, I'm just curious about the numbers in those 30% or harder to draw areas, what the actual number of outfitted clients are, both non-resident and resident, because I mean, an area 58 elk tag, unless you've got, the Bales is really well, you're stuck on the same chunk of ground as the rest of us are. But there are outfitters that allow for that.
I thought you were going to the 85-15.
Well, but that's for standard draw units only. The 90-10 is for the hard to draw units, and the 90-10 is tied to the outfitter set aside. But if we're talking less than 2% of hard to draw units being serviced by outfitters in 90-10, and and Cy and I talked, he's fine with the status quo, which is what we're leaving standard draw for. Why do we need to continue down the?
Can we get those numbers for you?
I'd love to see them.
I don't have time to take it apart, but I have the outfit reports.
I think
For those hard to draw
I
areas.
think let's try to get those and not confuse this, because I know what you're saying, and I think it's worth merit. And I think you getting those numbers is very important.
I'd like
That we bring.
Do
those
you see what I'm
back.
trying to get to?
Yeah.
Also, Cy, it's not necessarily to burst that
There
40 or 50% special draw component. But if that problem doesn't exist in the hard to draw areas at 90-10, and we're leaving everything else the status quo, 98% of outfitting business is done in the, and I don't know if that's right or not, I'm just using that as a hypothetical, is done in those standard draw units. Why would we need to continue to do any kind of set aside when the standard draw or status quo exists and works perfectly now? So
The one thing, when you look at the world of Babylon, which those numbers will be skewed, but it's still gonna be good to know, is the fact that they are so hard to draw, those I-80 areas, that there are outfitters that are applying clients for those areas. But I showed Larry at lunch that only 2 non-residents hired an outfitter carried 57 last year. It's not because we didn't put hunters into those areas, it's just they didn't go.
sure.
So that, you have to take that into account. But yet if you would go to a 90-10 on that I-80 corridor for those antelope areas, and you do half those licenses available for the non-resident client, you do create market share. That would be a pool of tags that we now have a better chance of drawing for our customers than we would under this current system, but yet still increase the number of licenses for the resident. So I don't see that happening. I don't see that as a negative. I see that as a positive both ways.
But I don't know the draws for any of those areas. I don't put it for so.
But if you go to the 85-15 to the other, that changes the deer and the antelope significantly.
Significant.
It changes the elk by 1%.
So it changes the elk by 1%, but it changes.
But it
the
does
deer.
take those from 20 to 15.
Yeah, that's right.
So there is more resident licenses in there. But I think Cy was just pointing out, couple that with 50-50. It's a win-win for residents, a win-win for outfitters. And we all know whose oxen is going to get a little bit gored there.
One who doesn't.
That's a policy. That's a policy decision.
So can we straw poll? We're okay with that moving that towards some public comment then. Okay, moving on to number 3, Joe, the waiting period.
Thanks, and we'll try to power through these. So 3 years, I think, that's certainly my recommendation, just because 5 years becomes problematic. What I heard from our previous comment on the options was essentially the option 3. So individuals in a waiting period would only be eligible to purchase a general deer or elk license or apply as a second choice for a license. So we had 2 options there. You buy general, or you only go into the leftover draw, or you can only buy general, or you can put a type 1, type 2, type 9 on your second choice in the initial draw. That would require a slight change to the system. It sounds like that's doable. So they either wait until the leftover, buy general, wait until the leftover, or they can buy general, or they can choose second choice deer, elk, and antelope on the initial draw and pick up leftover ones. And I think what we agreed is the best thing would be to let them put a second choice in the initial draw. So option number 3.
That would be.
I hate that.
It would allow a person, so theoretically it would allow, so Adam's in a waiting period. You're looking at me, so Adam's in a waiting period. If he can put a second choice type 1, 2, or 9, he could essentially draw an unsubscribed 1, 2, or 9 in the initial draw. If we wait for if we roll all unsubscribed licenses into the non-resident first initial draw.
That's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's not what I'm saying. I think once you in the 3-year waiting period, you just can't draw. You can't apply for a high demand license. It's a limit closed standard draw. I think you ought to be able to apply. So it's just three, or it's just the first paragraph without any options would be my preference.
The reason I would push back on that is because I don't wanna hurt a resident's draws. That's like I mentioned earlier, it's happy in a 96% draw area. He's happy there. That's his happy place. And he doesn't care what happens in area 7. But those guys that draw area 7 that first year should not be allowed to come over and trash his draws. And that gets into that 70% of the people that are happy where they're at, that Jess is talking about. So if you let them shift, and I don't think they're going to shift to general area because right now they already have that option. So I don't think general receives a shift. I'm worried about that shift going to an LQ area and then having those people that are already in a good safe area that draw 96%. I don't think they should have to be punished in the draws.
Yeah, and that's a hypothetical scenario. And I'm not saying that may or may not happen. And it may be isolated and it may be broad scale, but I go back to what Tony was saying last time we kept this around.
They stay home.
Most people aren't going to drive from Wheatland and go over to the western side of the state. They just want to hunt in their backyard, and that's what they're going to want. What we don't know is how many people will actually move around and how many won't. And that's my concern, is we're predicating a whole assumption based on zero data, hypothetical. And I think there's a whole range of people out there. If it's truly only 26% that are unhappy with the current scenario, it's only 26% of the people that are going to be going for that other limited quota unit. Until we actually run it, we don't know. So I think we add a lot of complication ends to having you can draw on your second versus just letting them apply. And maybe you give the commission the discretion.
What do you do for antelope then?
What's that?
What do you do for antelope? There is no general, so they are relegated only to the leftover draw.
They just, dump into the
So
leftover.
much, okay.
Can you, it doesn't say
Yeah, I
that,
don't
but
know, Antelope's a
if
different
you're
beast.
on the waiting period for elk, can you put as your first choice that same area for the type 4? I mean, you could still make that your first
It's only
choice.
type 1,
Yeah,
type
this
2.
is just-
Yeah, it doesn't even affect.
So it's only 1, 2, and 9 that you couldn't apply for it. So just so people understand that you still can hunt area 7 or area whatever for a cow, but you can't get the type 1.
If we were gonna do anything like that, I would certainly want to put rules. And get back to Albert's thing, make it permissive up to, or something along those lines, instead of a hard and fast. You can only apply for, second choice.
Yeah.
Because I think it's so speculative as to what's gonna happen. And I think what you're gonna do is, it's like everything, we're gonna have an isolated case here. Then we got a statewide solution to the problem, when it could have just been maybe fixed with an isolated case. So I'm just concerned, again, this is a statewide thing that we're saying, and I don't think it's gonna happen that much, that size 90% draw area is gonna go to 40 or 50%. I just
But
don't
even
think
if it
that's
drops to
gonna
75,
Or even
if it drops to 80, drops,
Some individuals, resident hunters that are really happy there, always at 96, 98% draw. So you're taking one class of resident and pitting it against another class of resident. That was unnecessary because this guy drew his area 7 tag, now he's 3 minutes, no effect on the people's draws. And I don't like it. I think if you choose to hunt area 7, you draw that tag, your sorry ass sits out for the next 2 years. That's just the way it is.
So what do you do with antelope?
Same thing. It's the same
So you
thing.
don't get to send in?
no,
I mean, except for a
Second
leftover.
choice.
second choice, yeah.
You're not gonna draw first choice anyway.
So you're supporting the second choice, so that people in a waiting period could submit in the
Second-
initial
second
draw
choice, yes.
with a second choice, no first choice.
Right, it's
Which is option number 3, right? Yeah.
Just a quick question, is the waiting period something we have to do in statute?
think so.
Big store or no store? I'm asking Brian's
Brian.
around, whoever can answer.
Can you answer that question, Brian?
It was for bighorn sheep when we had a waiting period.
Yeah,
And
Ask me one more time. I couldn't hear you very well.
we have to.
so Brian, this is Albert. Is a waiting period something that has to be done in statute or can it be done by the commission?
I believe that has to be done in statute.
So I think that's important to note. That's two things, right? Outfitter draw and waiting period. Now, the same thing applies. You can say up to 5 years for a waiting period and let the commission figure it out, you know? I mean, there's ways to do this to get flexibility in the system for what.
Yeah, even statutorily construct, you can still provide flexibility.
Right.
You just specify through rules the department can do X.
Yeah.
So
We have the option also setting quota splits, even though the commission, they're the purview of the commission right now, healthcare and animal. You can tie this all together and make it statutorily to where it's handled by the legislature too.
the one thing I think we need to add here is type 3 for deer. I mean, I mean, there's none that are hard to draw. Maybe there are, but the type 3 deer.
There are, Russ.
There are. So that needs to be added for deer is type 3 on this, in my opinion. So that's a whitetail only. There's obviously, Brian said there's some hard to draw areas there, and they will, if you kick those folks all into sending in for then the type 3, it's going to make those, it'll change that significant. So I think that would have to be added on this.
Go back to this whole discussion, if that's a direction that the majority of the committee want to go with the second choice, I'll go along with it, even though I don't like it.
Which is, I think is option number
Option
3. Okay, option 3.
Okay.
Is there any reason that we cannot just go for the first 3 years of this overall thing? Let's just apply this to deer and see how it works. Or let's just apply this to elk to see how this works instead of going, because we're talking about some fairly serious changes here, right? Across the board, across all species, and we have no idea what the outcome is going to be. We have some mathematical assumptions that are kind of directing us towards an outcome. But is there any reason that we can't, as a group, just say this recommendation is strictly for antelope?
So, Mr. Chairman, I had that conversation earlier today with the guy on that table. And this gets back to if you go back to the surveys done by the department, looking at preference points and stuff. The hardest thing to change is elk, and then deer, and the easiest thing to change is antelope. To specific to your question, what I'd like to do is see us put out this recommendation as it is, and then based on that public input. But at the end of the day, as the last alternative, I would agree with that we would come back and just do antelope under this scenario for 1 through 5 and see how that. And the reason is residents just aren't as passionate about antelope because there's 20,000 leftover licenses every year, other than the trophy units. It just doesn't garner the level of anguish or desirability from the resident population. But I would hate to just default to that position.
Yeah, it was just a question.
No, I think that's holds some merit for sure. And I don't know how the legislators feel about passing one part of it and then trying to pass another part of it later, or if you just
we do everything else in this
give that
society on
flexibility to
contingencies. Why
say
can't we?
this is the recommendation, and you give that flexibility to the department to implement it as see fit. But
We'll
I don't.
find out here in the near future.
Right.
50% of what we do is go back and fix what we did the year before and the year before and the year before.
This is
So that's
also
exactly what we did.
well. This is also the area that you would just substitute this waiting period for a preference point system like Joe was talking about earlier, that you just substitute this for that or that for this.
Yeah.
In this scenario, and that computer model is actually more predictable than this a little bit. Definitely more more numbers and more, using those specific draw and odds. So I can go wrong with option number 3 here. Do we want a straw poll to put that out for option number 3? Is that what it looks like we have been talking about? Is it consensus? Okay, all right. So,
Hey, one thing, Rusty, we need to add is type 0 to the narrative there. It's not a big deal, but we should have that in there.
type 0, okay, type 0 and type 3 for deer. Yeah, okay. Thank you. And
Okay, so section 4, the outfitter drop, the big thing here is, and I think what I heard from our previous discussion is, so we'll change that to 50% instead of 40%. So 50% of the non-resident tags would be available through, for non-residents who apply and are contracted with a registered Wyoming outfitter. We would add in a mechanism that would allow landowners to register to be able to enter either trespass hunters or if they're outfitting on their own property into that draw. And then, as I understand it, any unsubscribed non-resident outfitter pool licenses would roll into the non-resident general licenses that.
Non-resident.
Did I say
Regular
resident?
draw.
Into the non-resident regular draw, yes.
we don't have to have any discussion on that. I mean, I think we've talked about the increased license fee and all of that, but I think that, does that have to be,
I think so.
it needs to be put in with this? It says it right there, okay.
Yeah, I don't think we need to put a
But no,
dollar
but
amount
no
there.
dollar amount, that's what, okay.
In the options, though, this has to be connected with license allocation.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have to see it all.
So we need to, during the public comment, connect number 2 with number 4.
No, I agree with that. What I don't want to do is come back and try to bifurcate these and cram one through and without the other. I think the resident sportsmen need to understand there's something in there for them.
Yeah.
There's something in there for the outfitters. In many cases, it's a win-win. But I don't want them picking and choosing. The only way I see this get through the legislature is if there's support from broad base for a whole bunch of people. If you just say, yeah, we want 90-10, but we're not going to make any concessions, I'm not going to participate in that. I'm not interested in it. Just telling you it's a non-starter in the legislature is my opinion. And I defer to my other colleagues on that issue. They see it the same way I do.
Depends on whether we get elected or not. You got a higher shot than I do. You don't have an opponent.
It's not a guarantee, though.
Unless I die or commit a felony, and then I'm prison.
All right, so I'm good there, Mr. Chairman. And then on section 5, I think I've got that done basically, and we would have the department implement a system that would give a 1-day head start for residents and give them the initial look at leftover licenses in the drawing. Yeah, I think I understand now how they would do that. I'll add some clarifying language into that one. So I think I have what I need, Mr. Chairman. What would you like me to update this document and then send it back out and give that to the department to go out for public feedback?
I think so, and then we'll probably have to have one question, and I just want to make sure that there's something in number 4 for landowners can enter that pool.
He's got it.
I got that, and I'll add that in. Yep.
And then we'll probably have to get with staff and Brian first part of next week on how that goes out, how that looks, to make sure they're connected in the format that,
And
so.
Mr. Chairman, I still think there needs to be some language, and I don't know how you do it, maybe it's just a recommendation of commission's rulemaking, or if you go down this path, that try to minimize the gaming of the system. You know, in other words, you don't want an outfitter putting in 30 hunters in the other draw. You gotta stop that, or it has absolutely no chance of going.
I think we have to put, I think that would be a legislative, something to give the department that authority to monitor that. I'm not sure how we'd have to wordsmith that. I'll be working on
I
that.
think there's ways to do it. We just need to give it a little more thought, Albert, but I agree with
But I
that.
think it has to go out to the public that we're contemplating that so they understand. Yeah.
So you'll want to see some language within that section 4 saying specifically that they'll do something to
50% means 50%.
strongly discourage any gaming or any, yeah, okay. Do my best there.
Brian
That's-
might be able to help with that too.
That's.
Yeah. I did get an answer, just so you know, Adam, in 2021, 457 resident guide licenses were issued through the department. That's a minimum, so that's how many they issued. They can be issued in the field.
Resident guy.
Resident guide, sorry, resident guide licenses. And so, anyway, well, that's for people going into the wilderness.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, you need a resident to go with
And
it.
most of those are general license areas, not all of them, but most.
And they can be issued in the field.
That's way higher than I expected. Yeah, I was thinking 100 people. That's way higher than I expected.
I thought it would be.
Yeah, that's across, some people's mind, that's across all species,
Absolutely.
you know. Obviously,
You're not gonna hunt a lot of antelope in wilderness, but
I can take you there.
I know where I can go get some too, but there's not many.
My area too.
There's not many.
Okay. All right, Joe, have enough clarity?
More than I want. So
All right.
So where do you want to put other Joe's proposal in with this?
So do you want to, I guess that's my question is, do you want to put that out for public comment now without, I mean, I'm not sure.
Mr. Chairman,
He took off.
what I would suggest, and if you can get this, honestly, thinking about this more and more, what we just went through, basically, if we pulled out the waiting period and put in a bonus, the point system,
Yeah.
the proposals, I think, stay the same. They're strong. It's just one is a waiting period, one becomes a point system. So if I can get with him and fully understand his system, we could probably put together 2 documents that could go out and say, here are option A and option B, but the big differentiator being the point. All both systems are doing, the waiting period and the point system is trying to find ways to give preference to individuals who have been applying and haven't drawn.
Correct.
So when you draw, you either take them out through waiting or you give the people who haven't drawn a point. So if the task force is comfortable with it, we'll just make option A and option B. One will be a waiting period proposal, one will be a point proposal, and I'll try to get Joe's.
I think it's,
Be a no action.
yeah, and I think that's the other one, is a no action or status quo. I think, there's gonna be it might
Can we
be a-
decide on that one now before I do this work? If we're gonna go down that road?
Well, I mean, I think it merits, I think it's important we do the work no matter what, but does anybody have any questions? I have a pretty good understanding. I think a lot of us have a pretty good understanding of what Joe presented up there and why. Does anybody have any questions specifically about that you didn't ask Joe that maybe we can help clear up?
The one assumption is that applicants stay the same through all of that, and population densities and growth and hunter interest and even the perception of increased opportunity is going to throw those numbers somewhat out of whack. I don't know how much. No one knows how much, but we know we're dealing with a point system with moose, sheep, that we don't want to go back down. And a preference point system is a preference point system. And the statement that, and I'm paraphrasing, but it was essentially, point creep doesn't exist with this system. It's fairly laughable.
Well, it does, especially if the number of animals decreases, which is what we had with sheep and moose.
And
that's-
deer.
That's why, and so,
And antelope
and so
recently.
with deer and.
The only one it doesn't
recently-
affect is elk right now, but that's not saying it can't with some catastrophic disease. So
There's very few deer areas right now that wouldn't fall into that high demand analysis. Maybe a few. I mean, how many of them really sit between 10 and 30% draws right now? It seems like most of our limited entry deer are, except for the type 3,
Are really hard.
they're hard to draw. Yeah, so you probably won't see those in a preference system. But I agree too. There was a point in time where the wise people that crafted the sheep and moose preference point system thought it's going to work.
every 5 years, you're going to draw your moose tag.
And And it didn't. So I mean, I like points. I share that concern about preference points, but
Okay.
And the piece I'm still not clear on, Mr. Chairman, is is this one of those where you pick your horse, you're either a bonus point, high demand horse, or you're a preference
So
point?
my understanding is that that let's just say Rusty decided to send in for the high demand, the premium side one year and the other one the other year, that I would have two tracks. I would keep a point in this and a point in this.
That's
And I
exactly right.
could not take my points out of this and dump them into that. They're gonna stay in those same
So it
tracks.
allows you the flexibility. to
Yep.
move from
And you're not gonna
high
get, you're
demand.
only gonna
to
get one a year.
Regular demand, but
But I may be buying a bonus point and a preference
no,
point.
no.
No,
Nope,
you
not
can
the
only
same
get
year.
one.
But you could have both. So 1 year I apply for the bonus point, the 10% pool. The next year I say, no, I'm not gonna do that. And so I'll have one there. And the next year I apply for the first time over here, I will accrue points. So you'll have on your list, it'll show how many bonus points you have and how many preference points. And you're gonna have to pick. You may be 0 and 10. Or you could be 5 and 5 after 10 years.
Yeah.
But it's just gonna track those points separately.
That's right.
Because you just can't mix those. What happens is the guys that are in the 10% draw will finally get to the point where they have enough, and then they'll just jump in.
So,
Chair,
yeah, go ahead.
we need to discuss this, because I think what Joe brought up is a good point, but Tony just brought up a really, really good point. We're gonna go to the legislature, we could potentially go to the legislature saying we need to crap on this system and change it to a bonus point system for sheep and goose, but we kind of like to have a preference point system for residents for deer head, open elk, and I can take one.
You know, I would tell you it's not when you put it in context. 180 permits, 20,000 permits.
You understand it.
I know, but that you gotta be able to explain. These
That's
are not
what I'm
apples,
trying.
they're not apples to apples
They're
comparison.
not apples, I agree, but you understand.
Yeah.
And I thought, and I think Representative Sweeney brought that same, he's like, do you think you guys can bring something so simple that it's easy to pass? Well, first of all, it's not easy to pass anything. And second of all, there isn't anything in here that like Jess said, if you pull the spider web, things move. I don't know that it's very, very difficult to dumb it down that much when you start talking it. Sorry, no offense to the legislative folks. But it really is hard to do. So anyway, I don't know. The answer is, I don't know. I mean, the best thing we can do is do the work that we can do and get the most information we can do, get the most information we can get, try to put out things for the public, try to bring the best recommendations that we can to get something.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
But I recommend we put that, keep it the status quo at the end.
I agree. I mean, I think that should be, I think that, we could potentially, you can confuse everybody so much that they're like this, status quo is easier just to understand. Might not be the best for them to draw a tag or their kids to draw a tag ever, but status quo, at least they understand, or some of it. So I think it's fair to put that out there. So it's going to be interesting. And then I think we probably should, gosh, I don't know how we increase public input and increase, this in the next month for this, but
Can we put a big disclaimer on the draw odds result when they're released? And have a pop-up window and everybody checks their draw odds. Oh, by the way, you might want to read this.
Is that possible?
Sorry. Sorry, I didn't, it's a little bit tongue in cheek, but everybody's gonna be looking.
Everyone's got an email address associated with their
What's that, Albert?
application at this
That
point.
wasn't a favorable look from the back.
I know, I felt it right here. That was sharp too.
All right.
Well, the thing that we have to keep in mind is
Just give
that
them-
the department can't take comment on behalf of the task force. We can take comment after a recommendation has been approved. But while they still have drafts, the task force needs to be one that's driving the public comment on that, so.
All right, we can deal with that. I'll make a motion that we adopt this as a recommendation, and that way the department can go out and public comment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, been moved by Senator Hicks and seconded by Lee, that we're gonna take this out for public comment, and there are about 7 things on this
That we adopted as a
that
recommendation.
we adopted as a recommendation to go to public comment.
Just public comment.
Yeah.
Just public comment.
Any more discussion?
Recommendation.
Any discussion?
That semantic is more than enough to say that.
All right. Any more discussion on these? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay, 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 nay.
Out there, and Brian, are you a nay or a yay?
He's raising his thumbs up.
I'm an aye.
Okay.
I'm in.
Okay. Thank you. Thirteen ayes and 1 nay.
Recommendation is just to go out to public.
Right,
That's right.
I know, that's
Have a
exactly right.
variety of options.
Right, with a variety of things. And one of those being status quo.
Exactly.
So I'm not sure if it's unanimous status quo from the public, whether we continue to have a meeting in August or not. But just kidding about that.
Mr. Chairman, one question for the group. I'm just thinking as I work on option B, the point option, basically in there. Well, give me a sense. So Joe talked about a preference point model, and I think Representative Summers brings up a good point, and I think Senator Hicks said this as well. We just moved away from that. I know they're very different, sheep and moose versus just because of the number of animals that we have. But should we put in there an option that instead of a preference point, just doing what we did with that, and doing a weighted bonus point 50-50?
Yeah.
He's doing, I mean, it's not going to guarantee, a preference point system is intended to guarantee you a tag at some point in time. A bonus point system is to weight that in your favor the longer you've been applying. I'm just wondering if that's going to be more palatable to the task force, and should I write it up both ways? And then
I think talk to Joe.
Okay.
If you want to send that back up. To the group or something.
Well, it's really a third alternative. It's not Joe. Proposal didn't address that. So I think it'd be 3 different.
Well, he talked about bonus points and he talked.
So,
But
so
it's 2
in,
different pools.
yeah, so in the hard to draw pool, it is a bonus,
Bonus
weighted
point.
bonus
Right,
point.
right.
In the other one, it's a preference point,
Preference.
That's right.
because it's,
That's what I thought.
yeah. So,
But what Joe is saying, that we just do 1 pool when it's all a weighted bonus point system, right?
I
As
just
a
see,
third alternative.
so you have one type of points, period.
Yeah,
And
but
you're
it's
not
going
guar-
into a, because there's no preference point, so all special, hard to draw, so all units just fall into. Is it a bonus or weighted bonus point system?
I'm just trying, I'm thinking to have it as
He said-
similar as
he's-
everything else.
when it was his is on a weighted bonus point, same as we did with Big 5,
So it would be the exact same.
exact
system.
same.
Okay, I'll work with Joe.
So that would be. Yeah, that's a different alternative. The waiting period, we got Joe's, and then the weighted bonus point system like we've done for Big 5. So that's 3 different alternatives
And status quo.
in status quo.
Okay. Moving on to back to, I think we're back to subcommittee work on landowner tags.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a 5-minute?
Yep, let's take a 10-minute break. Because I can't get you guys back. All right, we're back on. So let's get back to the landowner license allocation, and Adam, I think, sure if we need to go through that, pull up, if we can, we wait till Sarah gets back. We'll pull up the redlined, the information that Pat sent out and go through that, because I think, gosh, you hate to, we hate to add to what we're gonna ask for public comment, but if it's ready, it's ready. And so, I think these are maybe a little bit easier. Well, nothing's easy, but maybe a little bit more easy than what we just talked about. And that is, you don't happen to have that pulled up, do you?
I've got the red line pulled up.
Okay. I don't know if you want to go through that.
Sure.
Can you pull that up,
Yeah, the red line after chapter 44, 3. That's not the actual red line.
After 44, type X draft, right?
No, the type X would be the private.
Yeah, so we're looking for the landowner license allocation.
Yeah, landowner license discussion
Discuss-
paper,
yeah.
changes to definitions on page 44-3. I'm trying to remember which email that came with. I'm gonna wait a second. Todd put that out on the 20th of May, May 20th email. There we go.
Thank you.
I guess in the theme of chronology, we'll just start with the first set of red that we see, and just kind of walk through the proposals to this. And again, it goes without saying, status quo is an option for a wide variety of reasons. And I also, as conversations have occurred off and on, I think elimination of landowner licenses is also an option. Just scrapping the system entirely. I've heard that from many different people from many different walks of life. So to say it's not an option would be somewhat disingenuous. But as it sits right now, some of the proposed changes for landowner applicant, I mean, you can see landowner applicant's immediate family or significant interest would be at a minimum 25%. So that eliminates those employee situations where they own one share of stock and are considered a landowner, or one share of a ranch or farm and considered a landowner. I believe that's a fairly small amount of those abuse situations, but it's good to put that in before it becomes larger. Any comments, questions on item W there? The next one is, oh, go ahead.
So I like that whole idea. Just the one thing that I think, is worthy of just people giving some thought to, and it'd be interesting to hear some public comment when it goes out. But, that 25% is, really that's kind of a hammer to fix a problem that, is really like right now, people with 1% can qualify. So I'm not saying 25 is bad, but I think the problem still gets fixed if it's 20% or it's 15% or it's 10%. But that was from the discussions we had. I just remember that was kind of the starting point, and I don't think anybody had a super strong feeling on that. That the idea was too is that when people are doing estate planning, sometimes they leave a piece of land to their children. So if you make the percentage too high and they leave it to their 3 or 4 children, then nobody has a high enough percentage to actually qualify. So that was part of the discussion as well. I just thought I'd interject.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah. So again, arbitrary and capricious.
Miss Ogden, I'm online and got my hand up. I'm the same. I've got 3 kids. If you go to 25%, not a single one of them can have a license, because at this point, you still got parents alive, and that's the case on 80% of the ranches. So to me, if you're gonna go to percentage, it's probably over 10 or 15. You need to make an exception for direct family members, or you're really gonna run into problems.
Aren't they already?
But I think that's identified Ogden and landowner applicants' immediate family. Wouldn't that include your kids right
Yeah,
there?
It would, I missed it. I don't have all the packet. I don't have the screens to look at both at the same time.
Okay.
I think really what this is mostly
Corporate ownership.
corporate ownership. You know, I'm gonna tell you, it'll probably, and I don't know that I get how much pushback we get, but you know, for the elk licenses up there in Campbell County, the companies that own the property in those elk licenses, they actually put a draw out for their employees, and their employees, you know, get those tags. I don't think that would be allowed under this, unless those employees owned 25% of that company, which is probably not gonna happen.
Which I think that's what this is set to.
Yeah, no,
stem.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Let me just interject there too, guys, that most places where there's multiple kids, there is a corporation or a limited family partnership. It's very similar to a corporation where family members own pieces and parts. And so, you know, to Ogden's point, if both parents are gone and it's left to all kids, there could be an issue if it's too high. Again, not saying 25 is bad, but this does apply to kind of the standard everyday family ranch. Now, if the parents are alive, all the kids are lineal descendants, they qualify for the licenses. Brothers, sisters do as well.
regardless of ownership, right, Brian?
Yes. So anyway, this was done to address the big, I guess, like somebody called it the corporate loophole.
Well, and it was also the last sentence was done to address eligible full-time employees.
Right.
So this is the third part of this red line here that that landowner applicant or landowner tag recipient could potentially be a full-time employee of the landowner applicant, but they must have been employed for at least full-time employed for 5 continuous years.
Which I've gone through lots and lots of interviews over the last few years. We've had a lot of turnover and all kinds of things. It is very, very hard to keep an employee for 5 years anymore in this current employment world that we're in. Through just letting you know, it doesn't happen very often in any position. So, Dwayne.
You know, initially, I think that percentage was 49%. That would have affected my particular case, because I restructured my deal, went to a limited liability, limited partnership. And so I've only got 2 children that this applies to, but for a ranch that has 5 or 6 children or something like that, then maybe even 25% is too much.
Well, again, that isn't affected by immediate family, direct lineage. So even if the ranch is owned in a limited partnership, direct lineage still applies to those kids, because I could be part owner in your ranch at 20%, right? And your kids can't be, but your kids are eligible and I would not be. Does that make sense?
That's right.
So the deal though is if both parents are gone and the ranch is, the company is left to 5 children, they each own 20%, then no one qualifies because nobody exceeds that 25% threshold. That's, I think, the point Dwayne's trying to make.
And that's the point I was trying to, for me, it's something, I've only got 2 kids, but somebody that has 5,
Sure.
it would make a difference.
So I think you're in something else.
Saying goal by moving that number to 15%.
I think it would.
I think it takes some more thinking. We're a C corporation, folks, and are you going to just arbitrarily say that a C corporation that my parents own shares in count as a family? Because that's our deal's a corporation.
As long as they.
Our family doesn't count. The law doesn't acknowledge my C Corp as an individual. It's a corporation.
But I think Ogden, it's covered here because it does say corporation, partnership, or limited liability company.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think this whole discussion's semantics from a standpoint that you only get 2 licenses regardless of how many kids and parents and grandparents you have already. So I've got
This is
all
just,
kinds of family ranches right now that have to rotate them amongst family members. So unless you change the number of eligible landowner permits out there, the 25% is just fine. Just leaving it there because there's only 2 anyway. And so if we're just talking about leaving the current 2 landowner type 1, 2, 9, 3, whatever tags, 25% works just fine. It's not worried about your kids. It's just that corporation's gonna get 2 tags regardless of how many successive members move down there. So I guess I'm fine with the 25%. I think it really gets to the issue that we were trying to address earlier, is these corporations making every employee of 1% ownership and then getting all and breaking those lands up. So this doesn't get to the issue of breaking it up into 25 different corporations. Like the one we have out here west of us that does that just for land permits. So I don't know if that helps or not, but if you only got 2 tags,
doesn't matter how many kids you have.
it doesn't matter.
Also, it's a recommendation. It's gonna go through another process.
Yeah.
So, and we can take public. Anybody have any heartburn on moving on?
Yeah, I've got real heartburn with full-time employees.
Do.
I think any jailhouse lawyer with one year in a law college at the state prison can drive a truck through that. So what constitutes a full-time employee and then who verifies it? So does the Game and Fish Department now have to go out there and get IRS tax receipts? Under our current statutory framework, where it says a full-time employee means primary duties are related to agricultural production. Well, you know what that means. You know, you only have to show $500 of tax revenue to be an agricultural production under our statutory framework. And habitat management, I don't even know that we got a statutory production of habitat management on real property. So if the guy mows the lawn and I got a couple of deer that come in here at night, is that habitat management? There's just so many loopholes in this thing. Vague definitions, tax code implications to what constitutes an agricultural producer. Oh, and then remember where these come out of.
You just took the word right out of my mouth.
Just remember where these come out of. These come out of the general, these will come right off of the top of your outfitter draw, your resident application period. All those are going to be taken away from all of those other people out there.
Well, we just spent a lot of time to discuss how we can put 3 more licenses back in the hands of residents.
And then you're
And
going to take,
this will immediately, potentially take all of those away.
you worried about an increase in landowner permits with subdivisions? Just go ahead and pass this out and see what happens. This is a bad idea, folks.
So you would recommend scratching where it's quote in this G right underneath that line.
Right after liability company.
Yeah,
period.
scratching that, the rest of that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, it's happened twice in the meeting. You might want to take this on the record, but I agree with Senator Hicks. It's what we're taking what the landowner tag was originally intended for, and it's already been convoluted. You know, I mean, again, it's really hard to go back to a very original intent. But I think most of us in this room are educated enough to have a good idea what the original intent of landowner licenses were. And it's already been stretched beyond those parameters. And here we're even wanting to stretch it even further. And so, again, I'm in agreement with Senator Hicks. I think strike that full-time employee stuff.
But
Strike it off, throw it away.
anybody want to speak against that?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Brian.
So just, first of all, I really appreciated Senator Hicks's comments there. I can't wait to tell Pat, because the prison jailhouse lawyer that wrote all this was Pat Crank. Can't wait to give him that quote, but
Chairman, did you,
go ahead.
did you just infer that Pat was a one-year jailhouse law degree?
I did. I'm agreeing with you on that point, but I did want to just speak up. You know, one of the things this did come from public comment from the stock growers. After spending, you know, a significant amount of my time working with a lot of really cool ranches that had, you know, 50-year ranch managers, that families that ran these big ranches, and, you know, the landowner licenses still got allocated to the corporate owners. I don't know that this increases the number of landowner licenses that actually go out the door. It's to give those corporate owners an opportunity to give one of the licenses to a long-term family employee who's been on the ranch forever. And I'll stop there. I don't feel overly strong about this, but I just wanted to bring that point up and where it came from.
Because it would just still be the 2 licenses, right? If they wanted to transfer.
The assumption is that there are ranches out there that are not applying because the current owners don't have any interest, but they do potentially have the
ranch manager,
5 to 50-year ranch manager who has the interest or whose son has the interest and haven't been putting in before, but with this addition would then put in.
And the qualifications of a ranch are what Senator Hicks said was, you know, to be an ag producer, it's not much. And so, you know, if you have a 160 acre place that maybe the owner didn't have any interest in having a tag, that person, the caretaker now can, I mean, there's a lot of ifs and
Because
whats
he
and
puts his
buts.
horses
but-
on it for $500
But
per year.
there's certainly something to be said about that.
Just think about the compliance.
Yeah.
So you gotta bring in 5 years worth of pay
W-2s.
stubs to the department that has to verify that this was an employee for 5 years involved in agricultural production. Well, let's just take a whole bunch more money and put it into another division within the department to do compliance on all that stuff.
Now, actually, the way that would work is, and just like we do with the current landowner applicants, they just swear an affidavit out. There's no, you know, we don't go and look at all their records to verify their landowner. They write down, this is what I own. I swear under penalty of prosecution that I meet the requirements of this regulation. That's all there is to it. And there's a lot of game and fish regulations that are like that.
So you don't think, Brian, you don't think this, you guys ever audit that or check that, look at it?
When was the last?
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, the most of the time the local warden knows. I mean, just knows because they're there. But we don't, I don't ever recall like pulling somebody's township range and section off of their landowner application to verify that the county said that it was theirs. I just knew it was theirs because I work there.
Anybody opposed to scratching that, going out for public comment, seeing what happens?
Opposed to scratching it? I mean, leaving it there for public
No,
comment?
no, scratching it. I'm scratching that whole employer paragraph.
I can't remember, but was this a recommendation from the stock growers?
It was.
Yeah. I guess.
You know, and it's, you know, and I'm a landowner, but it's, like I said, I'm a little landowner and I'm on the other side of the state. And this just isn't an issue.
It won't be an
I mean,
issue
I
if
can
we
under-
scratch
I
it.
can understand where if you've got a 30-year employee and you wanted to give him a license, that's admirable, but I don't know that that's a necessity.
It's not the intent of the
That's not
program.
yeah.
Let's,
Because then the same corporation that owns enter your favorite large land holding ranch here. If they've got an employee that works for them in Chicago and has for 30 years, why can't they do the same thing? If Boeing Enterprises has a 25-year CEO that's put in 25 years for them, but they own 10,000 acres here, why can't they give that CEO a license? And again, I don't believe that was the intent of this program in the first place.
So if I was an accountant and did all the books for the agricultural side of the operation, does that qualify me as a long-term employee who was involved in agricultural production, even though I was just your accountant?
I actually never thought about that.
I
Until
don't
you
even
just
think you would
brought it
need a
up.
one-year prison attorney to do that.
Even the accountant can swim with fishes.
All right, let's,
It's pretty common.
it sounds like we have a lot of people that want to scratch that. I don't know whether we need to just make note of that, but we'll scratch that. And,
Can you be specific, like what?
yeah, so the part that's in quotes, so full-time employee, down, up to the right,
Right after
right
limited
there,
life.
from there down,
Yeah.
red line that. And then we'll move on to
X6.
XX.
So lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses means, obviously, you see real property less than 500 acres that has been publicly advertised for sales qualifying for the issuance of resident or non-resident landowner licenses. Number 2, real property previously used for the primary purpose of grazing and the production of livestock or domestic animals, and which has been subdivided into parcels of less than 500 acres. And 3, real property transferred to new owner, which was used prior to the transfer to the new owner for the primary purpose of grazing and the production of livestock or domestic animals, so on and so forth, is not used by the new owner for the same purpose. Livestock animals. You guys can all read that.
So the idea of the 500 acres at the beginning that somewhat is, and should that mimic 160 or not, or does it matter?
That's the 500 acres. And I think, and before we get there, didn't he have something for cultivated ground that was different?
Different, yeah,
Okay,
but
so-
that's not, I don't remember seeing that in here.
Not in.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Deeded land,
Adam,
yes.
why did you guys include that number 1, real property of less than 500 that's been advertised as qualifying for issuance? I mean, we know they're doing that, but it's illegal presently, right?
No.
No?
They can advertise, so there's, in the real estate commission of the state, there's nothing that says they can't
No, I know.
advertise.
Oh, okay. I thought that statutorily though, it says you cannot.
And I think Brian,
It is there.
Game and Fish,
It's in regulation, not statute, but it's prohibited to subdivide for the purposes of obtaining landowner licenses. And all this is just an attempt to tighten some of that up. It's expanding the existing law. And so
So what it's doing is basically saying, it's given some, I don't know, clearance or some authority to the department to say, you know what, this property was advertised, that it comes with licenses. Therefore, you don't qualify for licenses because they're not supposed to be able to do that. And
provides a leg to stand on,
Yeah.
that doesn't exist within the real estate commission regulation.
correct, that's right. So
So,
that's why it's there.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see how this
and
holds up or.
well, and I know the 500 acres bounced around different sizes too.
So, Mr. Chairman, the one thing that I'm trying to get my head around here and understand is this 150 animal units after the transfer.
We discussed this at the last meeting.
Yeah.
I thought we agreed to alleviate that.
Well, and I keep coming back to the example, is this, probably 20% of the states in a 10% precip zone.
Yeah.
That's gonna range anywhere from 40 to 80 acres per AUM. So if you're on that high end, a lot of that stuff that you show me, Red Desert, Bighorn Basin, you could sell 10,000 acres.
I actually have it written down that we scratched that we scratched not only the 500 acres last time, but we also scratched that whole last sentence of that paragraph 3. So real property on number, yeah, there you go, scratch that. And then on number 1, I have that it says real property scratch of less than 500 acres. And then it says real property that has been publicly advertised. And then in the number 2 that we scratched, that everything after parcels. Yep, there you go. Does that read better to everybody?
On that, so there was in a 50,000 acre ranch advertised with landowner licenses. Sorry.
Well, they shouldn't be advertising that.
No.
If it doesn't qualify, you
No,
know, they
not at
haven't
least-
qualified.
But everyone does. Every single one of them does just about.
So. Any heartburn with moving on?
Just one question, Mr. Chairman. When you talk about if the real property is not used by the new owner after transfer for its primary purpose of grazing, is there a timeline associated with that? Say, for instance, you bought a property in 2020, you still put any livestock on that property. But your intent was at the time to continue with livestock grazing. Just wondering if it would be necessary, or at least the game wardens, to help him in determining if you have a timeline to get some production going on that property.
So
So you're
item
thinking
C,
Or you've leased it to somebody.
well, and item C, I believe, is the review portion of this. Condition of eligibility for licenses issued to landowner applicant shall provide on with application for the license documentation that substantiates big game usage days, and we can add agricultural production intent or whatever to that. I think that would add that as a qualifier, because yeah, the nature of land business can change. I mean, ranches sell out of cows and for various reasons, whether drought or sickness or whatever, and then come back 5 years later because they still own the property. Right? And I mean, is that kind of what you're alluding to maybe?
Well, not necessarily, Mr. Chairman, mainly just about land exchange, and people buy it with the intent and then get authorization for their 2 licenses with the intent to continue with ag production. Perhaps 2 or 3 years down the line, they still have either not leased it out to somebody who's grazing it, or they have not put animals on it themselves.
So
Hey, Mr. Chairman, we're arguing over stuff we don't need to. This is not the most recent version. I just looked up the stuff that Todd put out recently. And the version that's on there, the newest one that Pat just edited this week, has got this cleaned up. So Sarah, if you go to that most recent chapter 44 type X license draft, it's on the Taskforce website. That's the one I just looked at.
Go ahead, Tony.
Just being I guess the devil's advocate, if you'll remember back when we heard a lot of public comment from a lot of these smaller acreage landowners that had permits, there were quite a few of them who did not mention ag production. They bought that property. It was a beautiful
first
setting
10.
and all of that. And so, we heard a lot of, again, like I say, it doesn't bother me, but there were a lot of those guys that came in that spoke publicly about, don't take, my landowner licenses away because I supply forage for the game, but they don't keep cattle or horses or sheep or chickens or anything else. They have a cabin and
It's recreation.
it's a recreation property, period. So I don't know how far that'll go, but like I say, I think we heard a lot of public comment that they didn't want that taken away, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
This is the new one?
Yep.
Perfect. Let's,
So I don't think, Tony, that this chapter 44 would take one away from them. What it's trying to do is say, if you subdivide for that purpose, if you're not gonna be eligible.
And that's fine, and like I say, I'm not, you know, some of those situations I'm completely against, but I know there are a lot of public out there who have those recreational properties that it would, I'm sure we would catch a lot of flack over if that was the case, but you're right, Larry. I think.
Can we scroll down to where this section we're just talking about is?
Because it includes the full-time employee part of it anyway. Which we want to scratch.
So it says lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses means 1 and 2, okay? Both have to apply. It's not, doesn't say or, so it means both of those things have to apply.
So after landowner license is 1, you need the word and. Otherwise, they're not a conjunction.
There's not a conjunction either way.
Well, if you put and, that means you have to have both.
you go ahead, Dwayne, Chairman.
I guess I'll use my property as an example. I graze cows, graze horses, but I also graze elk and wildlife. So I don't know why we would take that away from a landowner. If he wants to leave his property for elk and deer and antelope habitat, so be it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the reasoning for number 2 was. I mean,
It goes back to the whole, trying to read into the intent of the commission when this first happened. I remember some of these discussions, it's been a few months ago, but you know, the intent was really for traditional agricultural producers providing habitat for wildlife and giving them some opportunities because they were providing this habitat that was in direct competition of how they make a living. So not advocating for or against, I think that's where this came from, is that it looked more at the traditional ranches and saying that, you know, you can't take a big ag operation, subdivide it 100 ways to make landowner licenses out of it.
okay, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay.
So can we go back up to W?
Yeah, can we go up, Sarah, and clean that one up? Make sure we get the
On the,
W.
Yeah, W has
We need
the
that.
full-time employee part still in it.
that's good.
And second line down.
Or a
Sarah.
full-time employee.
Don't forget the reason off to the side, written by a jailhouse employee or jailhouse lawyer.
1 year law school.
Spend the night and call the day in.
Does a jailhouse employee count as the guy making license plates that's inside?
Yeah. Okay,
The next one is the section 9 that applies specifically to landowner licenses.
Say 9?
Yeah. Right there. Yeah, right there.
What changes did we have?
So I'm looking back at the other one because this one isn't read out, so I'm looking at the other one that has all the red ink. Landowner licenses shall only be issued to those landowners who own land which provides for habitat, i.e. set forth in this section. Lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining licenses shall not be eligible for landowner licenses. There's a little redundancy. In order to qualify, okay, the part A, this whole part A section here.
This is where we talked about additional licenses for.
Yeah, through competitive drawing potentially also. So let me finish reading that first. Where the landowner owns real property in the case where licenses for hunt area have been limited in number and only available through competitive drawing. In order to qualify for a license issued under this section, the deeded land qualified the landowner applicant shall be located in the hunt area for which applied and shall consist of that 160 minimum, utilized by the type of big game and or turkeys which applied for. They also may qualify if they own 160 acres and provide free public access during established hunting seasons through and across deeded land for access to at least 1,000 acres. This is the exchange idea of the potential for an additional landowner license in exchange for access to either public land or 50% of deeded land. It's a carrot that's been dangled.
Yeah, go ahead, Wayne.
Didn't we discuss to strike that at the last one?
Well,
Pretty sure we did.
We're not tying anything to access other than additional. I mean,
Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. There wasn't a reason to incorporate that for additional landowner licenses. The reason that was brought up in the first place was because one landowner, when we thought we were gonna not stay with 160 acres, we were gonna go to something above that, up to 1,200 acres or something like that. And the reason that was put in there was because that was a specific landowner that allowed access to public land to, for him to be able to maintain his 2 landowner licenses. Once we went back to 160 acre qualifying, there was no need for that. So it would, if we left that in there, could potentially increase landowner licenses. There could be somebody that has acreage that wouldn't qualify with 2,000 animal use days, but if he gave access through his property, then he would get land.
no, this is in
different.
addition to, you already have to qualify for this to apply.
I realize that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but there already has to be that existing qualification.
But there's no need, unless we want to increase landowner licenses, there's no need to do that.
I see what you're saying with that also.
Well, and so it's a trade-off is the way I look at that, Dwayne. And so I think what this was trying to address is say, we'll give you licenses in lieu of just paying you license fee money for access issues.
It's a carrot that's dangled. That doesn't mean anyone has to.
Because the partnership going in right now, just make an outright access agreement, pay them cash. There was another way to say use permits in lieu of cash to do that.
Keep going.
But it would,
That
but
right
it would
there.
potentially
So that's
increase
the-
landowner licenses.
That right there is, you're right, it would. This is what this is the access part of it. So this is the carrot that's being dangled to address something that we talked about earlier that we haven't really talked about, was how do we incentivize access? And this is one of the potential ways to incentivize access. And I don't know, we don't have a lot of tools besides money and tags to incentivize.
Yeah, so to say we can't use that.
Right.
And I'll be honest, for me personally, this is not palatable in the least bit. I don't like the idea of providing more landowner